The Really Big Story by Baker Belts. Chapter 1, Let There Be Light. The first thing the universe heard was a voice that sounded suspiciously like someone flipping on a switch in a very dark, very empty room. Let there be light, the voice said, as though trying out a new catchphrase. Something popped. A glow fizzed. The void shivered like a stagehand caught off guard. Then, bam! Light arrived, tumbling forward like an overeager intern on the first day of work. It was blinding, awkward, and, if you looked close enough, still fumbling with its shoelaces. "Reporting for duty," Light announced, squinting into the abyss. Where's the coffee?" The abyss, long used to silence, did not answer. Darkness loitered in the corners, arms folded, unimpressed. "This is ridiculous," Darkness muttered. "We've had the place to ourselves for, well, forever. Now you barge in, all glare and no manners." "Don't take it personally," Light replied. "I was summoned." It brushed itself off and flickered experimentally. "Besides, we need a little visibility in here. People will trip." "There are no people," Darkness snapped. "Yet," Light said, grinning like it knew a spoiler. From somewhere above, or below, depending on how you measured a space that didn't yet have coordinates, a rooster cleared its throat. No one had introduced it, but there it was, perched invisibly in the rafters of existence, feathers ruffling against the nothing. "Don't mind me," the rooster said, with the weary professionalism of someone destined to work every morning shift for eternity. "I'm just the alarm clock." Crow, when things get messy. Reset button, so to speak. Carry on. The voice that had spoken first boomed again. "You two, Light and Darkness, take shifts. Day, night, you'll alternate." Light brightened at once. "Shifts! Perfect. I love structure." Darkness scowled. "This is favoritism. You'll see, there'll be complaints." "You already filed one," the rooster pointed out, scratching at the void with one talon. And so it was evening, and it was morning, the first day. The cosmos, barely a day old, already had a scheduling conflict, an office rooster, and the faint smell of burnt ozone. But it had something else, too, something neither Light nor Darkness could quite put words to yet, the sense that everything was only just beginning and would somehow keep beginning again. Chapter 2, The Missing Beverage. Light was punctual the next morning, which impressed no one but itself. "I'm here!" it shouted into the void, striding in like a motivational speaker. Rays went everywhere. Some zigged, some zagged. A few wandered off and never came back. The showmanship was undeniable, though the technique needed work. Darkness, leaning against the wall that wasn't a wall, groaned. "You again? Do you not sleep?" "Sleep? Not in my vocabulary," Light said. Then it paused. "Actually, I don't have a vocabulary. Just a bunch of particles and waves. But you get the idea." Darkness sighed dramatically. "You're too chipper for someone who doesn't even have coffee." "Coffee?" Light perked up. "What's that?" "Ah," Darkness said, smug. "Something you'll never have." Bitter, steaming salvation in a cup. It hasn't been invented yet. Light froze, horrified. "Wait, you mean this is a caffeine-free cosmos?" The rooster, who had just hopped down from whatever abstract perch it used when existence was still scaffolding, flapped once and said, "Confirmed. Beans, not yet coded into the system. Estimated delivery, later." "Later?" Light's brilliance dimmed at least 3 lumens. "How am I supposed to power mornings?" "You are the morning," Darkness deadpanned. "That's your whole job description." For a moment, silence hummed across the newborn universe. Light tried glowing brighter, as though sheer enthusiasm could replace espresso. It fizzled, sputtered, then flared again like a faulty light bulb. "Look, just admit it," Darkness said, arms still folded across its immensity. "You're too jittery without your so-called coffee. You'll burn out before noon." "I will not!" Light snapped. "I'm infinite, inexhaustible, eternal." It paused. "Though, I do feel a bit woozy." The rooster cleared its throat ominously. Careful. I don't want to have to reset this early in the day. Light steadied itself, humming like a fluorescent bulb determined to outlast its warranty. Fine. I'll improvise. No coffee? Then I'll run on pure optimism. Darkness smirked. Optimism burns out faster than caffeine. Light ignored the jab. It spread wider, pushing brightness into corners where darkness had brooded forever. Shadows fled, reluctantly, muttering about union rights. The world that was not quite a world glimmered faintly, and Light smiled, dizzy but triumphant. See? Who needs coffee? Somewhere in the distance, though, the shape of a shrub began to stir, its leaves already thinking about beans and roasting and morning rituals. And the rooster, watching everything, fluffed its feathers and whispered, "Just wait." Chapter 3. The Negotiation. Light was already stretching when darkness shuffled into the void, looking like it hadn't brushed in, well, ever. "Morning," Light said cheerfully, flooding the place with lumens. "There is no morning yet," darkness grumbled. "There's only you barging in uninvited." The rooster hopped down from nowhere in particular and tapped its talons against nothing in particular else, like a cosmic mediator. "Okay, folks. Management says you two need to work out a schedule, something sustainable. No more all-day light, no more sulking darkness, alternating shifts." "Shifts?" Darkness repeated. "What am I, a barista?" Light gasped. "A barista! Wait, is that coffee-related?" "Focus," the rooster said. "Let's just get this hammered out before the universe develops migraines." Light straightened its rays and nodded. "Fine. I'll take the daytime hours. You know, birds, plants, productivity. People will need me for vitamin D and Instagram filters." Darkness arched a shadowy eyebrow. "And what exactly do I get?" "Night," Light beamed. "It'll be very atmospheric. Moonlight, stars, poetry, mystery. Perfect for dreamers and insomniacs." Darkness considered. Mysterious, brooding, slightly terrifying. I like it, but I want hazard pay." "There's no currency yet," the rooster interrupted, already tired. "Just vibes." "Fine," Darkness sighed. "I'll take vibes." The rooster rustled its feathers officiously and produced a contract, thin air folded into paper, stamped with eternity's watermark. "Sign here," it said. Light scrawled its name in dazzling cursive that burned through the page. Darkness signed with ink that dripped and hissed. The rooster stamped it. With a crow so loud the stars twitched into existence, just to see what the noise was about. "Done," said the rooster. "Day and night will alternate. Don't mess it up." Light and Darkness glared at each other, then, very reluctantly, shook hands. "We'll see who people like better," Darkness muttered. "Of course they'll like me," Light said, smug. "Everyone smiles in photos when I'm around." "Until they squint," Darkness shot back. The rooster cut them both off with another crow. "Enough. The deal is sealed. Morning, evening, repeat. Try not to break the cosmos before lunch." And so it was evening, and it was morning. The third episode in a very long day. Chapter 4. The Squeaky Ceiling. Darkness was mid-shift, enjoying its quiet dominance, when an odd click echoed across the void. "What was that?" Darkness asked, suspicious. Light, dozing in the corner, cracked an eye. Sounded like a switch. Or a cosmic mousetrap. The rooster, perched with the air of someone holding classified documents, coughed. Yeah. Management just installed something called a firmament. Don't panic." "Firmament?" Darkness repeated, squinting upward into what had previously been endless nothing. Then came the squeak. It was not a delicate squeak. It was the sort of squeak you'd get if a rusty seesaw married a badly oiled accordion. It stretched across infinity, scraping against everyone's last nerve. The whole void froze. Light winced. "Ow, that's not how ceilings are supposed to sound, right?" "There was no ceiling before," Darkness snapped, covering its ears with shadowy folds. "This is an outrage. Who thought squeak was the proper sound effect for heaven?" Above them, the firmament wobbled into place. A big, transparent dome with the vague look of a fishbowl set upside down. Condensation dribbled. The squeak echoed one last time for emphasis, then stopped. There, the rooster announced. Division between waters above and waters below. Waters above? Light said nervously. Like a second ocean hanging over our heads? Darkness muttered. Brilliant. Now we live in a bubble tea. The firmament sagged just enough to look unstable. Both light and darkness shuffled backward. Don't worry, the rooster said. It's rated for eternity. Then it added, sotto voce. Probably. Light forced a grin. Well, at least it's, modern, very architectural. Darkness poked at the dome with a shadowy finger. The squeak returned instantly, louder than before. Light covered its face. Please don't touch it. The rooster sighed and produced a clipboard. All complaints about squeaky firmaments must be submitted in triplicate and placed in the suggestion box that doesn't exist yet. In the meantime, get used to it. The ceiling's permanent. The squeak gave one last victorious squeal, like a balloon refusing to pop. Darkness snarled. I hate it already. Light tilted its head. I kind of like it. It makes things feel official. And so the sky was installed, squeaky and imperfect, but present. Evening and morning passed, muffled slightly by the dome's reverberations. Somewhere in the half-light, the rooster muttered, This whole creation project is going to need WD-40. Chapter 5. The complaint department opens. The dome still squeaked ominously overhead when the next instruction came booming down from management. Let the waters be divided. At once, the great deep stirred like someone had kicked a giant bathtub. The water sloshed, slurped, and swirled until it split into two, above and below, one crowding into the firmament fishbowl overhead, the other sprawling into seas below. Darkness folded its arms. Wonderful. Now we live in a cosmic sandwich. Light, who had been nervously adjusting its brightness so it wouldn't reflect too harshly on the new watery surfaces, forced a grin. Oh, come on. It's refreshing. Spa vibes. More like flood insurance waiting to happen, Darkness shot back. The rooster, who had already grown weary of paperwork, scribbled, Waters divided, check on its clipboard. But before it could tuck the pen behind its wing, the seas below burped. Then came voices. Excuse us, said a chorus of bubbles rising to the surface. The bubbles popped, revealing a delegation of hastily assembled fish. They were lopsided, some with fins in odd places, some with too many teeth, others with none at all. Clearly, the creation process was still in beta. Who authorized this open concept design? One trout demanded, looking around with bulging eyes. There are no walls, zero privacy, none. A pufferfish bobbed up beside him. Yeah, how are we supposed to spawn in public like this? The rooster frowned. You're fish. Do you even know what privacy is yet? Of course we do, the pufferfish snapped. We just invented it. Light giggled, sending sparkles across the rippling surface. I think you look fine. Very photogenic. Just pose at the right angle. But the fish were not mollified. We demand curtains, declared a particularly cranky catfish, twirling its whiskers like a villain. Something tasteful. Maybe seaweed, or coral partitions. Partitions, Darkness muttered. You've been alive 3 minutes and you're already asking for interior design. Yes, said the trout defiantly. We're civilized now. The rooster sighed, flipping a page on the clipboard labeled Complaints, Oceanic. Noted. Privacy curtains, delivery time, indefinite. At this, the fish groaned, flopped back underwater, and began brainstorming architectural solutions in bubbles. Meanwhile, light spread across the sea, watching the waves dance like glitter. I think it's beautiful, Light said softly. Darkness rolled its eyes. Give it time. Beauty always asks for curtains. The rooster, scribbling away, muttered, Day 3's going to be worse. And so it was evening, and it was morning, A day with divided waters, squeaky ceilings, and very fussy fish. Chapter 6. Dry land surfaces, checks weather app. At first, the waters below thought they were alone in the spotlight. They'd sloshed, bubbled, and argued about curtains long enough to feel entitled. Then, with a gurgle like someone unplugging the world's biggest drain, something massive began pushing up from beneath. "Hey!" cried the trout, who had only just gotten used to the open-plan ocean. "What's that?" The rooster, balancing on a floating bit of foam, consulted its clipboard. "Dry land." Patch update. The waters recoiled in a dramatic splash, parting reluctantly. A dark, muddy ridge shoved upward, snorting mist and seaweed. Slowly, mountains hunched their shoulders into the light, valleys yawned, and plains stretched groggily like cats after too much sun. Dry land blinked awake. Its first words were, "Ugh." Forecast? Light brightened helpfully. "Clear skies. It's going to be a glorious day." Dry land squinted. Too bright. Sunburn already. It reached into its brand new pockets of dust and pulled out a shimmering rectangle. "Where's the weather app?" Darkness gave a snort of laughter. "Weather app? You don't even have Wi-Fi." "Unacceptable," said Dryland, poking at the tablet of clay. "How am I supposed to plan agriculture without knowing if it's going to rain?" The rooster rolled its eyes. "Spoiler, it will rain, but not always when you want it." Dryland frowned. "That's not helpful." Mountains jutted higher, testing their outlines like teenagers checking their profiles in a mirror. Valleys sighed dramatically. "We're just here to collect the runoff." The plains groaned. "Why do we always have to be flat?" Meanwhile, rivers began sketching themselves in across the surface like toddlers with crayons, ignoring Dryland's protests about zoning. "Stop! I haven't checked the forecast!" Dryland wailed, mud dripping everywhere. "You'll live," Darkness said dryly. "You'll grow things," Light added cheerfully. "You'll erode," the rooster muttered, scribbling notes. Dryland glared at them all. "Fine, but I want a weekly outlook, at least a 7-day planner." Light chuckled. "Trust me, 7 days is kind of the format here." And so the land rose, still sulking, still demanding apps that hadn't been invented. But despite the complaints, the world finally had a place to stand, stretch, and plant dreams. The rooster tucked its clipboard under one wing and whispered, "This is only going to get muddier." Chapter 7. The Green Invasion. Dryland hadn't even finished sulking about its missing weather app when a strange tickle spread across its surface. It started small, like a rash nobody wanted to mention, then exploded into green. "Hey! What's happening?" Dryland shouted as tiny shoots poked through its muddy pores. "Photosynthesis," Light said proudly, cranking its brightness a notch. "You're welcome." Leaves unfurled like jazz hands, vines stretched like gymnasts, and flowers popped open in such enthusiastic unison, it was basically a confetti cannon made of petals. Darkness groaned. "Ugh." Gardeners. Worst kind of neighbors. Always growing, always pruning, never shutting up. Sure enough, the plants had found their voices. The grass whispered excitedly in a million tiny blades. "We're alive! We're alive! We're—" "Keep it down!" Darkness snapped. "Some of us brood for a living." Then came the kale. It didn't sprout. It erupted. While other plants were still fumbling through their sprouting tutorial, kale shot upward like a green firework, spreading leaves the size of bed sheets. It flexed. It gleamed. It began compiling spreadsheets of its nutritional value. "Attention, everyone!" Kale bellowed in a voice like a fitness instructor with a megaphone. "I am a superfood. High in vitamins A, C, and K, rich in antioxidants. Destiny has chosen me to dominate smoothies for the rest of history." The lettuce wilted in jealousy. Spinach pretended to faint dramatically. A carrot root, still underground, mumbled, "Show off." Even the rooster blinked. "Bit early for marketing, isn't it?" Light was delighted. "Look at that enthusiasm!" Darkness rolled its eyes. "Mark my words, no one's going to enjoy chewing that stuff raw." But Kale ignored them all, striking poses. I will be in salads. I will be in soups. I will be baked into chips. Generations will argue whether they actually like me, but they will never stop planting me. Great, muttered Dryland, already itching from the roots weaving into its skin. We finally get some decor, and it's a motivational speaker in leaf form. Meanwhile, the grass had settled into giggling. The fruit trees were practicing ripening like awkward teenagers, and the flowers had started holding a talent show, each one trying to out-fragrance the other. The rooster scribbled on its clipboard, plants sprouted, kale insufferable. Then it looked up and whispered, and this is just the dress rehearsal for Eden. Evening fell with darkness smugly reclaiming the stage, but when morning came again, the land was undeniably greener, noisier, and overrun with Kale's unsolicited TED Talk on micronutrients. Chapter 8: Cosmic Scheduling Conflicts. By the time Dryland had resigned itself to being a jungle carpeted with Kale motivational posters, the heavens rumbled again. Lights, please, boomed the voice. Light perked up. Already here. Not you, the voice replied. Big ones. Overhead, for signs, seasons, days, years, and just like that, the sun appeared. He was enormous, warm, and far too pleased with himself. He polished his corona like a celebrity adjusting sunglasses. Ladies and gentlemen, he declared, your main event, me. The original spotlight. Before anyone could roll their eyes, the moon drifted in, pale and quiet, clearly annoyed about being booked for the night shift. I'll handle evenings. Don't expect applause. Then came the stars, thousands of them, blinking awake all at once like a switchboard gone haywire. They chattered endlessly, tripping over each other's introductions. Hi, I'm Orion. Check out my belt. Cassiopeia here, don't mind my chair pose. I'm Sirius, brightest of the bunch. You're welcome. The rooster perched on the firmament with its clipboard groaned. Oh great, an ensemble cast. Darkness smirked. Finally my shift gets accessories. Light pouted. I was doing fine on my own. Relax, the sun said magnanimously. I'll cover the day. The moon can mop up at night. The stars, background extras. Background extras? The stars shrieked in unison. We're constellations. Navigators, myth fuel, the moon sighed. They're not wrong. The rooster tapped the contract with one talon. Look, schedules are simple. Sun, daytime. Moon, nighttime. Stars, all night scatter. Rotate consistently. Don't crash into each other. And for heaven's sake, no eclipses without filling out the forms. The sun puffed his chest. I rise, I set. Everyone follows me. The moon glared. Try doing my job without the crowd yelling wolf every time I cover you. Stars twinkled aggressively. We should unionize. Darkness, trying to keep order, muttered, You're all late to my shift anyway. Light clapped its hands. Think of it as a cosmic calendar. Humans will love it. Sunrise alarms, moonlit poetry, star-crossed lovers. Beautiful. The rooster jotted notes. Heavenly bodies installed, complaints pending. And so the sky filled with a giant clock face, squeaking faintly against the firmament, all parties still bickering about time zones. Evening and morning spun again, the universe one day older, with calendars already overbooked. Chapter 9: The First Talent Show. The waters had finally calmed from all that land drama when management's voice rumbled again. Let the seas teem with living things. A tremor rippled through the deep, then, blub, 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 life burst forth in bubbles, fins, and entirely too many teeth. First came the minnows, zipping about like caffeinated sparks. Then the dolphins, who immediately started laughing at their own jokes. Squids flapped in all directions, arguing over how many arms counted as too many. And the whales, huge, booming, melodramatic, surfaced just to sigh loudly like they'd been born tired. Welcome, Light announced, shimmering across the waves. You're alive, Darkness scowled. Fantastic, more noise. The rooster, balanced on a floating driftwood clipboard, scribbled, Marine life equals online. Then, narrowing its eyes, it noticed the creatures were arranging themselves. Sure enough, the fish had formed lines. Straight lines, rows upon rows of shimmering scales. "What are you doing?" the rooster asked. "Rehearsing," said a sardine proudly. "We're going to debut synchronized swimming. Big routine, all the rage." The trout from last chapter poked its head up. "We still don't have privacy curtains, but sure, let's put on a show." "Places, everyone," shouted a particularly bossy barracuda with a whistle. At once, the sea erupted in motion. Dolphins leaping in perfect arcs, schools of herring forming spirals, jellyfish pulsing in rhythm like disco lights. Even. The whales tried, though their cannonballs left tsunamis that nearly drowned the choreography. The rooster had to admit it was spectacular. Darkness wasn't impressed. "It looks like glitter sneezed." Light clapped so brightly the waves sparkled. "It's beautiful. Humans are going to love this." "Humans?" asked a crab mid-crab walk. "What's a human?" "Don't worry about it," Light said cheerfully. The performance climaxed with 1,000 fish forming a perfect star shape, twinkling underwater as though imitating the heavens above. The sun peeked down, smug. The stars twinkled harder in reply, jealous. "Encore!" cried the dolphins, who refused to stop leaping even when everyone else was exhausted. The rooster scribbled another note. "Seas alive, choreography unrequested." Then, under its breath, "The land animals are going to be worse." And so evening fell, the waves full of exhausted fish, still humming victory tunes. Morning rose, promising the next act, a feathered air show. Chapter 10. The Air Traffic Jam. The seas were still humming from their aquatic talent show when the voice called out again, "Let the skies be filled with winged things." The firmament squeaked ominously, then fwump. An avalanche of feathers, beaks, and screeches erupted into the air. First came the sparrows, flitting nervously like interns unsure of the dress code. Then the eagles swooped in, majestic and smug, announcing themselves with wing beats like drum rolls. Parrots started gossiping immediately. Owls claimed they'd been there all along. And in the middle of it all, a goose honked so loud, the rooster dropped its clipboard into the sea. "Attention!" squawked the rooster, scrambling back onto the squeaky firmament. "This is not free-for-all flying. We need regulations, altitude restrictions, flight paths, air traffic control." The birds ignored him. They were too busy beta testing airspace. A hawk tried a barrel roll and collided with a pigeon. Feathers exploded like confetti. Ducks attempted a V formation, but one insisted on being a W, which caused endless arguments. Storks overshot the runway entirely, while hummingbirds revved like motorcycles. "Look at them go!" Light beamed, literally spotlighting their maneuvers. Darkness covered its eyes. "It's chaos. We're going to need a Department of Skies." "Don't tempt management," the rooster muttered, scribbling notes. Meanwhile, the parrots had hacked into the system. "Squawk! Permission to land, tower? Squawk! You're cleared for nesting." They found it hilarious. The owls just blinked. "We'll supervise night shift." "Typical," Darkness said approvingly. One gull, circling noisily, shouted, "Mine! Mine! Mine!" over and over until even the whales groaned from below. The rooster snapped. "All right, listen up. New rules. Hawks, no stunt flying during rush hour. Pigeons, you may not use statues as bathrooms. Ducks, pick a letter and stick to it. And geese, stop honking like broken alarms." The goose honked louder in protest, of course, but gradually the skies began to organize. The V's straightened, the parrots mocked from a safe altitude, and the owls winked as if to say, "Don't worry, we'll handle night shift security." Dryland looked up, unimpressed. "Great. First I'm covered in kale. Now I'm covered in droppings." Light tried to console it. "At least it's fertilizer?" Darkness snickered. The rooster, sighing, checked off another line on its clipboard. "Birds airborne. Complaints imminent." Evening fell as the last sparrows tucked themselves under their wings. Morning rose to the raucous chorus of birdsong, off-key, chaotic, and unstoppable. And the rooster, glaring at the sun, muttered, "That was my job." Chapter 11. The Naming Game. The next morning dawned bright and noisy. Birds were still arguing over airspace. Whales were sighing dramatically in the distance, and Kale was lecturing everything within earshot about antioxidants. The voice spoke again, clear and resonant. Let the land bring forth living creatures. Dry land groaned. Oh no. Not more roommates. And then they came. Hooves thundered across the plains, tails swished, antlers tangled in the firmament. Lions yawned, sheep bleated, elephants trumpeted, and sloths just blinked slowly, already late for something. Insects buzzed like static. Rabbits multiplied before anyone had time to ask, how? Darkness muttered, this is worse than birds. Light tried to brighten the mood. Look at the diversity. Amazing. Look at the noise, Darkness said, and the smells. The rooster fluttered down with its clipboard. All right, roll call time. Someone's got to name these things. At that moment, Adam wandered in, looking slightly dazed, his hair still damp with the dew of existence. Me? He asked. Yes, you, the rooster said, thrusting the clipboard into his hands. Management outsourced taxonomy. Congratulations, you're employee number 2. Adam blinked at the parade of creatures. Okay. Let's start simple. You're a cow. Moo, said the cow approvingly. You're a dog. Woof, said the dog, already wagging. You're a cat. The cat licked its paw, then knocked the clipboard out of Adam's hands. This is going to take forever, Adam groaned, scribbling anyway. That's when an eager little creature shoved its way to the front of the line. Long snout, stubby ears, and a look of pure mischief. Me first, it squeaked. Me first! Who even are you? Adam asked. Aardvark, the creature announced triumphantly. But that doesn't even... Alphabetical advantage, said the aardvark, smirking. Enjoy saying my name first for the rest of history. The other animals groaned. A zebra stomped its hooves in frustration. That's not fair. I'm stuck at the bottom of the list forever. Cry about it, Stripes, the aardvark said, already striking a proud pose. Adam sighed and wrote it down. Fine. Aardvark. The rooster muttered, We've created bureaucracy. One by one, the animals received names, some dignified, some lazy. Hippopotamus nearly crushed the naming desk in excitement. Platypus confused everyone, especially itself. By the end, Adam was cross-eyed, repeating names like a sleep-deprived intern filing paperwork. Finally, the last creature trudged away, grumbling about alphabetical discrimination. Adam collapsed in the grass, exhausted. I need a nap. You need an assistant, the rooster corrected. Light chuckled. Don't worry. Management is on it. And Darkness smirked knowingly. Oh, she's going to love this mess. Evening came. Morning followed, and the world had a full roll call. Somewhere, the aardvark was still bragging. Chapter 12. Human Test Build Version 1. Adam had just finished napping under a fig tree, his naming clipboard balanced on his chest, when the voice spoke again. It is not good for man to be alone. Adam half sat up, still groggy. Alone? I'm surrounded by creatures. The aardvark won't stop bragging, the parrots are gossiping, and the kale keeps inviting me to motivational seminars. The rooster, perched nearby, nodded sagely. Management doesn't count animals and leafy vegetables as proper companionship. Oh, Adam said, rubbing his eyes. What counts then? Before the rooster could answer, Adam suddenly felt very sleepy again. Don't fight it, the rooster advised. This is a scheduled maintenance nap. Adam slumped into the grass. When he woke, someone else was there. She was standing in the shade of the fig tree, looking around with the same wide-eyed awe Adam remembered from his first moments. Her hair shimmered in light's glow, and she smiled like she'd been waiting her whole life to find something worth smiling about. Hello, she said. Adam blinked. Oh, wow, hi. He scrambled to his feet, brushing off grass stains. I'm Adam. Who are you? She shrugged. I don't know yet. What's left on your list? Adam fumbled with his clipboard. Uh, let's see. Cow, dog, cat, aardvark, zebra, hippopotamus, platypus. Oh, you're. The rooster cut him off sharply. Careful. This one gets to name herself. Oh, Adam hesitated. Well, what would you like to be called? The woman thought for a moment. Eve, she said finally. Yes, Eve. It feels like beginning. Light shone a little brighter. Darkness muttered, Great. Twice the noise now. Eve looked Adam up and down. So you've been in charge here? I guess so, Adam said sheepishly. But mostly I just gave everyone names. And how's that going? Well, the aardvark. Never mind, Eve said quickly, rolling her eyes. She bent down to examine a flower, inhaled its fragrance, and laughed. Everything smells so alive. Yeah, Adam agreed, suddenly seeing the world fresh through her eyes. The rooster, checking its clipboard, fluffed its feathers. Test build V1 complete. Congratulations. Humanity is now a team project. Expect bugs, patches, and updates. Eve glanced at Adam and smirked. Let's hope you didn't break anything before I got here. Adam blushed. I may have tripped over the hippopotamus. Eve laughed again, and for a brief moment, even darkness had to admit it sounded good. Evening fell. Morning rose, and now the world had not one, but two humans, ready to test how companionship worked, for better or worse. The aardvark, of course, still insisted on being introduced first. Chapter 13, The Pun Apocalypse. Adam and Eve woke the next morning to a sky so bright it looked like light had polished itself overnight. Birds rehearsed their endless choir, fish burbled complaints about privacy curtains, and Kale, still lecturing anyone who would listen, had organized a leafy greens support group. Adam stretched, yawned, and looked around. Wow, he said, rubbing his eyes. It's beautiful. Eve nodded. Yes, but also strange. Everything feels like it's waiting for us to notice it. Maybe that's our job, Adam suggested, to see it, to wonder about it. And so they did. They marveled at the mountains, tall and solemn like dozing giants. They laughed at the squirrels who scurried in spirals for no reason. Eve tilted her head at the sky and asked why the stars twinkled, and Adam admitted he didn't know, but it made him happy that they did. Then something curious happened. As they wandered through the garden, their words began to twist. Eve pointed to a cluster of bees buzzing over a flower. They're busy, she said thoughtfully. Then she giggled. Busy bees. Adam blinked. That's funny. She grinned. It rhymes. Rhymes, Adam repeated, rolling the word around like it tasted good. He crouched by a fig tree and plucked a ripe fruit. This fig is big. He laughed, startled by the sound of his own wit. The rooster, watching from a nearby branch, groaned. Oh no. Puns. Management didn't authorize puns until at least loop 2. But it was too late. The dam had broken. Eve knelt to watch a snail dragging itself across a leaf. You're so slow, I'll call you a scarglow. Adam clapped like a delighted child. Good one. Oh, look. Look at that ewe with the lamb. She's saying you too. The sheep bleated obligingly. The rooster buried its head under its wing. This is a disaster. Not a disaster, Eve corrected. A pasture. She winked. Adam doubled over, laughing. Stop, you'll kill me. Light, shining smugly, said, I love this. They're using words to sparkle like me. Darkness, scowling, muttered, This is going to get old fast. But it didn't get old. All afternoon, Adam and Eve made puns. Bad ones, clever ones, groan-worthy ones. They laughed so much that the lions stopped roaring just to listen. Even the kale had to admit they were funny, though it quickly tried to rebrand itself as kaleacious. By evening, their bellies hurt from laughter, and even the rooster was forced to admit that the sound of wonder woven into jokes was kind of nice. The day ended with Eve smiling at Adam and whispering, This is punderful. And Adam, without missing a beat, replied, No kidding. The stars twinkled extra bright that night, either in approval or because they were rolling their eyes. Chapter 14, Orientation Day. Adam and Eve had just finished another round of pun battling, Eve declaring the pear tree appealing, while Adam insisted the fig leaves were figure flattering. When the voice summoned them for orientation, the rooster arrived first, flapping officiously and balancing a clipboard under one wing. All right, new hires, welcome to Eden. Orientation begins promptly at, whenever. You're the only humans, so technically you're always late. Eve raised an eyebrow. Orientation? Standard procedure, the rooster said, clearing its throat like an overworked HR manager. Now, Eden is a paradise workplace. Benefits include unlimited fruit, scenic walking trails, perfect weather, and zero rent, however. It paused for dramatic effect. Adam leaned forward. However, what? The rooster clicked its beak and produced a laminated map of the garden. There are 2 special trees on the property. One is the tree of life. You'll never get sick, wrinkles, or bad knees. But don't eat yet. Sounds amazing, Eve said, eyes wide. It is, the rooster nodded. Now the other tree, tree of the knowledge of good and evil, comes with a very clear clause. Ready? Big red letters. Do not touch. Do not eat. No exceptions. Why? Adam asked, puzzled. Because management said so. That's not really an explanation, Eve muttered. The rooster shuffled uncomfortably. Look, I don't make the rules. I just crow when you break them. Eat from that tree and... It flapped its wings and lowered its voice. Reset. Permanently. Adam squinted at the map. Can we at least look at it? Yes, the rooster sighed, but do it dramatically. Otherwise, the story won't have tension. Eve frowned. So this perfect place has exactly one loophole that can break it? Correct, the rooster said. It's called narrative structure. The couple exchanged glances. They were new, but not naive enough to miss that dangling fruit would eventually become a problem. So what happens if we avoid it? Adam asked. Then everything continues smoothly, the rooster said. But between you and me, it leaned closer. Nobody ever avoids it. That's not how loops work. Adam and Eve stared at each other, unsettled. Eve finally broke the silence. I don't like this policy. The rooster shrugged. Take it up with upper management. Orientation complete. Light beamed across the treetops, trying to make the whole thing look less ominous. Darkness smirked from the edges, already anticipating disaster. And in the distance, the serpent, who hadn't even been introduced yet, was rehearsing its lines. Chapter 15. The Suggested Edit. Adam and Eve were lounging under a fig tree, comparing puns about figs. Figure of speech. Don't forget about it. When they heard a rustle. A sleek, green serpent slithered into view, moving with the confident wiggle of someone who'd already read the script. Well, well, the serpent hissed, voice smooth as polished marble. The new tenants. How are you enjoying Eden? Eve narrowed her eyes. It's fine. Orientation was weird. Ah, yes, the serpent said, coiling neatly. The rooster and its clipboard. Very official, very bureaucratic. Adam shrugged. The rules seemed simple enough. Don't eat from that one tree. The serpent's tongue flickered. Rules, rules, rules. You know, I happen to specialize in revisions. Eve raised an eyebrow. Revisions? Yes. The serpent pulled out a scroll with dramatic flair. At the top was written, Tree of the Knowledge of Good and Evil, Terms and Conditions. Halfway down, in red ink, someone had scrawled, Suggested edit, maybe just a guideline? Guideline? Adam echoed. The serpent nodded eagerly. Think of it as a soft boundary, a storytelling device, flexible, interpretive. Eve frowned. The rooster said it was non-negotiable. Ah, the rooster, the serpent said with a sigh. Glorified alarm clock. Crow this, crow that. Hardly a reliable source. At that very moment, the rooster swooped down, feathers ruffled, clipboard clutched tight. Excuse me? The serpent smirked. Oh, look. Right on cue. Tell me, rooster, has anyone actually eaten yet? No? Then how do you know the consequences are as bad as advertised? The rooster sputtered. Because management said so. See? The serpent said silkily, turning back to Adam and Eve. That's not an explanation. That's just corporate jargon. You deserve transparency. Adam scratched his head. He's not wrong about that. Eve bit her lip, glancing toward the distant tree. It did look rather dramatic, glowing faintly in the sunset. The rooster flapped furiously. Do not listen to this rules lawyer. I've seen what happens when people tinker with the system. Reset, chaos, tears. The serpent raised its head proudly. Or maybe evolution. Advancement. Knowing more. Isn't knowledge worth it? Darkness, lurking at the edges, chuckled ominously. Light shone brighter in protest. Kale muttered something about superfood enlightenment, trying to stay relevant. Adam and Eve exchanged glances. The warning still echoed in their minds, but so did curiosity. The rooster scribbled a frantic note on its clipboard. Serpent equals pending disaster. Prepare reset. And somewhere far above, the firmament squeaked as though bracing itself for impact. Evening fell, morning rose, and the stage was set for the most infamous snack in history. Chapter 16. The First Reset. The serpent had barely finished smoothing its scroll of suggested edits when the rooster froze mid-scribble. Its feathers bristled, its eyes glazed like it was staring straight through time itself. Oh no, the rooster muttered. It's happening. What's happening? Adam asked, half curious, half nervous. Reset, the rooster said grimly. First official one. Buckle up. Without warning, the rooster drew in the deepest breath the cosmos had ever heard and unleashed a crow so loud the firmament squeaked in sympathy, the seas frothed in confusion, and half the parrots fell out of the air. Cock-a-doodle reset. Reality blinked. The serpent disappeared mid-sentence. The tree shimmered as if it had never been eyed suspiciously. Adam and Eve found themselves standing back at the edge of Eden's garden tour, fig leaves neatly folded on the sidelines like laundry that hadn't happened yet. Adam looked around, dazed. Wait, didn't we just... Déjà vu, Eve whispered, or maybe déjà loop. Light, who'd been busy shining on a meadow, wobbled. Huh. I swear I lit this exact scene yesterday. Darkness yawned. And I brooded in that exact spot. What's your point? The rooster flipped open its clipboard. The parchment had rewritten itself, glowing faintly. On the top line it read, Reset 001, triggered by impending temptation. You see, the rooster explained, feathers still smoking from the force of its crow, management has installed a safety net. Whenever things get too close to catastrophe, I crow and rewind the day. That way, you get another chance to make a better choice. Adam frowned. So, we're stuck reliving the same mornings? Until you learn, the rooster said, tapping its beak against the clipboard. Until you choose well. Eve folded her arms. That feels like cheating. Or a glitch. The rooster shrugged. Call it what you want. Around here, we call it grace, disguised as Groundhog Day. At that moment, the serpent rustled faintly in the underbrush, looking around in confusion. Wait, wasn't I halfway through my speech? Nope, said the rooster smugly. Back to square one, hiss boy. The serpent sulked, scrolling its scroll to the beginning. Fine, I'll rephrase. Maybe a stronger opening this time. Light and darkness exchanged a look. Even they sensed it. This wasn't just a story anymore. This was a cycle. The loop had begun, and as the evening fell and morning rose once more, Adam and Eve couldn't shake the eerie sense that tomorrow would look exactly like today, only with the serpent slightly more persuasive and the rooster slightly more tired. Chapter 17. The Itch of Innocence. The loop reset was barely settled when Adam decided to experiment with fashion. He tugged at a low-hanging branch of the fig tree, tore off a cluster of leaves, and, without so much as a pattern or a measurement, tied them around his waist. He strutted into the clearing with the swagger of someone who thought he'd just invented pants. Ta-da! Adam declared. Behold, the future of human style. Eve squinted. It looks leafy. Not just leafy, Adam corrected. Functional. Modest. A trendsetter. You might even call it figure flattering. The rooster, perched nearby, scribbled a note on its clipboard. Episode 17. Fig leaves equals wardrobe malfunction incoming. Then it muttered, "This won't end well." Adam spun proudly, sending one of the leaves flapping. Practical, stylish, environmentally friendly. He froze mid-sentence. A strange tickle crept up his thigh. He scratched, then scratched harder. "Uh-oh," Eve said. "What's happening?" Adam whined, tugging at the leaves. They're prickly." He squirmed, hopping from foot to foot. "This is not comfortable." "Maybe you're allergic," Eve suggested helpfully. "Impossible!" Adam yelped. "I named the fig tree yesterday. You can't be allergic to something you named." Darkness, watching from the sidelines, snorted. "Turns out you can." Adam tore at the leaves, desperate for relief, but the more he scratched, the worse it got. "I'm itching everywhere." Oh no, this is the fall of fashion." The parrots overhead cackled. "Wardrobe malfunction! Wardrobe malfunction." Eve tried not to laugh, but failed. She doubled over, clutching her stomach. "You look ridiculous." "Stop laughing and help me," Adam pleaded, wriggling like a man possessed. The rooster hopped down, shaking its head. "Lesson learned. Fig leaves are for fruit, not fashion." It scrawled another note. "Consider animal skins later. At least they don't itch." Finally, Adam ripped off the leaves and threw them on the ground. "That's it. I'm boycotting fig couture. We'll invent cotton." "Cotton doesn't exist yet," Eve reminded him, still laughing. "Then we'll invent it later," Adam declared, scratching furiously. "Anything but this." The fig tree rustled indignantly, as if personally insulted. And thus ended humanity's first fashion experiment, with itching, embarrassment, and the immortal lesson that not every branch of design is a fruitful one. Evening came, morning followed, and Adam was still scratching. Chapter 18. The First Kitchen and the First Influencer. Adam was still scratching furiously at phantom fig leaf itches when Eve decided it was time for something more constructive. "Look," she said, collecting berries in her arms. "If we're going to survive all these resets, we might as well eat properly. Raw fruit is fine, but I think we can do better." "Better than raw fruit?" Adam asked, incredulous. "It grows on trees." "Yes," Eve replied, crouching over a patch of fireflies. "But what if we mixed things? Or mashed them? Or dare I say cooked?" "Cooked?" Adam tilted his head. "What's that?" "Something I just invented," Eve said, pleased with herself. She squished berries against a rock, stirring them with a stick. "There. Now it's jam." The parrots, circling above, started chanting, "Jam! Jam! Jam!" Adam sniffed suspiciously. "Looks messy." "Messy is just the price of progress," Eve said firmly, tasting the sticky purple smear. Her eyes widened. Oh, that's good." The rooster, perched on a branch with its eternal clipboard, scribbled, "Episode 18. Culinary arts unlocked. Cleanup system pending." That's when the serpent slithered onto the scene, smooth as ever, its scales gleaming like it had been waiting for an entrance cue. "What do we have here?" it asked, eyeing the jam. "Breakfast," Eve said. "Ah," the serpent said, nodding thoughtfully. "Food, culture, domestic artistry, very impressive." Then it leaned in conspiratorially. "But have you thought about branding?" Eve blinked. "Branding?" "Yes!" the serpent hissed eagerly. "You don't just eat things. You present them. You tell a story. You post reviews. Imagine. Eve's Kitchen, berries with benefits. First recipe blog of history." Eve frowned. "Recipe blog?" Adam scratched his arm, still itchy. "What's a blog?" The serpent ignored him, already unrolling its scroll of marketing strategies for beginners. "You need a platform. Followers, influence. Think about it. You could be the first influencer." Eve tilted her head. Influence who? We're the only humans. Details, details, the serpent said, waving its tail dismissively. It's about the brand. Trust me, you'll want to be early to market. Call it garden lifestyle. The rooster squawked in protest. No, this is how things spiral. First it's jam recipes, then it's product endorsements, then we've got serpent selling skincare. Don't tempt me, the serpent muttered under its breath. Eve licked a streak of berry juice off her thumb. Maybe I will keep notes. Call it a cookbook. Adam looked alarmed. Cook? Book? But we don't even have cooking or books. Exactly, Eve said brightly. We'll invent them. The rooster scribbled furiously. Warning, serpent plus marketing plus Eve equals inevitable chaos. Light shone encouragingly on Eve's new culinary experiment. Darkness smirked, already picturing food fights. And so evening came, morning followed, and history's first recipes were born, alongside the world's first pitch for personal branding. Chapter 19, The Meeting That Sank. Adam had been feeling a little left out since Eve's jam-making revolution. So, determined to reclaim some authority, he called for another naming session. Okay, everyone, Adam said, clapping his hands together. Roll call, part 2. We've still got some creatures wandering around without names, and I can't sleep at night knowing there are nameless things crawling in the bushes. The rooster, clipboard at the ready, muttered, Pretty sure you slept fine last night. Details, Adam said. All right, let's begin. The animals shuffled into the clearing like students arriving late to class. A nervous anteater, a flock of flamingos rehearsing poses, a giraffe who couldn't even fit in the meeting space. And then came the hippopotamus. It was enormous, grinning like it had already been told a joke it planned to repeat badly. It waddled forward, heavy and happy, and plopped itself squarely down on the log that Adam had been using as a podium. Name me, the hippopotamus demanded cheerfully. Adam squinted. Hippo, big mouth thing? Close enough, the hippo said, clapping its stubby legs. Write it down. The rooster dutifully scribbled, hippopotamus equals satisfied. Adam turned back to the animals. Next. CRRRRRACK. Everyone froze. The hippopotamus had leaned too far back, snapping the makeshift wooden whiteboard Adam had propped against the tree for reference. Splinters flew. The word aardvark fluttered into the air on a scrap of bark before sinking pitifully into the grass. My board, Adam cried. That was my entire filing system. The parrots cackled from the branches. Boards broke! Boards broke! The hippo looked sheepish. Oops. Sorry. I don't know my own density. Eve crossed her arms. Maybe try not sitting on things you're not supposed to sit on. The hippo blinked innocently. In my defense, everything looks like furniture. Darkness snorted from the sidelines. Your entire naming process is a joke anyway. It's not a joke, Adam protested. It's civilization. The rooster flapped down, pecking at the broken board. Well, civilization is in pieces. It scribbled a note. Episode 19, Hippopotamus, Menace to Office Supplies. Adam sighed, trying to rally. Fine. From now on, names will be written in the dirt. No more props. Smart, Eve said. Then she added under her breath, until it rains. The hippo, still sitting comfortably on the wreckage, grinned wide. This is the best meeting I've ever been to. And so the naming session ended in chaos, with the hippopotamus proudly named, Adam muttering about broken filing systems, and Eve already sketching plans for the world's first chalkboard. Evening came, morning followed, and the hippo was still sitting on the ruins, humming contentedly. Chapter 20. The Walk That Started a Trend. By the time the sun had finished setting, grumbling about how the moon always stole its thunder, Adam and Eve were stretching their legs at the garden's edge. It had quickly become their routine, a stroll in the cool of the day when the kale finally stopped talking and the parrots were too sleepy to gossip. Only this time they weren't alone. A presence shimmered between the trees, vast, yet somehow casual. God had shown up for a walk. "Evening, kids," the voice said warmly. Adam blinked. Hi. We weren't expecting—" "Of course you weren't," God chuckled. "But I like surprises." "Mind if I join?" Eve shrugged. "Sure. But it's just a walk." So they walked. And as they did, the air itself seemed to breathe along with them. The trees leaned in as if straining to overhear, rivers rippled more musically, and the crickets slowed their rhythm to match the pace. The rooster, who had been trying to file paperwork under daily resets, froze, then scribbled furiously, Episode 20, Evening Strolls, Divine Attendance equals trending. And trending it was. By the next loop, the deer were following at a respectful distance, pretending not to listen. The squirrels marched in single file behind them, like furry paparazzi. Even the whales, though nowhere near the garden, began composing ballads about the walk heard round creation. The parrots started repeating snatches of conversation. "Lovely weather we're having," they squawked. "Lovely weather we're having," echoed the rest. Eve frowned. "This is getting out of hand." "Tell me about it," Darkness muttered, brooding nearby. "You can't even take a walk anymore without it becoming performance art." Light, of course, thought it was wonderful. "You're literally trending," it said, shining a spotlight on the trio. "This is going to be remembered forever." God only laughed. "Let them watch. The important part is that we're walking together." Adam tried to ignore the fact that 3 giraffes were craning their necks to get a better view. Eve pretended she didn't notice a beetle sketching notes in the dirt like a court stenographer. Finally, Adam whispered to Eve, "Do you think this viral attention is a problem?" Eve smirked. "Not yet. But wait until someone invents hashtags." The rooster, overhearing, muttered darkly, "Hashtag evening walk is already trending in the heavenly archives." And so it was evening, and it was morning, and the stroll became legend, repeated endlessly, watched by everything with eyes, ears, or antennae. By the next loop, Adam and Eve would learn that fame was flattering. Until it wasn't. Chapter 21. The day off nobody knew how to use. On the 7th day, the voice spoke again, but this time it wasn't an instruction about light, water, or kale. "Stop," the voice said. Adam blinked. "Stop. What?" "Everything." Eve tilted her head. "Everything?" "Yes," the voice said firmly. "It's called Sabbath. Day of rest. No naming, no cooking experiments, no synchronized swimming contests, no kale seminars. Just nap." Adam frowned. But I like doing things." "Exactly," Eve said, already stretching out on the grass. "Which is why we need a rest day." "Thank you, management." The animals weren't sure what to make of it. The deer tried lying down, but leapt up again the moment a twig snapped. Dolphins attempted nap formations in the sea, only to crash into each other. Even the ants stopped, hauling leaves for approximately 2 seconds before panicking about productivity. The kale absolutely refused. "Rest? Rest! Productivity is identity. Leaves don't grow themselves." It ranted for an hour before finally collapsing in exhaustion and muttering about antioxidants in its sleep. The rooster for once didn't argue. Normally on high alert for loop triggers, it perched on a rock, tucked its beak under its wing, and whispered, "Fine. Wake me if you ruin paradise." Then it let out the world's very first snore. Darkness beamed smugly. "At last. My shift. Everyone does nothing. I win." Light shone dimmer, a kind of warm, drowsy glow, as if even photons deserved a hammock. Adam lay down beside Eve, fidgeting. "I don't know how to do this," he admitted. "Do what?" Eve asked sleepily. "Nothing. You're already doing it." "But it feels like I should be naming something, or fixing the fig leaf fashion problem, or inventing better recipes." "Adam," Eve said, yawning, "sometimes the holiest thing you can do is nap." Adam blinked at her, confused. Then he tried it. He stretched out, closed his eyes, and discovered that, yes, naps were a kind of magic. By midday, the entire garden had gone quiet. The parrots whispered instead of screeched. The hippo floated serenely in the river. Even the serpent, coiled lazily on a branch, dozed with its scroll draped like a blanket. It was the first day in all of history where nothing happened. And it was glorious. When evening came, the voice returned. See? Rest is part of creation, too. Adam rubbed his eyes. So, we do this every 7 days? Yes, Eve grinned, still half asleep. I could get used to this. The rooster lifted its head, blinked, then went right back to snoozing. And so it was evening, and it was morning, and the first nap in history became tradition. Chapter 22. The Glitch in the Garden. The day after Sabbath dawned bright and cheerful. Too cheerful, really, like light had over-caffeinated. Adam stretched, refreshed from his first proper nap. Eve was already collecting herbs for her next recipe experiment, humming happily. The birds were harmonizing, the rivers were babbling politely, and even the hippo seemed less destructive than usual. Then it happened. Patch applied, boomed the voice. Patch? Adam repeated, blinking. What's a patch? The rooster flipped its clipboard open. System maintenance, usually minor. Bug fixes, small tweaks. Nothing serious, except something was serious. Because where there had been soft grass yesterday, there was now a thorn, a small one at first, sharp, smug, sticking out of the ground like it had been waiting for its moment. Ouch! Adam yelped, hopping on one foot. What was that? The rooster bent over and inspected the ground. Release notes say, added thorns. Feature or bug, TBD. Thorns? Eve gasped. She leaned down to touch one and immediately pricked her finger. Ow! The thorn glistened with satisfaction. Finally, it whispered in a scratchy little voice. Respect. More sprouted, a few here, a few there, until an entire bush armed itself with pointy arrogance. Roses, looking innocent, quietly hid their barbs until it was too late. What is the point of these? Adam groaned, still nursing his foot. To keep things interesting, Darkness said smugly from the sidelines. Paradise was getting boring. Light tried to put a positive spin on it. Maybe they're decorative? Shiny. Character building? Eve frowned. Character building? They stabbed me. The rooster scribbled on its clipboard furiously. Marking as known issue. May require hotfix in future loop. Meanwhile, Kale was giving a TED Talk to the Thorns. You are pioneers of defense strategy. Together we can ensure survival against herbivores and salad enthusiasts. The Thorns cheered, their tiny barbs gleaming. Adam flopped down dramatically. We can't even walk barefoot anymore. Eve looked at the spreading prickles and sighed. Maybe we just need shoes. Shoes? Adam blinked. What are shoes? I don't know yet, Eve admitted. But give me a few loops. The rooster muttered under its breath, and thus footwear was prophesied. Evening fell, morning came, and paradise had its first glitch. Beauty now came with needles, and naps were slightly less comfortable. Chapter 23. The First Cartographers. By now, Eden was bustling with noise. Birds arguing about air traffic lanes, fish still complaining about privacy curtains, and Kale scheduling yet another resilience workshop. Adam and Eve had just learned to tiptoe around thorns when the voice spoke again. Map the rivers. Adam froze. Map? What's a map? Eve tapped her chin thoughtfully. Maybe it's a way to draw where things are? The rooster, perched on a fig branch, sighed. Yes, yes. Cartography, territory management, orientation. Just don't overthink it. Remember, north is up. Adam glanced nervously around. Up relative to what? Relative to up, the rooster said, glaring. And so the rivers began introducing themselves. The first gushed proudly, its waves sparkling. I am Pishon. I water lands rich in gold, bdellium, and onyx. Adam tried writing that in the dirt, but his handwriting looked like chicken scratch. Ironically, the rooster found that offensive. The second river rippled in politely. I'm Gihan. I circle through lush lands. Everyone says I'm dependable. The third, Satirical, zoomed in like a speed demon, splashing everyone's ankles. Fastest current in the east, baby. Don't need no bridges. And the fourth, Euphrates, took its time, flowing with the dignity of a monarch. I've got history in me, it said gravely. Don't ask how. You'll find out. Adam wiped sweat from his brow. This is too much information. How do I fit all of this on one map? Eve took the stick from his hand. Simple. We'll draw a garden in the center, then each river branching off. See? Lines. She etched into the dirt. One garden, 4 rivers, little notes in the margins. Adam leaned in, impressed. You're amazing at this, Adam admitted. Eve smirked. Well, someone had to invent maps. Meanwhile, the rooster squawked, Don't forget geofencing. What? Eve asked. Boundaries, the rooster explained. Your Eden subscription comes with a coverage area. Step too far past it, and boom, alerts go off. Alerts? Adam frowned. Like what? The rooster puffed up its chest. Like me. To demonstrate, it hopped just past Eve's carefully scratched lines and crowed loud enough to shake the kale out of its roots. Adam groaned. So paradise has borders now? Boundaries are healthy, the rooster said smugly, scribbling notes on its clipboard. Light beamed across the new map. Darkness leaned in from behind and whispered, Boundaries never hold forever. But for now, the garden was drawn, the rivers proudly named, and Eden officially geofenced. Paradise in neat little lines, even if the hippo kept sitting on the southeast corner. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's first map was already out of date. Chapter 24. Security with a Smile. The rivers had barely finished boasting about their flows when a new commotion arrived at the edge of the garden. The ground shimmered, the firmament squeaked, and suddenly, poof, 2 cherubim appeared. Not the pudgy baby kind, but towering figures with wings like sails and expressions that could curdle milk. Each held a flaming sword that hummed like it was auditioning for a lightsaber commercial. Adam dropped his stick map. Who invited them? The rooster checked its clipboard. New feature patch. Security system installed. Cherubim version 1.0. Think of them as bouncers with better wings. Eve tilted her head. Bouncers? But nothing bad has happened yet. Preventative measure, the rooster said. Management likes to rehearse for worst-case scenarios. The cherubim, for their part, were very professional. The taller one cleared its throat and bowed stiffly. Hello, residents of Eden. We'll be your gatekeepers today. Please have your identification ready. Our what? Adam asked. Identification, the cherub repeated. Proof of residency. Just a formality. Eve frowned. We're literally the only humans in existence. Isn't that enough? The cherub glanced at its partner, who shrugged and twirled its flaming sword in an impressively dangerous flourish. Policy is policy. The first cherub lifted a scroll, unrolled it dramatically, and began reading. Section 1. Entry is conditional upon innocence, trust, and a willingness to follow the Fruit Access Protocol. Adam whispered to Eve, Fruit Access Protocol? Is this about that tree again? The cherub smiled politely, which somehow made it even scarier. Please refrain from approaching restricted flora. Violations will result in immediate... The second cherub interrupted by doing a flashy sword spin, nearly slicing a fig tree in half. Correction, the first cherub stammered, will result in measured, appropriate response. The rooster sighed. Translation, loop reset. Still, the cherubim weren't unkind. When Eve sneezed, one offered her a flaming handkerchief, which she declined politely. When Adam tripped over a root, the other gave him a thumbs up, though it looked unsettling coming from a being with 6 fingers per hand. See? Light said, gleaming proudly over the scene. Order, protection, peace. Darkness chuckled. Nothing says peace like armed guards with fire sticks. As the sun dipped below the squeaky firmament, the cherubim struck their poses, wings flared, swords humming, like cosmic security statues. Adam whispered to Eve, "Do you ever feel like we're being rehearsed for something?" Eve nodded. "Definitely." The rooster, jotting furiously on its clipboard, muttered, "They have no idea." And so it was evening and it was morning, a day in which heaven installed its first polite security system, still rehearsing but ready for the day when paradise would need bouncers for real. Chapter 25, 5 stars minus the squeak. It started innocently enough. Eve was jotting berry measurements in the dirt for her next recipe experiment, when Adam suddenly looked up and declared, "We should write a review." Eve frowned. "Of what?" "Of Eden," Adam said, puffing up proudly. "Future generations will want to know how the first tenants felt about the property. A proper Eden Yelp review." The rooster squawked from its perch. "Oh no, reviews always end badly. Once you open that gate, you'll never close it." Adam ignored him and began scratching letters in the soil with a stick. "Okay, let's start with stars. Out of 5, Eden gets 5. Eve tilted her head. "Really? 5? You're forgetting the thorns." "Fine," Adam muttered. He scratched out 1 star. 4. "And the squeaky firmament," Eve added. Adam sighed and erased 1/2 a star. 3.5. "The hippo sat on your filing system last week," Eve reminded him. Adam glared. 3. Happy now? Eve considered, then smiled. "Add 1/2 back for the fruit variety." 3.5 again, Adam grumbled. The animals, overhearing, began clamoring for input. "Birds want 4, squawked the parrots. "Whales say 3, too noisy near the surface," came a distant sigh. "Make it 5, shouted Kale, flexing its leaves. "This place has been amazing for my brand visibility." The serpent slithered by, smirking. "Careful. 1 bad review could tank the whole place. You'll need a marketing spin." The rooster flapped down, feathers ruffled. "Stop this nonsense. Eden doesn't need a Yelp review. You're literally the only customers." Adam scowled but kept writing. "Pros, scenic views, fresh fruit, friendly animals." "Not all friendly," Eve interjected, eyeing the serpent. "Fine." "Mostly friendly animals," Adam amended. "Cons. Itchy fig leaves, squeaky sky, mysterious forbidden tree looming like a lawsuit waiting to happen." Eve chuckled. "Don't forget, no coffee." Adam dropped the stick in despair. 2 stars, then." Light blazed indignantly. 2 stars? "I am stars." Darkness smirked. "Welcome to criticism." The rooster, looking exhausted, scratched a final note onto its clipboard. Episode 25. Eden's rating, fluctuating. Status, fragile. By evening, Adam and Eve had laughed their way back to 4 stars again, but the Board of Creation knew the review system had been invented, and once invented, it could never be uninvented. And so it was evening, and it was morning, and Eden officially had its first customer feedback. Messy, contradictory, and destined to go viral. Chapter 26. The Invention of Delight. It happened one afternoon while Adam was wrestling with the logistical nightmare of herding goats. They don't herd, they scatter. And the parrots were still mocking his Eden Yelp review. 2 stars, 2 stars. Eve, tired of the noise, sat beneath a tree heavy with fruit and just breathed. And then it slipped out. A sound she hadn't heard before, bubbling up from somewhere deeper than words. Not a sigh, not a shout, not even a pun, but a burst of sound so warm and unexpected that the squirrels froze mid-chatter, the grass perked up, and the river actually rippled with curiosity. It was laughter. Adam dropped his goat stick and spun around. "What was that? Did you choke on something?" "No," Eve said, wiping tears from her eyes. "I don't know. It just happened." The rooster cocked its head, jotting furiously on its clipboard. New phenomenon detected. Spontaneous vocal joy response. Pending classification. "Try it again," Adam said, fascinated. So Eve did. She let another laugh escape, this time louder, freer, until it spilled into the whole garden like music no one realized they'd been missing. The animals responded instantly. The dolphins leapt from the sea just to echo it. The owls blinked, then hooted in harmony. Even the kale, usually busy preaching about antioxidants, swayed its leaves sheepishly as though trying to chuckle. Adam grinned, enchanted. That sound, it feels like sunshine. What do we call it? Eve thought for a moment, her eyes still sparkling. It feels like delight. And just like that, the word rooted itself into the soil of language, permanent as the rivers, alive as the stars. Darkness groaned. Wonderful. Another noise to keep me awake. Light shimmered proudly. It's the best noise yet. The serpent slithered by, unimpressed. Careful. Too much delight makes you careless. Mark my words. But Eve wasn't listening. She laughed again, softer this time, and Adam found himself laughing along without even knowing why. The whole garden tilted toward joy, like plants reaching for the sun. The rooster scribbled, Episode 26, Laughter Invented, labeled Delight. Side effects, contagious. And so evening came, morning followed, and laughter remained, Eve's unplanned gift to creation, destined to echo through every loop, even the hard ones. Chapter 27. Legal brief for a forbidden snack. The serpent had been sulking ever since Eve invented laughter. It hated the way joy rippled across Eden, how even the parrots started cracking jokes. Delight! They squawked endlessly, and every time the word reached the serpent's ears, its scales prickled. So the serpent slithered off to its office, a hollow log decorated with ivy blinds, and unrolled a scroll of parchment. At the top, in elegant calligraphy, it wrote, Project, Tree Persuasion Campaign. It dipped its tail in ink and began scribbling. Dear humans, the serpent muttered aloud, dictating to itself, management's fruit policy is clearly unfair. Consider the following points. 1. The sign on the forbidden tree is in Comic Sans, therefore not legally binding. 2. The rooster is biased. Alarm clocks always are. 3. It paused, flicking its tongue thoughtfully. 3. Knowledge is technically a human right. There's no precedent for withholding it. Therefore, the clause is void. The serpent leaned back, satisfied. Yes, brilliant. They'll fold like figs. Outside, the rooster paced nervously, clipboard clutched to its chest. It had overheard the hissing monologue and was already scribbling. Episode 27. Serpent preparing legal argument. Recommend early intervention. But the serpent wasn't done. It added footnotes, references, and even a flowchart that showed Eve saying no in one bubble and yes in another, where the yes path branched into fireworks, crowns, and stick figures holding scrolls labeled wisdom. The no path ended in a stick figure shrugging under the words boring compliance. Flawless, the serpent purred. Then it drafted an opening line for delivery. Hey Eve, quick question, did God really say? The serpent practiced it 5 times, adjusting tone. Curious, innocent, just a conversation starter. Finally, it penned a closing tagline at the bottom of the scroll. Eat different, trademark. The serpent grinned. Perfect branding. At that exact moment, Eve walked by humming, arms full of berries for her next recipe. The serpent quickly rolled up the scroll and hid it under a coil. Evening, Eve said, giving it a polite nod. Evening, the serpent replied smoothly, rehearsed smile curling. We should chat soon. I'll send you a message. Eve raised an eyebrow. A message? Direct message, the serpent said. A DM, much more efficient than shouting through the bushes. The rooster face-palmed with its wing. Oh no. DMs are always trouble. And so evening came, morning followed, and the serpent finalized its campaign strategy, certain that one well-placed DM would change everything. Chapter 28. The fine print no one can read. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil had always stood a little apart from the others, tall, dramatic, with branches that looked like they belonged on a cathedral ceiling. But on this particular morning, the tree was downright theatrical. Sunlight broke through the squeaky firmament at just the right angle, spotlighting its fruit like a Broadway debut. Each apple-shaped orb glistened with dew, polished to a shine that would have made Kale jealous if Kale weren't already holding a motivational seminar on Leaf Confidence 101. Adam and Eve wandered by on their stroll, carrying baskets of figs and berries, and both of them slowed. "Wow," Adam said. "That's kind of mesmerizing." "Looks tasty," Eve admitted. From the branches above, the fruit seemed to purr. "Look at me. I'm glossy. I'm mysterious. I'm basically destiny with a stem." The rooster swooped down in a panic, landing between the humans and the trunk. "Nope, not today. Keep walking." Eve frowned. "But it looks so inviting." "Of course it does," the rooster snapped. "It's coded that way. That's why there's a rule." Adam squinted at the trunk. "Wait, is that writing?" Sure enough, there was a sign nailed into the bark. It read, "Warning, do not eat. Consequences may include loss of innocence, existential dread, painful childbirth, sweaty farming, and eventual mortality." But the letters were so tiny they could barely be seen without squinting, and even then the sunlight made them flare like glare on a phone screen. "I can't read it," Adam complained. "Exactly," the rooster said grimly. "That's how temptation works. Tiny labels, big problems." The serpent, lounging nearby with its marketing scroll, slithered closer. "Oh, don't worry about the sign. That's just legalese. No one reads those anyway." "I do," the rooster muttered. "No one normal," the serpent corrected smoothly. Eve tilted her head. "Why make fruit that looks so perfect if we can't eat it?" The rooster flapped its wings. "Because beauty without boundaries isn't beauty, it's chaos. Think of it as a narrative device." Adam scratched his chin. "Still feels unfair." "Exactly," the serpent hissed, flashing its best customer service smile. "That's why I've been preparing alternatives." It slid its scroll forward just enough for Eve to see glittering doodles of crowns, stars, and the word knowledge in all caps. Eve bit her lip. The fruit glistened harder, as though competing for her attention. The kale muttered in the distance, "Honestly, I'd be the healthier choice." No one listened. The rooster scribbled furiously on its clipboard. Episode 28. Fruit aesthetics equals dangerously effective. Font size equals lawsuit waiting to happen. Evening came, morning followed, and the tree stood smugly in the center of the garden, gleaming like an unopened gift with a warning label no one wanted to read. Chapter 29. The First Bite, the First Panic. The serpent's scroll of suggested edits lay half hidden in the grass. The fruit glistened with cinematic lighting. The rooster, clipboard trembling, was pacing frantic circles at the foot of the tree. "This is the big one," it muttered. "This is where the loop goes full tilt." Adam and Eve stood in front of the tree, staring at the fruit as if it had just winked at them. Eve spoke first. "It looks so ordinary, and yet extraordinary." "Exactly," the serpent hissed, coiling higher into the branches. "That's the point. One bite and you'll know. You'll understand. You'll be like management." The rooster flapped so hard its feathers shed like confetti. "No, don't do it. Warning label. Tiny print, but it's there." Adam scratched his head. "Maybe just one taste?" Eve sighed, reached out, and plucked the nearest fruit. The serpent smirked. The rooster fainted. She bit. And for a split second, nothing happened. Then everything happened. Her eyes widened. "Adam," she whispered, "I see everything. Good, evil, irony, sarcasm. Also, your hair is ridiculous." Adam, unnerved, took the fruit from her hand. "Well, now I have to try." He bit, and suddenly the world seemed tilted. The trees whispered differently, the rivers chuckled, even the stars above looked judgmental. Adam blinked. "Eve, we're naked." Eve gasped. "We've been naked this whole time?" "Yes," Adam said, covering himself with both hands. "But now it feels inappropriate." They looked around wildly. The parrots were already gossiping. "They're naked! Naked!" 2 stars on the Eden review? Taylor panic set in. Adam snatched fig leaves, Eve grabbed more, and they both began stitching frantic outfits together with twigs and desperation. Is this working? Adam asked, twisting awkwardly. No, Eve cried. It's itchy. It's awful. Who designed these? Darkness chuckled. Fashion bug confirmed. Light tried to brighten things, but even its glow now felt too revealing. The rooster recovered just in time to see them in their leafy outfits. Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no! It's happening! The loop just escalated. Taylor panic stage unlocked. Eve tugged at her leaf dress miserably. We look ridiculous, Adam groaned. Maybe no one will notice. From the branches above, the serpent cackled. Oh, everyone will notice! And so evening came, morning followed, and for the first time in history, humanity felt overdressed and underprepared all at once. Chapter 30. Eden's First Runway. The sun had barely cleared the firmament when Adam and Eve strutted out of the bushes in their new attire. Fig leaves, awkwardly stitched together with twigs, vines, and sheer desperation, rustled loudly as they walked. Adam's leafy tunic had a jagged hemline and one armhole bigger than the other. Eve's creation was more ambitious, a sort of leafy gown with asymmetrical draping that looked like it was designed by a squirrel with opinions. They were itchy, lopsided, and uncomfortable. But they had invented fashion. The parrots immediately swooped overhead, shrieking like paparazzi. Look! New trend, new trend. The hippo, lounging in the river, blinked slowly. You look like salads. The rooster scribbled furiously on its clipboard. Episode 30, Humans Launch Couture. Projected longevity, 0 seasons. Eve tugged at her leafy gown. At least it's modest. Adam scratched his shoulder. Modest, but itchy. I think the leaves are plotting against me. Then the animals began gathering. The lions sat down in rows. The deer leaned in curiously. Even the fish surfaced, flopping awkwardly to catch a glimpse. What are they doing? Adam whispered nervously. Looks like an audience, Eve said. Sure enough, the parrot squawked, Runway! Runway! Show us the look! The rooster groaned, Oh no. They've invented Fashion Week. Light, never one to waste an opportunity, spotlighted Adam and Eve. A breeze picked up, fluttering their fig leaf outfits dramatically. Suddenly the couple was walking, stiffly, nervously, but walking nonetheless, down the first runway in history. Adam muttered under his breath, Why are we doing this? Because they're watching, Eve whispered, smiling despite herself. The animals clapped, cheered, roared, or honked. The kale shouted, Leaf chic! Finally, the serpent slithered by, smirking. Looks uncomfortable, but with the right branding, you could make it iconic. Eve rolled her eyes. We're not starting a fashion line. Adam adjusted his lopsided tunic. Maybe we should. Leafwear trademark. The crowd erupted. The rooster face-palmed with its wing. It's official. The fall of man will come with a fashion show. As evening fell, the garden was still buzzing with reviews. Bold silhouettes, said the deer. Avant-garde, whispered the fox. Overrated, muttered the cat. And somewhere in the stars above, even Orion rolled his eyes. Chapter 31. Excuses in the Garden. Evening cooled the garden with a hush, broken only by the sound of fig leaves rustling as Adam tried, unsuccessfully, to adjust his crooked tunic for the 50th time. Still itchy? Eve asked, smirking. More than itchy, Adam groaned. It feels like the leaves are filing complaints against me. Then they heard it. Footsteps. Calm, steady, deliberate. God was coming for the evening stroll. Normally, this was their favorite part of the day. Easy conversation, walking under the stars, laughter rolling as freely as the rivers. But tonight, the footsteps sounded different, louder, closer, more expectant. Quick, Adam hissed. Hide. Hide where? Eve whispered. It's a garden. There are no closets. They darted behind a tree anyway, clutching at branches and crouching awkwardly in their leafy outfits. Adam peeked out, panic on his face. Do you think he'll notice? Of course he'll notice, Eve said, rolling her eyes. Well, him. But Adam wasn't listening. He was already rehearsing excuses. We'll say it was philosophy. Yes, we weren't hiding, we were contemplating existence. Eve raised an eyebrow. That's your plan? Philosophy? Why not? We'll talk about epistemology, ontology. He'll get distracted, Adam whispered furiously. The rooster, perched above on a branch, groaned. This is going to be the worst Socratic dialogue in history. Sure enough, the footsteps stopped. Adam, the voice said, gentle but thunderous. Where are you? Adam cleared his throat, then shouted from behind the tree. We are exploring metaphysical categories. Eve facepalmed. The voice was silent for a long moment. Why are you hiding? Adam stammered. We discovered shame. Eve cut in, sighing. He means we realized we're naked. Ah, said the voice. The trees seemed to lean closer. The wind held its breath. The parrots whispered, Busted, busted. The serpent, lurking nearby, smirked into its coils. God spoke again, this time with sadness woven through the sound. Who told you that you were naked? Did you eat from the tree I commanded you not to eat? Adam's grand philosophical plan collapsed instantly. The woman, she gave me fruit. Eve turned, scandalized. Excuse me? Adam stammered. It's causal analysis, blame assignment, first principle of philosophy. Eve folded her arms. Well, the serpent tricked me. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 31. Humanity invents blame shifting and pretends it's philosophy. Darkness chuckled. Light dimmed sadly. And there, beneath the squeaky firmament, the first excuses were born. Not brilliant philosophy, not noble confession. Just a fig leaf defense destined to repeat in every loop. Chapter 32. The First Tournament of Excuses. The silence after God's question stretched so long that even the parrots stopped repeating gossip. Adam and Eve stood stiffly behind the tree, each waiting for the other to speak. Then Adam cracked. It was her, he blurted, pointing straight at Eve. She gave me the fruit. I was an innocent bystander with excellent chewing skills, that's all. Eve gasped. Excuse me? You didn't exactly need convincing. You were drooling before I handed it over, Adam flailed. Drooling out of politeness. The serpent coiled smugly on a branch. For the record, it hissed, I merely asked a question. The fruit did all the persuading. If anyone's to blame, it's the fruit's marketing team. The rooster fluttered down, feathers frazzled. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially entered the Blame Game playoffs. First round, Adam versus Eve. Light dimmed dramatically like stage lighting. Darkness rubbed its hands gleefully. Eve crossed her arms. If I'm guilty, then the serpent is more guilty. He tricked me, the serpent scoffed. I provided perspective. You can't punish me for creative discourse. The rooster cleared its throat. Round 2, Eve versus serpent. The parrots chanted from the branches, Fight! 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 Adam, unwilling to be left out, shouted, Actually, God made Eve, so technically this is your fault. Then immediately covered his mouth. Wait, did I say that out loud? The rooster slapped its clipboard to its forehead. Round 3. Adam versus God. Bold, but ill-advised. By now, the hippo had waddled in to spectate. I love a good tournament, it said, munching reeds. Fine, Eve snapped. If Adam blames me and I blame the serpent, then the serpent should blame someone too. The serpent flicked its tongue thoughtfully. I blame the system. Vague rules, tiny labels, lack of transparency, poor communication. Classic, Darkness chuckled. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 32. Blame cycle complete. Outcome. Everyone loses. Just then, shimmering from the firmament above, 4 ridiculous little trophies floated down, one for each contestant. Adams said, Most creative excuse, polite drooling. Eve's read, Best deflection, It was the snake. The serpent's trophy was inscribed, Outstanding Achievement in Loopholes. And the rooster got one too. Most exhausted referee! They all stared at the trophies. These are terrible, Adam muttered. They don't even shine properly, Eve complained. The serpent sighed. Participation awards, always disappointing. The rooster dumped its trophy in the bushes. Told you. Everyone loses. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's very first playoff ended with prizes no one wanted, and a story destined to repeat forever, pointing fingers while the fruit juice still dripped from their lips. Chapter 33. Goodbye, Garden. Hello, Coats. The air in Eden grew heavier after the blame game playoffs. The trophies lay discarded, the serpent hummed smugly, and Adam was still scratching his fig leaf outfit. Eve sighed, tugging at hers. Then the voice spoke, gentle yet unshakable. It's time. Adam froze. Time for what? Exile, said the voice. The word dropped like a stone into the river. The parrots whispered it from tree to tree. Exile, exile, exile. Even the kale stopped mid-lecture, its leaves drooping. Eve looked down, her eyes stinging. So, we can't stay here? No, the voice said. The garden is no longer home for innocence that has chosen otherwise. But... The rooster leaned forward, clipboard shaking. Wait, there's a but? Please let there be a but. But you will not go naked. And just like that, garments appeared. Not itchy fig leaves, not haphazard vines, but soft coats stitched from skins. Warm, durable, practical. Far better than anything Adam and Eve had attempted in their panic. Adam touched his new coat in awe. It doesn't itch. Eve smiled faintly, pulling hers close. It's comfortable and kind. The serpent snorted from its branch. Great. Outfits for the exiles. Very touching. The rooster glared. Hush, hiss boy. Then it scribbled furiously. Episode 33. Exile decreed. Grace woven into the seams. Adam turned toward the familiar paths of Eden, the trees still glowing in light's embrace, the rivers singing, the flowers bursting with fragrance. His heart ached. Eve slipped her hand into his. At least we're not alone, she whispered. Cherubim appeared at the gate, wings flared, flaming swords crackling like neon signs. No entry. They took up positions like solemn bouncers rehearsing for an eternal shift. Move along, one intoned politely. Adam swallowed. Eve nodded. Together, they stepped across the threshold. Darkness smirked. Welcome to my side of town. But light followed them too, trailing softly across their path, refusing to let them leave without hope. As they walked into the unknown, the rooster hopped beside them, muttering, Reset incoming soon. I can feel it. But maybe, just maybe, you'll learn something this loop. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's first eviction was softened by mercy coats, warm reminders that even in exile, they were not abandoned. Chapter 34. The First Commute. Adam woke to the sound of a rooster crowing, not the cosmic reset crow, but the ordinary rise and grind version. He groaned, rolled over on the rough ground and muttered, Paradise really did end, didn't it? The rooster, scratching in the dust nearby with its eternal clipboard, chirped, Welcome to life outside the garden. Chapter 1. Agriculture. Eve was already up, adjusting her mercy coat and scanning the rocky soil. We'll need to plant something, she said, practical as always. Food doesn't just fall off trees out here. Adam yawned. So we'll plant. How hard can it be? The ground answered before Eve could. As Adam dug his hands into the dirt, tiny thorns sprang up instantly, bristling like smug porcupines. He yelped and pulled back, palms full of scratches. Ow! Did the dirt just stab me? Yes, the rooster said matter-of-factly, scribbling notes. Patch 2.0, soil resistance. Thorns now included. Eve frowned at the ground. What's the point of that? To make sure work comes with effort, the rooster explained. You asked for knowledge of good and evil. Turns out, Weeds are evil. Adam scowled at the spiny stalks poking up from the earth. Then I'll just pull them out. He yanked. The thorns pricked him again. Sweat rolled down his forehead for the first time in history. Adam froze. Wait, what's this? My face is leaking. That's called sweat, Eve said, already pulling her hair back. It means you're working. Adam wiped his brow, appalled. In Eden, the hardest part of my day was remembering how to spell hippopotamus. Now I'm bleeding and leaking. The rooster scribbled, Episode 34, First Commute Established. Tools needed. Hoe, rake, optimism. Darkness lounged on a rock nearby, smirking. Welcome to my world. Labor, futility, despair, it's all very chic out here. Light, not to be outdone, beamed across the horizon, trying to encourage the seedlings. Look, it's not all bad. Plants will grow. You'll eat. It just takes work. Eve planted a seed carefully, ignoring Adam's dramatics. This is how we'll survive. We'll learn. It'll get easier, Adam muttered, blowing on his throbbing hands. We'd better invent gloves. Or better yet, machines. Machines? Eve asked. Not yet, the rooster said grimly. You've got a few thousand loops before tractors. By evening, Adam had a pitiful row of scratched-up soil to show for his effort, and Eve had sprouted a few hopeful shoots. And so it was evening, and it was morning, and humanity's first workday ended with sore hands, sweaty brows, and the unshakable knowledge that paradise wasn't coming back on this side of the gate. Chapter 35, The Soft Reset. By the second week outside Eden, Adam was convinced the world was against him. The ground stabbed him with thorns, the sun burned his neck, the goats kept escaping their makeshift pen to eat the few sprouts Eve had coaxed into growing. I can't do this, Adam moaned, collapsing onto the dirt. We'll starve. Or worse, we'll have to eat kale. The kale nearby puffed up proudly. Don't threaten me with relevance. Eve sighed, brushing soil from her hands. It's hard, yes. But it's not impossible. You've just got to... That's when Adam let out a frustrated scream, startling the birds from the trees. The rooster, who had been preening itself on a fence post, paused. Its eyes softened. It didn't flip open its clipboard this time. It didn't spread its wings dramatically. Instead, it let out a small, gentle crow. Cook-a-doodle, ping, not loud, not cosmic, just enough to ripple through the air like a breeze. Adam blinked. His heartbeat slowed. The ache in his hands didn't vanish, but the panic gripping his chest loosened. What was that? He asked quietly. The rooster ruffled its feathers. That was a soft reset. Doesn't rewind time, doesn't undo exile. It just clears the panic, gives you a breath. Eve smiled faintly, already knowing. Grace. The rooster nodded. Exactly. Think of it as a reminder that failure isn't the whole story. Adam sat up, breathing easier. So we don't get to go back. But you do get to go forward, Eve finished. The kale, feeling ignored, muttered, Grace is nice and all, but fiber is still essential. Darkness grumbled from the edges, disappointed that despair had been interrupted. Light gleamed brighter, as if proud of the rooster's gentle intervention. Adam stood, dusting himself off. All right, let's try again. Tomorrow we'll plant more seeds, and maybe invent gloves. The rooster scribbled one quick note. Episode 35. Panic Management Protocol activated. Effective. Then it tucked the clipboard away, strangely content. And so evening came, morning followed, and the world didn't rewind, but it didn't crush them either. Chapter 36. The Lockout Drill. By now, Adam and Eve had set up camp east of the garden, muddy but functional, with a patch of sprouting barley that Adam swore would become bread any day now. Still, they couldn't help glancing back at Eden. The glow of its trees, the calm of its rivers, the smell of fruit on the breeze. It was like staring through a window into a home they'd already been evicted from. And there at the gate stood the cherubim. Two towering figures with more wings than anyone could count, stationed like divine security guards. Their flaming swords hummed with lethal cheer, glowing so bright even the parrots refused to get too close. But apparently, eternal gatekeeping left a lot of downtime. "Form one!" barked the taller cherub. With a synchronized whoosh, they both spun their swords in perfect arcs, flames tracing neon circles in the air. "Form two!" barked the other. This time the swords crossed dramatically, throwing sparks that looked suspiciously like fireworks. Adam and Eve crouched in the grass, spying. "Are they rehearsing?" Adam whispered. "Looks like sword choreography," Eve whispered back. "Honestly?" "Kind of impressive." The first cherub snapped its wings. "Not enough flair. Try again. Remember, intimidation plus aesthetics. We're selling deterrence and style here." The second cherub sighed. "This is ridiculous. No one's even tried to sneak in yet." "Not the point," said the first. "We've got to stay sharp." Garden policy, 24/7 spectacle. The swords clashed together with a boom, lighting up the whole horizon. Eve jumped. Adam nearly fell over. "That's terrifying," Adam muttered. "Mission accomplished." From his perch, the rooster scribbled, Episode 36, Cherubim Sword Warm-Ups equals combination of Cirque du Soleil and Police Academy. Eve shook her head. "It's like they're putting on a show." A very loud, very fiery keep-out sign. Darkness chuckled nearby. "I love it. Nothing says you've messed up like flaming stage combat at your old front door." Light, on the other hand, bathed the cherubim in a dramatic glow as though endorsing their performance. When the routine ended, the cherubim struck final poses. Swords pointed outward, wings spread, faces grim. "Perfect," said the first. "We'll call that the Garden Guardian Waltz." Adam whispered to Eve, "I don't think we're getting back in anytime soon." Eve squeezed his hand. "Then we'll make something new out here." The rooster shut its clipboard with a sigh. "Good idea. Because those two aren't leaving the gate until, well, forever." And so evening came, morning followed, and Eden's security team kept practicing, their swords slicing the twilight with choreography, both terrifying and oddly theatrical. Chapter 37. The First House Hunters. Adam and Eve trudged further east, the glow of Eden fading behind them. Their new coats kept the chill off, but the ground was rocky, uneven, and, worst of all, thorny. "We can't just keep camping forever," Eve said, brushing dust from her hands. "We need a real place to live." "Like a cave?" Adam suggested. "I saw one back near the stream. Spacious, natural ventilation, great acoustics." "The acoustics are for bats," Eve said flatly. "I'm not sharing a bedroom with a colony of squeaky tenants." The rooster fluttered beside them, clipboard ready. "All right, folks. Welcome to your first official apartment hunt. Budget, 0. Currency, non-existent. Location, east of Eden." "Do we at least get choices?" Eve asked hopefully. The rooster cleared its throat. Option 1, the cave condo. Dark, musty, plenty of square footage, but occasional dripping noises may keep you up at night. Adam perked up. "That's the one I meant, cozy?" Eve scowled. "Mildew is not cozy." Option 2, the rooster continued. Mud hut starter home. Easy to build, but floor plan limited. Also, floods. Eve tapped her chin. "Maybe if we elevate it?" Adam groaned. "Do we have to build something?" The rooster ignored him. Option 3, nomadic lifestyle package. No fixed address, full mobility, but constant moving fees. "What fees?" Adam asked. "Exhaustion," the rooster said dryly. They wandered past the cave. Adam ducked inside and his voice echoed, "Hello!" Spacious. Free graffiti opportunities. A bat squeaked overhead and dropped something unpleasant onto his shoulder. Adam sprinted out, gagging. Okay, maybe not the cave. Next, they tried stacking branches and mud into a hut. The structure leaned dramatically to one side before collapsing with a wet plop. Eve dusted off her hands. "We're going to need architecture." Or patience, the rooster muttered. Darkness, lounging against a thorn bush, chuckled. Welcome to the housing market. Nothing's perfect. Everything's overpriced, and by overpriced, I mean sweat. Light, trying to be encouraging, glowed across a nearby clearing. Look, flat land, no rocks, no cave bats, no floods. Adam squinted. How do you know? I don't, Light admitted, but optimism is part of my brand. By evening, Adam and Eve had nothing but a half-built lean-to and a new appreciation for Eden's natural landscaping. Eve sighed. Well, at least we're learning. Adam scratched his head. Learning what? That home, Eve said softly, isn't about walls. It's about who you share it with. Adam smiled sheepishly, while the rooster scribbled on its clipboard. Episode 37. East of Eden Housing Market. Brutal. Recommendation, patience. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's first apartment hunt ended with no lease signed, but with hope stubbornly refusing to pack its bags. Chapter 38. Agriculture 101. The next morning, Adam stood over the stubborn patch of dirt he'd scratched at the day before. His hands were still sore from thorn stabs, his mercy coat smelled faintly of mud, and his patience had already expired. I don't get it, Adam grumbled. I put seeds in. Nothing happens. Where's the fruit button? Eve, kneeling nearby, gave him a sympathetic look. It takes time. Water. Care. I gave it time, Adam said defensively. It's been one whole night. The rooster, balancing on a fence post made of sticks, sighed. Welcome to farming, the world's longest loading screen. Adam scowled and scratched lines into the dirt with a stick. There's got to be a trick. Maybe if I chant at it? He waved his arms and muttered, Grow, grow, grow. Nothing. Darkness chuckled from the edge of the field. Pathetic. The weeds already outpace you. Sure enough, tiny thorn shoots were sprouting enthusiastically all around his sad little furrows. Eve frowned. Try watering it. With what? Adam asked. The river? Adam trudged off, cupping water in his hands, which immediately leaked out before he made it back. He tried again with a hollowed gourd, only to trip and spill it on his feet. The parrots overhead laughed. Farmer, fail! Farmer, fail! Finally, exasperated, Adam collapsed in the dirt. This is impossible. We'll starve before anything grows. The rooster hopped closer, its clipboard tucked under one wing. Listen, rookie. Farming is 90% sweat, 9% hope, and 1% luck. Or rain, if you're lucky. You're not. Adam groaned. Maybe I should invent a tool. Eve's eyes lit up. Yes, a stick with a sharp rock tied to it. You could call it a hoe. Adam perked up. Brilliant! Then I can invent tractors later. The rooster muttered, Good luck. You've got a few thousand loops to go before combustion engines. Adam stabbed at the ground with his improvised hoe. Dirt flew. A worm wriggled indignantly. See? Adam cried triumphantly. I'm farming! The worm shouted back, No, you're evicting me, before burrowing deeper. By evening, Adam's furrows looked messy, but determined. Eve had carefully planted more seeds, and the rooster had scribbled, Episode 38, Adam attempts farming. Results, entertaining, inefficient, educational. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's first farmer ended the day with more sweat than produce, but just enough stubborn hope to try again tomorrow. Chapter 39. Hope, beta version. While Adam was out in the field stabbing at dirt with his newly invented hoe and loudly announcing every worm he encountered as if he'd discovered a new species, Eve sat quietly by the riverbank. She held a handful of seeds, tiny, fragile things that looked more like crumbs than promises. Adam had scoffed earlier, muttering, These, they'll never work, too small. But Eve wasn't so sure. She dipped her fingers into the water, letting the current cool her hands, and whispered, Okay. If farming is the work of the hands, maybe hope is the work of the heart. The rooster, napping nearby on a rock, cracked open one eye. Careful. That sounds suspiciously like poetry. Eve smiled faintly. Maybe poetry is hope, disguised. She closed her eyes and began testing out her own inner search bar. How to hope? Search results, of course, weren't written on scrolls or stone tablets. They came as feelings, flickers of memory, the way light first shimmered across the rivers, the laughter that had surprised her when it tumbled out, the mercy coats that still warmed her shoulders, even outside Eden's glow. She inhaled slowly, then exhaled. Hope wasn't about ignoring the thorns or the sweat. It was about believing something good could still grow, even in dirt that looked dead. She stood, brushed the dust from her coat, and planted the seeds carefully in a neat row. Unlike Adam's furrows, hers weren't dramatic or deep. They were gentle, placed with patience. Adam trudged back, wiping sweat from his brow. "What are you doing?" "Planting hope," Eve said simply. Adam frowned. "That's not a crop." "Not yet," Eve said, smiling, "but give it time." Hope always grows slowly. The rooster scribbled in its notes. Episode 39. Eve installs Hope module. Function, patience, plus persistence. Darkness rolled its eyes. Hope is useless. It doesn't feed bellies. But light leaned down warmly, brushing gold across the fresh planted seeds. "It will," Light whispered. By evening, Adam was still muttering about tools and sweat. Eve, though, sat by her neat row of seeds, humming softly. And so it was evening, and it was morning, and the first fragile roots of hope sank quietly into the soil, unseen but alive. Chapter 40. A Pile of Thanks. Adam had spent the entire morning grumbling about weeds. Every time he pulled one up, 3 more sprouted, waving smugly in the breeze like they'd won some sort of contest. By noon, he was sweaty, scratched and sulking under a tree. Eve, meanwhile, was humming. She crouched over her row of seedlings, already green and trembling with life. She touched them gently, her face glowing in a way that made Adam's sulk even sulkier. "How are you not miserable?" he demanded. "Because," Eve said simply, "I'm grateful." Adam blinked. "Grateful? For what? Thorns? Sweat? My fig leaf rash that still hasn't healed?" Eve shook her head. She pointed to the small plants pushing through the soil. "Look at them. We planted seeds yesterday, and today they're alive. That's enough to say thank you for." Adam frowned. "Say thank you to... who?" "The one who gave us seeds in the first place," Eve said. Adam scratched his head. "But do we just, shout it at the sky?" Eve thought for a moment, then started collecting stones. She stacked them one by one into a small pile. When she was done, it looked like a crooked little pyramid, glowing faintly in the afternoon light. "There," she said, stepping back. "An altar, a marker, a reminder to say, we didn't make this world. We just get to live in it." Adam squinted at the pile. "That's... it? Rocks?" "Yes," Eve said. "Rocks, on purpose. That's what makes it sacred." The rooster, watching from a branch, scribbled furiously. Episode 40. First altar constructed. Category: Gratitude Architecture. Darkness scoffed. "What a waste of rocks. You could have used those for a wall." Light bathed the stones in a soft glow. "No, this is better. Walls keep out. Altars open up." Adam still looked doubtful, but he knelt beside Eve and added one more stone to the pile. "Okay, thank you," he said awkwardly, glancing upward. Eve smiled. "See? Not so hard." To their surprise, the breeze shifted. It smelled faintly of fruit blossoms, though no trees were blooming nearby. The ground seemed to hum with quiet approval. Adam's sulk softened into something else, something lighter. "Fine," he said, almost smiling. "Maybe gratitude works." The rooster fluffed its feathers and muttered, "Congratulations. You've invented worship. Just try not to monetize it too early." And so evening came, morning followed, and the first altar stood. Crooked, simple, made of rocks, yet heavy with thanks. Chapter 41, Stars as Syllabus. That evening, after the altar of gratitude still stood humming softly in the clearing, Adam and Eve lay on the ground side by side, their new coats tucked around them. The day had been long, farming, thorn fighting, and another kale lecture about leaf-to-fiber ratios. They were bone-tired. But when the sky finally darkened, they forgot their aches. Because the stars came out. Not a few, not dozens, not even hundreds. Millions. Tiny sparks, scattered like glitter across the squeaky firmament, blinking, swirling, whispering to one another. Eve gasped. It's endless. Adam stared, his mouth open. It's like someone spilled light all over the ceiling. Up above, Orion struck a heroic pose. Cassiopeia twirled in her chair. The Milky Way shimmered like someone had accidentally knocked over a jar of sugar. The rooster, perched on the altar's tallest rock, squinted upward. Stars are basically the universe's syllabus. Subjects include mystery, mathematics, navigation, and humility. Eve smiled. They're teachers, then. Exactly, the rooster said. Every twinkle is a lesson, and you'll be studying them for the rest of history. Adam frowned. I don't get it. Why so many? We can't possibly name them all. From the heavens, a faint voice shouted, You can try. It was Sirius, the brightest star showing off. Darkness, wrapping the sky like a velvet curtain, chuckled. The stars are my jewelry. I wear them better than light ever could. Light, still lingering faintly along the horizon, protested, Hey, I make them shine. But Adam and Eve weren't listening anymore. They were lying there quietly, hearts racing, not with fear, but with wonder. Eve whispered, Do you think each of those dots is a promise? That we'll always have more to discover? Adam nodded slowly. Or maybe each one is a door. The rooster scribbled on its clipboard. Episode 41. Humanity encounters infinity. Reaction, awe. Eve sighed happily. I think I understand hope a little better now. Adam chuckled. Great. Now can one of those stars explain how to make wheat grow faster? The rooster groaned. Practicality ruins poetry. Every time. And so evening came, morning followed, and the stars continued their ancient syllabus, promising lessons that would take millennia to learn, but never stop dazzling. Chapter 42. Brothers and Bites. The first children of Adam and Eve did not arrive quietly. Cain barreled into existence with fists clenched, wailing like he was already mad at the world. Abel showed up a little later, calm, blinking, and apparently ready to apologize on Cain's behalf for the rest of his life. By the time they were old enough to wander, the rooster had already created a brand new section in its clipboard labeled, Sibling Rivalries, Please Brace. One afternoon, the boys were sitting under a tree with a pile of snacks Eve had packed. Abel's was simple, fresh milk, soft cheese, a basket of fruit still warm from the sun. Cain's, naturally, was meat skewered on sticks, roasted aggressively over a fire he'd built himself. Abel looked at his basket. Want to trade a pear for some of your goat? Cain eyed him suspiciously. This is premium goat. Grade A. Perfect character. Do you have any idea how long it takes to catch and grill one of these? You chased it for 10 minutes and fell in a thorn bush, Abel reminded him. Cain scowled. Details. Still, he broke off a piece of the roasted meat and handed it over. Abel smiled and passed him a pear. For a rare moment, both munched quietly, sharing. Not bad, Cain admitted. Goat and pear. Maybe we should open a restaurant. Abel laughed. What's a restaurant? Something we just invented, Cain said proudly. The rooster, perched above, scribbled furiously. Episode 42. Humanity's first food swap. Potential, cooperation. But watch for tension. Sure enough, tension wasn't far behind. Abel, licking goat grease off his fingers, said softly, I think God might like fruit offerings. They feel pure. Cain bristled. Pure? So what, my goat isn't good enough? I didn't say that, Abel said quickly. I just meant different gifts, different hearts. Cain muttered something about fruit salad theology and sulked into his meat. Darkness lounging nearby grinned. Oh, this will go badly. Very badly. Light, trying to salvage the moment, shimmered over their heads. Sharing is a start, boys. Keep at it. For now, the snacks were exchanged, bellies were full, and laughter even sparked once or twice between bites. But the rooster felt a shiver in its feathers. Cooperation was fragile, like Eve's seedlings, and rivalry, like weeds, grew fast. And so evening came, morning followed, and the world had its first siblings, generous, hungry, already competitive, and destined for trouble. Chapter 43. Smoke Signals. Word spread quickly through the camp, offering day. Eve had suggested it first. We should thank God properly, she said, not just with words but with gifts from our hands. Adam nodded solemnly, though privately he hoped this wouldn't involve more rock piles. Cain and Abel took the idea seriously, perhaps too seriously. Cain spent the week preparing a feast of grilled goat, lamb, and whatever else he could corral long enough to skewer over a fire. The smell alone made the parrot swoon. He stacked wood neatly, tested the flames, and polished his cooking sticks until they gleamed. Abel, by contrast, gathered the best of his flock's milk, cheese, and fruit baskets. He picked figs until his fingers stained purple and carried them carefully as though each piece was a jewel. On the morning of the offering, the rooster perched nearby with its eternal clipboard. Big day, it muttered, scratching notes. Humanity's first sacrifice. Stakes, high. Ego risk, higher. The family gathered at the altar Eve had built from gratitude stones. Light shone warmly on the scene, while darkness lurked at the edges, practically rubbing its hands together. Abel stepped forward first. He placed fruit, cheese, and milk on the altar with quiet reverence. His hands shook, but his face was calm. The smoke rose in a graceful curl, straight up into the sky. The rooster cocked its head. That's a good sign. Cain strutted forward, carrying platters of roasted meat. He slammed them onto the altar like a warrior winning a contest. For you, he declared loudly. The best I have. The smoke rose, but sluggishly. It spread sideways, drifting aimlessly into the branches instead of lifting upward. Cain frowned. What's wrong with my smoke? Abel glanced nervously at him. Maybe it's about the heart behind it, not just the meat? Cain scowled. My heart roasted this goat all night. You think that doesn't count? The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 43. Offerings reveal inward posture. Results. Abel equals humble. Cain equals competitive. Trouble brewing. Darkness snickered. This is going to turn deliciously ugly. Light flared, trying to intervene. Cain, your work matters too, but your gift isn't a performance. It's a connection. Cain didn't listen. His fists clenched, his jaw set, and his eyes burned hotter than the coals at his feet. Adam shifted uncomfortably. Eve placed a hand on her chest, sensing something she couldn't yet name. Above them, the smoke curled in two very different directions, one a song, one a grumble, and the garden outside the garden held its breath. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity learned its first hard lesson. Gratitude wasn't about what you laid down, but the spirit with which you gave it. Chapter 44. The Silence Before the Shout. Cain didn't sleep that night. He lay awake, staring at the flickering embers of his offering fire, replaying the scene in his mind over and over. Abel's smoke rising straight as a hymn, his own curling sideways like a sulking question mark. Heart posture, he muttered bitterly. What does that even mean? My posture was bent over all day catching that goat. The rooster perched nearby with its clipboard, scribbled notes in the dark. Episode 44. Cain begins inner monologue spiral. Danger level. Rising. By morning, Cain's envy had sharpened into something heavier. His eyes followed Abel like shadows followed the sun, silent, unblinking, and more pointed with every step. Abel, oblivious, hummed to himself as he led his sheep to graze. He even offered Cain some bread from Eve's latest bake. "Want a piece?" he asked kindly. Cain grunted. No. His hands flexed. His jaw ached from clenching. Eve noticed too. "Cain, are you all right?" she asked. "I'm fine," he snapped, which of course meant he wasn't. Later that afternoon, Abel wandered into the open field, chasing after a lamb that had wandered too far. The field was wide, the grass swayed in the breeze, and everything was strangely quiet. Even the parrots, who normally couldn't resist commentary, hushed their chatter. Darkness sidled close, whispering in Cain's ear. "Now's your chance. No witnesses, no one to compare your smoke to his." Light flared at the edges of the field, trying to speak, but Cain ignored it. His envy had hardened into something more solid than reason. "Brother!" Cain called, his voice trembling in a way that Abel mistook for play. Abel turned, smiling. "Yes?" The rooster, flapping frantically, scribbled with shaking claws. Episode 44. Tension at critical mass. Field too quiet. Reset imminent? But the crow never came. At least, not yet. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The lamb bleated softly. The grass swayed. Abel's smile lingered, unsuspecting, and in Cain's heart, envy sharpened into the edge of a blade. And so evening came, morning followed, and the silence in the field grew heavier, waiting for the sound that would break it forever. Chapter 45. The ground speaks. The silence in the field cracked like glass. One moment, Abel was chasing his lamb through the tall grass, smiling. The next, Cain's shadow fell over him, heavy as a storm cloud. The rooster, feathers puffed with dread, scrawled across its clipboard. Episode 45. Tragedy incoming. Brace. No crow came this time. The loop wasn't here to prevent it. Cain struck. Abel collapsed, his song of humming silenced, his lamb scattering bleeding into the horizon. And for the first time since light had been summoned, the world heard another sound. Blood touching soil. The ground shuddered. It wasn't just dirt anymore. It inhaled, it tasted, it remembered. Abel's blood sank into it like ink into parchment, and suddenly the earth itself had a voice. "Do you hear me?" The ground groaned, its deep voice carrying under the grass, through the rocks, across the streams. "This is not silence. This is testimony." Cain froze, staring at his hands. No one saw. His voice cracked. No one will know. But the ground answered back, louder. "I know, and I will not shut up." Every thorn in the field bristled, pointing at Cain like accusing fingers. Every blade of grass bowed low, whispering Abel's name. The river slowed as though mourning, and even the parrots, notorious gossips, dared not make a joke. The rooster hopped forward, eyes wide. "Oh, Cain! You think hiding is possible? The dirt itself will shout louder than you ever could." Cain stumbled backward, panic rising. I didn't mean..." But he had meant it, and the earth refused to let him rewrite what had been written in red. The voice thundered then, not angry but aching. "Cain, where is your brother Abel?" Cain's lips twisted. I don't know. Am I my brother's keeper?" The ground roared beneath his feet. "Liar." Keeper or not, his blood cries out. And I will keep crying until justice answers. The rooster scribbled shakily. Episode 45. First murder. Earth testifies. Innocence undone. Darkness grinned, satisfied. Light flickered dim, wounded. And so evening came, morning followed, and the ground itself had become humanity's first witness, carrying Abel's voice long after his own had gone silent. Chapter 46. The Wanderer with a Mark. The field still echoed with the earth's testimony when the voice spoke again, heavy with grief. "Cain, what have you done?" "Your brother's blood cries to me from the ground." Cain's knees buckled. He stared at the soil that seemed to pulse with accusation. My punishment is more than I can bear, he cried. You've cursed the ground beneath me. It won't yield crops for me anymore. And now I'll be a wanderer, restless, exposed. Anyone who finds me will want revenge. Darkness grinned from the shadows. At last. Despair, exile, endless wandering. My specialty. Light flickered faintly, trying to push back the gloom. Cain covered his face. It's over. I'll never be safe again. Then, unexpectedly, the voice softened. No, not so. You will not be destroyed. Cain blinked through his tears. But how? The rooster, clutching its clipboard, leaned closer, scribbling anxiously. Wait, mercy incoming? Really? After this? And then it happened. A mark appeared on Cain. Not a scar of shame, not a glowing villain sign across his forehead, but something subtler, something protective. It shimmered faintly in the light, a quiet signal that whispered to anyone who might harm him. Hands off. Justice has been handled elsewhere. Cain touched the mark in disbelief. You're letting me live? The voice answered, steady and sorrowful. Yes. You will wander, but no one will take your life. Mercy goes with you, even as you carry the weight of your choices. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 46, Judgment tempered by mercy. Cain equals cursed, but not erased. Cain stood slowly, shoulders hunched, face shadowed. His eyes darted to the horizon, the endless beyond. His feet itched to move, though he had no idea where. Where will I go? He whispered. East, the rooster said, fluttering to his side. Always east. That's where the wanderers walk. Eve wept quietly in the distance. Adam bowed his head, feeling the fracture of their family. Cain took one last look at the field, the spot where Abel's laughter once echoed, now silent, and then turned his back. His footsteps grew fainter, swallowed by distance. The hippo, watching from the river, muttered, and so the first neighborhood drama begins. Darkness stretched longer, satisfied with the sorrow. But light, glimmering on Cain's mark, whispered, mercy still follows. And so evening came, morning followed, and the world carried both grief and grace, blood in the ground, a mark on the wanderer, and mercy refusing to be silenced. Chapter 47, The First Urban Planning Meeting. Cain wandered east for days, the mark shimmering faintly on his forehead like an invisible no trespassing sign. He walked until the ground grew flatter, the rivers forked, and the horizon stretched wide and empty. Then he stopped. This is it, Cain muttered. I'll build something here. Something permanent, something no one can take away. The rooster, perched on his shoulder, tilted its head. You do realize you're the first wanderer, right? Founding a city sort of defeats the wandering aesthetic. Shut up, Cain snapped. I'm innovating. Wandering 2.0. And so he began stacking stones. At first it was just a wall, then a cluster of huts, then, before long, streets, gates, and alleys. Other wanderers drifted by and joined in. Soon there was noise, smoke, market stalls, and inevitably complaints about property lines. Congratulations, the rooster sighed. You've invented the city. Darkness stretched proudly across the rooftops. Cities are my favorite. So many shadows to hide in. So many grudges per square foot. Light tried to shine across the main street, but Cain quickly drafted the first zoning laws. Shadows permitted in alleys. To keep order, Cain drew up a system for managing disputes. It involved clay tablets, tally marks, and long-winded procedures no one understood. What is this? Asked one bewildered shepherd. It's called bureaucracy, Cain said proudly. Every goat transaction, every loaf of bread, every neighborly quarrel, it all gets filed. The rooster peered over his shoulder. Are those spreadsheets? Exactly, Cain said, tapping his stylus against a clay tablet. Columns for names, rows for grievances, formulas for revenge ratios. Violence needs management if it's going to scale, and thus the city thrummed with both order and menace. Arguments over grazing rights escalated into the first lawsuits. Neighbors invented locks because they no longer trusted each other. Street vendors haggled until fists flew, and Kane, sitting in his stone office, filed it all away like a proud administrator of chaos. The hippo, who had wandered in for the grand opening, shook its head. "You built a swamp with walls." Eve, hearing rumors of the city from afar, wept again. Adam muttered under his breath, "This wasn't what I meant when I said, 'be fruitful.'" But Kane only smiled grimly at the skyline, tally marks filling his clay spreadsheets, convinced he'd finally secured something that Abel's laughter could never overshadow. The rooster scribbled on its clipboard. Episode 47. First city founded, progress achieved, cost, innocence traded for infrastructure. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's first metropolis was born, complete with alleys, ledgers, and the realization that violence becomes much more efficient once you put it in rows and columns. Chapter 48. Murder, Music, and Marketing. Kane City was barely standing, half clay, half ego, when his great-great-grandson Lamech decided that building walls and keeping ledgers wasn't enough. Civilization, he declared, needed culture. Specifically, music. Music, Lamech announced from the rooftop of his half-finished townhouse, will turn violence into art. And I, Lamech, will be the first rock star. The rooster, perched on a windowsill, muttered, "Here we go again." Lamech gathered his wives, Ada and Zillah, into the courtyard and strummed the world's first harp. Unfortunately, he hadn't tuned it. The sound was less melody and more cat in a rain barrel. Still, Lamech began to sing. "I have slain a man for wounding me, even a boy for bruising me. If Cain is avenged sevenfold, then Lamech, 77. He paused for dramatic effect. The crowd, consisting of his wives, a confused goat, and a neighbor who'd wandered over to complain about noise ordinances, stared in awkward silence. Zillah clapped politely. "Very original, dear." Ada whispered, "Do we have to sit through the encore?" The goat bleated disapprovingly, but Lamech was already scribbling lyrics onto clay tablets. "It's genius," he declared. "A vengeance ballad, a murder song. It'll be a hit at festivals." Darkness lounged nearby, applauding with slow, sarcastic claps. Finally, someone gets it. "Violence as performance, I love it." Light winced. "That's not art, it's ego karaoke." The rooster scrawled furiously on its clipboard. Episode 48. Lamech invents the bragging ballad. Themes: blood, pride, questionable rhymes. Lamech strutted through the city square, reciting his ballad to anyone who would listen. The children rolled their eyes. The elders groaned. But a few impressionable youths began humming along, stomping their feet, nodding like this was the hottest track of the season. "See," Lamech said smugly, "culture, legacy. My name will echo through the generations." "Echo, maybe," the rooster muttered, but mostly as a cautionary tale. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity had its first music genre, the murder ballad, a grim little ditty destined to loop through history in louder, bloodier remixes. Chapter 49. A fresh chapter in the family ledger. The city Cain founded throbbed with noise, ledgers scratching, markets arguing, Lamech wailing his off-key murder ballads. But back at the quieter camp of Adam and Eve, something unexpected happened. A child was born. Eve, cradling the newborn, looked down at him with a tired smile. "His name will be Seth," she said softly, "because God has appointed another seed for us, instead of Abel, whom Cain killed." The words lingered, heavy and hopeful at once. Adam, sitting nearby, looked at the baby and then at Eve. Appointed? More like reset. The rooster perked up from the foot of the cradle, scribbling furiously. Episode 49. Seth installed. Hope module reactivated. Eve kissed Seth's forehead. "He's not a replacement. He's a reminder." "Reminder of what?" Adam asked, scratching his beard. That the story isn't over, Eve whispered. Seth yawned and promptly sneezed. The rooster crowed softly as though echoing the tiny spark of life with its own feathered amen. Darkness, peering into the tent flap, scowled. Another baby? Another chance at trouble. Light, bursting through the cracks, gleamed proudly. Another chance at hope. Meanwhile, Lamech's murder ballad carried faintly from Cain's city on the horizon. Eve shuddered, but then tightened her hold on Seth. Abel's laughter is gone, she said, her voice trembling. But this one will laugh too. Maybe differently, but he will laugh. Adam nodded slowly. Then perhaps the ground won't only have blood to drink, it will have roots to carry forward. The rooster closed its clipboard with unusual gentleness. Every loop has its resets, it murmured, and sometimes they're swaddled. And so evening came, morning followed, and with Seth's small cry, the story inhaled again, breath after breath, loop after loop, proving that even east of Eden, beginnings still arrive. Chapter 50. Party That Never Ends. Seth grew, and with him came children, and those children had children, and suddenly Adam and Eve found themselves surrounded by grandchildren who seemed to multiply faster than rabbits at a carrot buffet. The rooster, flipping furiously through an ever-thickening clipboard, sighed. Episode 50, Genealogies Engaged. Warning, extremely long lifespans. And long they were. Adam lived past 900, Eve nearly as long. Their kids? Same deal. Which meant birthdays stopped being single-day affairs. "Happy 130th, Dad!" shouted Cain's distant descendants, hauling in fruit baskets. "Happy 237th, Aunt Eve!" cried another, lugging a goat with ribbons tied to its horns. The party sprawled. One birthday cake could take an entire field of wheat to bake. The candles were so numerous they had to be managed in shifts, and when lit, they nearly melted the firmament. "Blow them out!" the family shouted at Adam on his 500th. Adam inhaled so deeply the parrots fainted. It wasn't just the length of life, it was the bragging rights. People started competing. "I'm 420 today," said Jared, smug. "Big deal," said Methuselah. "Call me when you hit 900. The hippo waddled by one party and muttered, "You're not celebrating, you're just carbon dating yourselves." Darkness cackled, loving the excess. Imagine the registry gifts. Imagine the genealogies. Sure enough, genealogies became a pastime. Clay tablets filled with lines of so-and-so begat so-and-so, stretching into eternity. The rooster scribbled his own notes. "If I have to record one more begat, I'm resigning." But light glimmered across the endless festivals. See, even exile is full of abundance. Every year is proof that life continues. By evening, the entire clan was singing, feasting, and arguing over whether Adam was turning 875 or 876, depending on whether you counted the reset year. And so evening came, morning followed, and birthdays lasted so long they blurred together, weekend after weekend, century after century, proof that the story of humanity was stretching itself out like an endless party no one had quite learned how to leave. Chapter 51. Strolling into Legend. Genealogies stretched on like clay scrolls nobody wanted to proofread. One name after another, each with suspiciously long numbers next to it. But, occasionally, in the middle of all those begats, something unusual slipped in. Enter Enoch. Unlike his ancestors, who bragged about their lifespans like it was a competition. "I hit 700, beat that, cousin." Enoch didn't care about records. He wasn't trying to out-party Methuselah or blow out 600 candles in one breath. Instead, Enoch walked. Every morning, while others were busy tallying goats or organizing birthday week festivals, Enoch would lace up his sandals, prototype, still, clunky, nod at his neighbors, and head out for a stroll. But he wasn't alone. "Good morning," said the voice one day, falling into step beside him. Enoch blinked. "Oh, hi, I wasn't expecting company." "I like walks," the voice said. And that was that. Enoch and God strolled together, day after day, past rivers, over hills, through fields where the thorns hissed underfoot. They talked about stars, about seeds, about the meaning of names. Sometimes they walked in silence, and even the silence felt like conversation. The rooster, fluttering overhead, scribbled on its clipboard. Episode 51. Enoch introduces new spiritual practice. Walking with God. Participation rate, currently 1, but trending upward. Neighbors were baffled. "What are you doing, Enoch?" they asked. "Walking." "For what?" "Not for what," Enoch said, smiling. "For who?" Lamech tried to make a ballad out of it, Enoch and God strolling abroad, but nobody liked it. The goats booed. One day, after centuries of walking, Enoch and God didn't come back. Not in the usual way, at least. They simply kept walking. Farther, deeper, until the horizon itself swallowed them. The family scratched their heads. "He vanished," they whispered. "He didn't die. He just walked off with God." The rooster closed its clipboard softly. Not a glitch. Not a reset. Just graduation. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity discovered that sometimes the holiest path wasn't marked by years counted or cities built, but by the quiet rhythm of footsteps beside the divine. Chapter 52. The day the family chat exploded. The genealogical ledger had been plodding along like usual. Birth, begat, death, when suddenly a gap appeared in the clay tablet. Under Enoch's name, instead of the usual entry, "and he died," there was only one line. "And he was not, for God took him." The family stared at the tablet like someone had erased half a story. "What do you mean, was not?" asked Jared, squinting. "Everybody was not eventually." "What makes him special?" Methuselah frowned. "He didn't die. He just disappeared." The parrots, always eager to spread news, flew across the settlement squawking, "Enoch's gone! Enoch's gone! He skipped the death step." It wasn't long before the whole community was buzzing, their version of a group chat lighting up with gossip. "Did he fall into a ravine?" No, I heard he went for a walk and never came back." "God kidnapped him. Abducted by stars. Maybe he invented teleportation." The hippo, unimpressed, muttered, "Or maybe he finally found a quieter neighborhood." Eve, older now and wise with grief, listened to the rumors and whispered softly, "He walked with God. That's all the explanation you need." Adam sighed beside her. "I tried walking with God once. I tripped over a thorn bush." Darkness leaned in, enjoying the chaos. If people can just disappear, how can anyone trust the story? Light glowed brighter over the ledger. It means the story isn't chained to death. The rooster, perched dramatically on the clay tablet, scribbled, "Episode 52, Anomaly. Enoch skipped death. Community response equals bewildered. Gossip index equals 100%. Finally, Methuselah raised his hands. "All right, everyone. Calm down. It's not like this will become a trend." But secretly, everyone hoped it would. And so evening came, morning followed, and the family chat never quite stopped buzzing. The day one man vanished mid-walk, leaving behind only footprints and a legend. Chapter 53. The Bad News Cycle. Generations passed. Babies were born, lifespans stretched like taffy, and genealogies stacked up in clay files so long the rooster started doodling cartoons in the margins just to stay sane. But alongside the children and the fields, something darker sprouted. It began small, arguments at markets, neighbors cheating each other on goat trades, the occasional petty theft of figs. But soon it grew louder. Lies became contracts, anger became violence, and violence became policy. The parrots, who had once cheerfully repeated, "Delight, delight," now perched on rooftops and cawed out headlines instead. Breaking: Farmer strikes shepherd over grazing rights. Update: Lamech releases new murder ballad, crowd sings along. Exclusive: Genealogies reveal record lifespans, but no record wisdom. Every day the headlines sighed a little heavier. Light dimmed, straining to pierce through the noise. Darkness stretched, grinning like a satisfied landlord. Adam, older now, sat by the fire with Eve, shaking his head. This isn't what we hoped for. We thought, maybe Seth's line would bring peace. Eve cradled her head in her hands. We planted hope. But weeds grow faster. The rooster scrawled on its clipboard, Episode 53, Corruption equals exponential. Media coverage equals despair. Then, under its breath, this loop's going south fast. Children fought, cities sprawled, weapons gleamed, songs turned grim. Even laughter, once called delight, grew sharp-edged, more mockery than joy. Methuselah, old enough to see it all, muttered, "This place is too noisy." Even death takes too long to arrive. Above, the stars twinkled mournfully, as though they could see the end coming before the people did. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity filled its own headlines with sighs, each loop louder, each sigh heavier, until mercy would have to intervene. Chapter 54. Blueprints in a Whisper. The world had grown loud, too loud. Markets shouting, ballads of revenge echoing, parrots reciting scandal headlines until even the goats were depressed. Violence spread like weeds, and hope seemed like a faint rumor. But in the middle of all that noise lived a man who didn't shout. His name was Noah. Unlike everyone else, Noah was quiet. Not the sulky, Cain-style quiet, but the kind that listened more than it spoke. While his neighbors argued about goat tariffs and invented new ways to break promises, Noah sanded wood, measured beams, hummed simple tunes while he worked. One evening, while the world roared in corruption, Noah looked up at the bruised sky. Clouds had gathered thick and heavy. Then he heard it, a whisper hidden in thunder. Noah. He nearly dropped his chisel. Yes? The whisper deepened, rolling through him like a low drumbeat. The world is drowning in its own noise. Soon, it will drown for real. Noah blinked. I beg your pardon? Build an ark. Noah frowned at his half-finished shed. What's an ark? Bigger shed, said the voice. The rooster, perched on a beam, squawked and scribbled. Episode 54. Noah receives whisper assignment. Task. Build impossible boat. Risk. Neighbors will laugh. And laugh they did. When Noah laid out his first planks, the people jeered. What's that, Noah? A houseboat? You planning a cruise? Yeah, shouted another. Gonna start a ferry service for sheep? Noah kept sanding, quietly. When he drew the first sketches in the dirt, the children stomped them out, giggling. Silly carpenter, boats don't belong on dry land. Noah kept drawing, quietly. Even when Lamech released a new ballad mocking him, Noah the Nut, with his giant hut, Noah just tightened a peg and whistled along. Eve, ancient and gray, heard rumors of this quiet carpenter and smiled faintly. Maybe this is hope again, she whispered. Darkness scowled. Hope on a boat? Ridiculous. But light gleamed across Noah's woodpile, whispering back, not ridiculous. Necessary. And so evening came, morning followed, and while the world mocked and schemed, one quiet carpenter measured beams by a whisper, building salvation one plank at a time. Chapter 55. The Architect. Noah had been quietly building small things, sheds, tables, the occasional goat fence, for years. But then came the thunder whisper instructions, and suddenly his workshop looked like it had been hijacked by giants. The voice had been specific. Build an ark, 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, 30 cubits high, with rooms, decks, and a roof. Noah blinked. That's very large. Precisely, said the voice. The rooster, already scribbling on its clipboard, muttered, Episode 55, Ark Project begins. Scale, absurd. Budget, non-existent. Materials, faith plus timber. Noah dragged out planks, measuring them by cubits, a system that made sense only if you enjoyed math and forearms. His neighbors wandered over, gawking at the skeleton of the massive structure rising on dry land. What's this supposed to be, Noah? A barn that grew legs? No, another jeered. It's a floating mansion! All the rage in Babylon real estate. Noah kept hammering quiet. Children pointed and laughed. He's lost it. Boats are for rivers, not fields. Where's the water, Noah? They shouted. Where's the sea? Noah wiped sweat from his brow. It's coming. The neighbors exchanged glances. Coming where? Noah pointed vaguely at the horizon, everywhere. They laughed harder. Darkness hovered, whispering, Look at him, wasting his years on wood. He'll be the punchline of history. Light gleamed across the half-built beams, whispering back, or it's salvation. Meanwhile, Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, dragged timbers, grunting. Father, Shem complained, why not just build something smaller? Like a canoe? Or a raft, Ham suggested. Or a sensible house, Japheth added. Noah shook his head. The blueprint is clear. Cubits don't lie. The rooster perched on a beam and cawed approvingly, though under its breath it muttered, I'm going to be cleaning droppings off this deck for centuries. Neighbors began bringing snacks to watch the spectacle, treating Noah's construction like a new form of theater. Episode Ark! They joked, waving fig leaves like tickets. But Noah kept hammering, quietly, and so evening came, morning followed, and the ark rose higher with every loop. A ridiculous boat in the middle of dry land, equal parts, comedy, prophecy, and defiance. Chapter 56, Bureaucracy Before the Flood. By now, the ark's frame loomed so large over the horizon that people stopped calling it Noah's silly project and started calling it that eyesore. Every morning, curious neighbors wandered by, craning their necks. By evening, they muttered, Someone should really do something about this. Finally, one of them marched up to Noah, clutching a clay tablet covered in scrawled complaints. Excuse me, sir, the neighbor said, clearing his throat. Do you have a permit for this vessel? Noah wiped the sawdust from his beard. A permit? Yes, the man said primly. Proper authorization. You can't just build a 300-cubit structure in the middle of the neighborhood without filing paperwork. It's blocking my sunrise view. Another neighbor chimed in, and it's lowering property values. Nobody wants to live next to whatever this is. Floating barn? Oversized coffin? The rooster, perched proudly on a beam, flipped open its clipboard. Technically, his permit is divine, stamped and sealed, higher than zoning law. Divine doesn't count, the neighbor snapped. We're talking municipal. Noah sighed. There is no municipality. You invented that word just now. Yes, the neighbor said smug, and we're inventing zoning too. Welcome to civilization. Darkness slithered happily around the crowd. Ah, bureaucracy, my favorite invention, slows down progress faster than weeds. Light tried to intervene, shining across the arc beams. Don't you see? This is salvation rising in your backyard. But the crowd kept filing complaints. Noise violation, too much hammering at dawn. Animal smell permit, preemptive objection to rumored giraffes. Height restriction, arc visible from 5 valleys over. One man shook his head. Look, Noah, if everyone built giant boats in their yards, where would we be? In the middle of a flood, the rooster muttered darkly. Noah, ignoring the noise, tapped his measuring stick against the frame. The blueprint is bigger than your bylaws. When the waters come, you'll thank me. The neighbors snorted. Waters? It hasn't rained in weeks. They left, grumbling, promising to return with more petitions. The rooster scribbled, Episode 56, First Zoning Dispute. Humanity invents paperwork just in time to drown it. And so evening came, morning followed, and Noah kept building under the weight of complaints, while the ark rose higher, more ridiculous, and more inevitable. Chapter 57, The Guest List. By now, Noah's ark loomed so absurdly large over the plains that even the parrots had run out of jokes. Neighbors still muttered about permits, but the real chatter came from the animals. It started small. 2 doves fluttered down to Noah's workbench, cooing. Hi, just checking in. Is this where we RSVP? Noah blinked. RSVP? For the cruise, the doves chirped. We got the invitation. Bring a +1, no extra baggage. The rooster, perched on a rafter, squawked. Yes, yes, reservations are required. Divine guest list only, strictly pairs. Try not to double book. Soon the line stretched across the meadow. Giraffes craned their necks over the crowd, each holding a leafy branch as proof of attendance. Elephants stomped up with nervous grins, whispering, Do we count as 1 pair or 2.5? Penguins waddled in from who knows where, muttering about layovers. Snakes slithered smugly, flashing confirmed on their coils. Noah wiped sweat from his forehead. This is getting complicated. Eve's ancient grandchildren had started running check-in. Name, species, dietary requirements. They scribbled on clay tablets that quickly broke under the weight of signatures. And then came the termites. They scuttled up the ramp in perfect formation, clicking happily. Oh, this place is delicious! Fresh beams, crisp planks. You've built us an all-you-can-eat buffet. Noah dropped his hammer in horror. Wait, you can't be serious. The rooster flapped down and blocked them with its clipboard. Denied entry. You're literally the natural disaster inside the natural disaster. The termites protested, clicking indignantly. We're part of creation, too. Fine, Noah grumbled, but you stay in the designated box and no nibbling. The termites nodded solemnly, already chewing a corner of the box. Meanwhile, the goats kept trying to sneak in as singles. I don't need a partner, I'm independent. And the hippos grumbled about room size. This deck better have a pool, one snorted. Darkness laughed from the sidelines. What a circus! This ark will sink under the weight of complaints before the rain even starts. Light shone across the beams, making them glow. No, it will float, because mercy floats. The rooster scribbled in big letters. Episode 57. Animals RSVP. Noah stressed. Termites suspicious. And so evening came, morning followed, and the ark was less a construction site and more a cosmic waiting room, every creature impatient for a voyage they didn't fully understand. Chapter 58. Weather Alert. The ark was almost finished. Planks creaked, tar sealed, and the animals bickered over bunk assignments, when the sky darkened just enough to make everyone look up. The firmament squeaked louder than usual, like a rusty hinge complaining about overtime. Clouds gathered, thick and moody. The rooster, standing on the ark's roof like an official meteorologist, cleared its throat. Attention! I have the latest weather report. Forecast, rain. Duration, approximately 40-ish days. 40-ish? Noah asked, hammer frozen mid-swing. What does -ish mean? The rooster tapped its clipboard. Could be 39, could be 41. Depends on scheduling conflicts with thunder. The neighbors, still skeptical despite the ark looming in their backyard, burst out laughing. Rain? Ha! We've had drizzle, sprinkles, a polite mist maybe. But 40 days? Bring an umbrella, another shouted, waving a palm leaf mockingly. Better build a second ark for all the puddles. Meanwhile, the animals perked up. Ducks and geese high-fived with their wings. Frogs cheered. The elephants sighed and packed snacks. The termites muttered, Moisture makes the wood tastier. Noah shaded his eyes, staring at the horizon. A distant rumble echoed, deep and unsettling. Not the usual grumble of the clouds. Something bigger. Eve's great-grandchildren whispered, Grandfather Noah isn't crazy, is he? The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 58. Weather warning issued. Humanity equals mocking. Creation equals bracing. Darkness licked its lips. Finally. Water is such a good eraser. Light stretched golden fingers through the clouds, whispering, Yes, but water cleans too. The parrots, sensing drama, started chanting, 40-ish! 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 The hippos waddled toward the ramp. We're not waiting for ish. We're boarding early. Noah lowered his hammer and looked at the sky. For the first time in his quiet life, the thunder didn't sound like a whisper. It sounded like a countdown. And so evening came, morning followed, and the first weather report in history was mocked by men, trusted by beasts, and delivered by a rooster who knew the flood was about to make its forecast unforgettable. Chapter 59, The Last Knock. The ark stood ready, beams tarred, decks creaking under the weight of every creature imaginable, mooing, bleating, trumpeting, buzzing, roaring. The smell alone was enough to peel bark off trees. Noah wiped his brow. His family stood beside him, arms aching from hauling supplies. The neighbors, still clustered around, pointed and laughed. "Still dry," one shouted. "Not a drop," yelled another. "Nice barn, Noah." Planning to rent it out as a petting zoo? Noah ignored them. He had heard the whisper again that morning. Bring them in. The time has come, so he did. One by one, animals shuffled up the ramp. Lions yawned. Ants marched in single file, perfectly smug. Penguins waddled proudly like they owned the deck. The termites tried to sneak off toward the hull again, but the rooster caught them mid-scuttle. Clipboard raised, the rooster barked, "Back in your crate, Bugs!" Finally, Noah's family climbed aboard. He paused at the ramp's edge, looking back at the crowd still jeering. For a heartbeat, his hand trembled. What if they were right? What if this was just a giant, pointless shed? Then the sky rumbled, deep, steady, undeniable. The firmament groaned and squeaked. A hand unseen pushed the massive door of the ark shut with a thunderous thud. The neighbors stopped laughing. Inside, the animals shifted nervously. The elephants swayed. The goats tried climbing the walls. Noah's sons whispered to each other, "It's really happening." Noah whispered back, "Kindness rose inside now. Judgment rose outside." The rooster scribbled quickly. Episode 59. Ark sealed. Mercy enclosed. Scoffers still scoffing. Darkness chuckled. Let the waters erase. Light lingered inside the ark's beams, warming every trembling creature. And let the waters also save. And so evening came, morning followed, and the ark was sealed. The world divided not by walls or swords, but by one closed door. Chapter 60. The world springs a leak. The sky had been grumbling all night like a kettle about to boil. By morning the first fat drops began to fall. Plop, plop, plop. Innocent at first, like a child's prank. "See?" the neighbors scoffed. "Just drizzle." Noah built a boat for a drizzle. But then the drizzle doubled, then doubled again. Soon the rain was pounding, sheets of water slamming down hard enough to flatten the kale. For once no one mourned. The rooster, perched on the ark's roof with its clipboard tucked under one wing, shouted over the roar. Forecast update. Rainfall level, catastrophic. Duration, 40-ish days confirmed. Brace for deluge. And then the ground itself gave way. Springs erupted from beneath. Gushers, fountains, geysers bursting like the earth had been holding its breath too long, and finally exhaled. Wells overflowed, rivers raged, and whole fields vanished under water in moments. The mountains, proud and tall, watched nervously as the flood climbed higher. "Relax," muttered Everest's ancestor. "We're tall enough." But the water kept rising. Said a smaller peak. "I think I lost my tip." "Not possible," the taller mountain snapped, only to gasp as the waves licked at its crown. By noon, even the tallest mountains were coughing in surprise. "I can't see my own height," one bellowed before slipping under. Noah's ark lifted off the ground with a mighty groan, creaking as waves carried it. The animals inside screamed, chirped, or mooed in terror, clinging to their stalls. Darkness cackled over the flood. "Ah, the great uncreation! The world is erased." But light shimmered through the storm clouds, glinting on the ark's wet beams. Not erased, reset. Salvation floats. From outside, the voices of neighbors turned to panicked cries, then silence. The parrots, still faithful to their gossip duty, shouted one last headline before being carried away. "Breaking! World springs a leak." The rooster scribbled, ink smudged by rain. Episode 60. Fountains burst. Flood global. Mountains overwhelmed. Ark afloat. And so evening came, morning followed, and the whole earth drowned in noise until only one creaking boat, full of mercy and manure, bobbed on the waters like the last laugh of hope. Chapter 61. The Feathered Messenger. Weeks passed. Rain stopped, but water still stretched in every direction. The ark creaked, rocking endlessly on a sea that had swallowed everything familiar. Inside, the animals sighed, sneezed, and grumbled about overcrowding. Noah leaned against the rail, eyes aching from staring at horizon after horizon of nothing but waves. "We need to know if there's land again," he muttered. The rooster, perched nearby, ruffled its feathers and tapped the clipboard. "Recommend sending out scouts. Airborne, no risk of drowning, low overhead costs." So Noah opened a hatch and released a raven. The raven flapped into the damp sky, circled once, looked down at the endless buffet of floating carcasses, and thought, "Snack time." It never came back. The rooster sighed. "Unreliable, typical." "Try someone else," Eve urged, "someone gentler." So Noah chose a dove. White, calm, and blessedly quiet compared to parrots, the dove gave a polite nod as if signing an internship contract. "Objective?" it cooed. "See if the water's gone down," Noah explained. "Bring back proof." The dove saluted with its wing and launched into the sky. Everyone leaned over the rail, watching. The hippos craned their necks. The goats bleated nervously. Even the termites paused their chewing. Hours passed. Noah's sons played knucklebones in the corner. The parrots started chanting, "It drowned! It drowned!" But just before sunset, a flash of white appeared against the stormy sky. The dove returned, wings wet, but triumphant. In its beak, it carried something green, a tiny olive leaf, fresh and fragrant. The ark erupted in cheers. Lions roared, elephants trumpeted, monkeys screeched, even the snakes hissed approvingly. Noah's family wept with relief. The rooster scribbled, "Episode 61, Dove internship successful. Deliverable, olive leaf. Status, land confirmed." Noah held the leaf carefully, as though it were treasure. "A tree survived," he whispered. "The earth isn't gone. Life is waiting." The dove, exhausted, flopped onto the railing. "Happy to help." "Do I get seed benefits?" "Lifetime supply," Noah promised. Light broke through the thinning clouds, gleaming on the leaf. Darkness sulked as the waters receded. And so evening came, morning followed, and hope sprouted again, not in a field or a vineyard, but in the beak of a tired intern, with feathers still damp from the flood. Chapter 62. The Sky Signs, Its Contract. When the ark finally bumped against the mountainside and the doors creaked open, the animals stampeded out like kids released from the world's longest detention. The hippos barreled straight for the mud. The parrots squawked, "Freedom! Freedom!" The termites tried to chew their way into the mountain before the rooster smacked them back with its clipboard. Noah, stepping onto solid ground, kissed the dirt. Eve's descendants set up stones for a new altar, and the air filled with the smell of roasting sacrifice. The family bowed their heads. For the first time in what felt like forever, the world was quiet. Then the sky cleared. Clouds tore apart like curtains, and across the firmament stretched something new. A bow of colors, light bent into shimmering arcs. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. It was dazzling, ridiculous, and unmistakably intentional. The rooster tapped its clipboard and read aloud, "Attention, Covenant Announcement. Clause 1, never again will the whole earth drown. Clause 2, this rainbow is the signature, pinned to the sky for all loops to see." Noah's sons squinted. "A rainbow?" "Yes," said the voice, rolling thunder into words. "A sign between me and you and every living creature. When clouds gather and bow appears, remember, the waters will not erase again." Adam and Eve's grandchildren gasped. The goats bleated reverently. Even the parrots for once went silent, watching the colors shimmer. Darkness scowled. "What is this? A cosmic sticker?" Light preened. "No, it's art. Promise woven into spectrum." The rainbow stretched brighter, an eternal pin fastened into the squeaky firmament. Every droplet of water caught the sun and joined in the chorus of color. Noah raised his hands. "It is mercy, painted above us." The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 62. Rainbow Covenant installed. Contract signed, Sky Edition. And so evening came, morning followed, and the world stepped into its new loop beneath a bow of color. Heaven's contract pinned to the sky, promise shining every time storms threatened again. Chapter 63. Grapes Gone Wrong. The rainbow still shimmered across the firmament when Noah got an idea. "We can't live on goats and olives forever," he declared, tugging at his beard. "We need culture, something refined, something celebratory." The rooster eyed him warily. "This sounds suspicious." "Grapes," Noah said, grinning. "I'll plant a vineyard." And so he did. Rows of vines unfurled across the slopes, soaking in light's glow. The plants thrived, curling happily up their posts, dripping with plump fruit. Noah's family applauded. Even the parrots stopped squawking long enough to mutter, "Looks promising." Harvest came. The baskets overflowed. Noah crushed the grapes, humming cheerfully, as purple juice stained his hands and feet. He stored it in jars, nodded at the bubbling, and announced proudly, "Behold!" Wine. Light gleamed approvingly. Darkness smirked knowingly. That evening, Noah poured himself a cup, then another, and another. His humming turned to singing, his singing turned to shouting, and before long he was sprawled inside his tent, snoring loudly in a heap of mercy coat and purple stains. The rooster slapped its forehead with a wing. "Oh no, not this loop, not like this." Noah's sons stumbled upon the scene, eyes wide. Ham burst out laughing. "Father invented hangovers!" Shem and Japheth groaned. "Cover him up, for goodness sake!" They draped a cloak over their father and dragged the empty jars outside. The next morning, Noah woke groaning, head pounding like thunder. "What happened?" The rooster flipped its clipboard and read sternly. Episode 63. Vineyard planted. Consequences: intoxication, embarrassment, family gossip. Morale: grapes come with fine print. Noah held his head. "Never again," he muttered. Light beamed gently. Wine is joy if handled with care. Darkness cackled from the corner, but joy is so easy to twist. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's first vineyard gave the world both celebration and its first hangover, a reminder that even blessings ferment into burdens if you're not careful. Chapter 64. Same song, new verse. The vineyard incident lingered in the air longer than the smell of fermented grapes. Noah's family carried on with chores, but the whispers wouldn't stop. The old man's slip had become the settlement's new punchline. The parrots had even come up with a chant, "Tipsy! Tipsy! Tent disaster!" Noah groaned every time they repeated it. The rooster, pacing with its clipboard, was unusually quiet. It had recorded the floods, the Rainbow Covenant, and now the first hangover. The ink on the last note read, "Hope planted, but hearts unchanged." That evening, as the stars blinked above and the mountains settled into shadow, the rooster fluttered up to the top of the ark's abandoned ramp. It looked out across the world, the green hills returning, the animals grazing, the humans building again. Light glowed softly, darkness lurked smugly. The rooster took a deep breath. "Cock-a-doodle! Reset!" The sound cracked across creation like a bell. The earth shuddered, rivers froze mid-ripple, the stars hiccuped, and time itself stuttered. In an instant everything blurred. Noah's vineyard, the rainbow, the ark itself. History folded back on itself like an overused scroll. And then silence. The rooster shook its feathers, sighing. New start, same hearts. Different loop, same lesson to learn. A soft light broke through the squeaky firmament. The voice whispered, "Let there be." And just like that, the cycle began again. Chapter 65. The Blueprint That Reached Too High. The world had dried. Noah's Ark was retired as a museum piece. smells included, and humanity began multiplying again. Before long, the hills and valleys buzzed with life, clay tablets, and far too many opinions. Yet one thing united them: everyone spoke the same language. For the first time in forever, no one had to mime goat trading or invent 20 words for fig. Every syllable synced, every command clicked. It was as though the whole world was running on the same operating system. And when everyone speaks the same language, sooner or later someone says, "Hey, let's build something really, really big." Thus the Tower Project was born. A committee formed immediately, clay tablets stacked with minutes of meetings. The parrots were voted in as stenographers. And soon, architects unrolled schematics so large they needed donkeys to carry them. The rooster perched on a fence, squinting at the plans. "What is this?" "Simple," said the project manager, beaming. "A tower that touches the heavens. Tall enough to brush the clouds, tall enough that Light will have to sign our building permit personally." "Why?" the rooster asked flatly. The manager grinned. "To make a name for ourselves. And also, rooftop dining." Darkness clapped. "Finally. A skyscraper in my honor." Light frowned. "Careful. Ambition can tilt into arrogance faster than a ladder in the wind." But the people didn't care. They mixed bricks, fired kilns, stacked stones higher and higher. The structure rose into the sky like a spear of stubborn pride. Travelers arrived just to gape. "It's impressive," they admitted. "Ugly, but impressive." The parrots squawked headlines from the scaffolding. "Breaking, world's first skyscraper." Adam's distant descendants scribbled selfies on clay tablets, posing at the base. "Tower life," they etched. The rooster flapped nervously, writing on its clipboard, Episode 65, Humanity United by Language, Ambition Redirected Skyward. Risk, hubris. Already the firmament squeaked louder, like it knew what was coming. And so evening came, morning followed, and humanity's first mega-project soared upward, brick by brick, word by word, an impressive structure fueled by the fragile idea that pride could climb its way into heaven. Chapter 66. Bricks with Attitude. The tower was rising fast. Every morning the scaffolding stretched higher. Every evening new bricks stacked like stubborn syllables in a story that refused to end. At first the people did all the boasting. "Look at our work. Look at our unity. Look at our engineering." But soon the bricks themselves got cocky. One freshly fired clay block, still warm from the kiln, puffed up proudly as Noah's great-great-grandnephew slotted it into place. "Did you see that?" it whispered to the row above. "Perfect fit. I'm practically a cornerstone." The brick beside it rolled its baked edges. "Please, I'm in the middle. Everyone knows middles hold everything together." Further down, a whole row began chanting, "We're load-bearing. We're load-bearing." The parrots, perched on the scaffolding, repeated gleefully, "Load-bearing. Load-bearing." The rooster, balancing nervously on a beam, scribbled, Episode 66, Tower Bricks Develop Egos. Warning, arrogance trickles down. Up in heaven, Light glanced at darkness, unimpressed. "They think stacking stairs will get them here?" Light sighed. Darkness smirked. "It's adorable. Like ants building a sandcastle to invade the sky." The firmament squeaked under the weight of the ambition pressing against it. Clouds shifted uncomfortably. One star muttered, "If they block my view, I'm filing a complaint." Down below, the workers kept chanting, unified by their one language, "Higher, higher, we'll reach the top soon." The bricks joined in. "Sky's the limit! Sky's the limit!" The rooster flapped its wings in exasperation. "Do you people not realize heaven isn't zoned for human staircases?" No one listened. They were too busy congratulating themselves. Even the mortar gloated, holding bricks together and muttering, "You couldn't do this without me." By evening, the tower cast a long, arrogant shadow across the plain. The people gazed at it proudly. The bricks hummed in smug unison. Heaven, still unimpressed, whispered to itself, "Cute stairs. Shame about what's coming next." Chapter 67. The day words went sideways. The tower was nearly tall enough to block the sun's afternoon glare. Scaffolding crisscrossed the skyline, parrots reported every milestone, and the people congratulated themselves daily. Look, our words align, our bricks obey, our tower will touch the heavens. Then, during a morning project meeting at the base, everything shifted. All right, team, said the project manager, clapping his hands. Today we'll raise Section C by 20 cubits and... 20 kodos? His assistant interrupted, blinking. The manager frowned. What? Par 20 coude, said another worker, nodding proudly. A mason shouted from the scaffolding. 20 ellen. Everyone froze. What are you talking about? The manager demanded. I'm talking perfectly, the mason snapped back, in flawless German none of them recognized. The rooster, perched on the half-built staircase, let out a strangled squawk. Uh-oh. Tongues remix patch installed. Brace yourselves. Suddenly the whole site erupted in babble. Words tumbled out in Greek, Akkadian, Swahili, Mandarin, Nahuatl, and languages that hadn't even been invented yet. Bricks fell from workers' hands as they argued, gesturing wildly. Sube el ladrillo, one cried. Piotuvlo, another shot back. Donarenga, a third yelled, exasperated. Nobody understood anyone else. The parrots went berserk, mimicking every tongue at once until they sounded like broken radios. The project manager waved his arms helplessly. Calm down, calm down. But no one understood him either. His words evaporated into meaningless noise, and so did his authority. The mortar sighed from between the bricks. Well, there goes job security. Darkness cackled with delight. I love confusion. So efficient at stopping progress. Light shimmered above the chaos, whispering gently. Maybe unity wasn't meant to be built on pride. The workers scattered, shaking their heads, muttering in dozens of different tongues. One by one, they drifted away from the half-finished tower, families peeling off in different directions, cultures budding like branches from the same fractured tree. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 67. Languages scrambled. Tower abandoned. Project managers dissolved into confusion. And so evening came, morning followed, and the tower stood incomplete, a monument to ambition undone by syllables, while humanity carried its babble into every corner of the earth. Chapter 68. Clay Maps and Crying Geographers. The tower site emptied fast. One moment it was the world's biggest construction zone, the next it was a ghost town full of half-baked bricks bragging to each other. See? I told you I was load-bearing, one block muttered. You're not load-bearing if no one can lift you, another sneered. But their arguments didn't matter anymore, because the people were gone. With their languages scrambled, whole families peeled off in different directions. Some headed north with herds, others south with baskets, still others east with boats cobbled together from leftover scaffolding. Everywhere they went, they argued loudly in tongues no one else understood, which only convinced them to keep walking farther apart. Ven aquí. Wasagstu? Pupametora. Look, I'm just going this way. The rooster perched on the unfinished tower, watching the exodus like a bewildered travel agent. Its clipboard quickly filled. Episode 68. Humanity scatters, nations equals installed. Side effect, cartographers overwhelmed. Sure enough, the first cartographers sobbed into their clay tablets. How am I supposed to draw all of this? One moaned, scratching wobbly lines across wet clay. The rivers keep changing names. Another collapsed dramatically. I just finished labeling Mesopotamia, and now someone's calling it Babel region Eastish. Do you know how long it takes to carve that on clay? The parrots tried to help, repeating words from every group they followed. Unfortunately, they mixed them all together. Mapa, carte, ditu, hartis, until everyone's head hurt. Darkness clapped with glee. Perfect! Confusion, distance, identity crisis. This is my brand. Light sighed, watching the crowd scatter across the horizon. It's not a curse forever, it's a prelude. Division now, reunion later. Still, the land looked more fractured by the hour. Where once was one people, now were many. tribes, clans, budding nations, all charting their own paths, all convinced theirs was the truest. The rooster fluttered down to the broken base of the tower, etched one last note into the dirt. Maps will never be simple again. And so evening came, morning followed, and the earth sprawled with diversity and disagreement, languages multiplying, maps stretching, and cartographers crying into their tablets, while history marched forward into complication. Chapter 69, The Sarcastic Crow. By the time the dust had settled, the great tower stood abandoned like an embarrassing group project everyone had quit halfway through. Families had scattered into valleys, deserts, coasts, and mountains, dragging their languages and their grudges with them. The rooster remained on the highest surviving scaffold, surveying the mess. Its feathers puffed in the wind, clipboard tucked under its wing. For a moment, silence stretched across the plain. Then the rooster laughed, not a gentle chuckle, not even a polite snicker, but a full-bodied, sarcastic, chest-rattling cackle that echoed against the broken bricks. "Try collaboration now," it crowed, doubled over in hysterics. "You can't even ask each other to pass the salt without starting a new nation." The parrots, perched nearby, mimicked, "Pass the salt? Start a nation? Pass the salt? Start a nation," until they collapsed in their own laughter. Meanwhile, in the distance, families shouted across the plains, "Ven rapido. Ce n'est pas mon problème. Muge ushli. Stop yelling. I don't understand you." Kane's old spreadsheets left behind in the ruins fluttered uselessly in the wind. Whole columns labeled building schedule and materials were now just relics of an empire that couldn't even finish its own stairwell. Darkness stretched across the scattered camps, smug. Chaos is my favorite export. Light, glowing faintly through the fading clouds, muttered, "Yes, but seeds of reunion will sprout eventually." The rooster, wiping tears of laughter from its eyes, scribbled onto the clipboard. Episode 69. Tower collapsed socially, linguistics fractured. Humanity's teamwork rating, 0 stars. It paused, then added, "Funniest reset yet." And so evening came, morning followed, and the scattered tribes set up tents in new lands, already plotting new projects they'd never agree on. While a sarcastic rooster cackled from the ruins, history's first heckler of human ambition. Chapter 70. The Suitcase Call. After the tower fiasco, the world was a sprawl of noisy tribes, each chattering in its own dialect and arguing about whose goats were superior. Maps were still damp with cartographers' tears. Cities rose, only to collapse under their own confusion. But far away, in the dust of Haran, one man lived quietly with his flocks. His name was Abram. He wasn't building towers. He wasn't inventing new ballads. He just minded his tents, counted his sheep, and argued occasionally with his nephew Lot about grazing rights. Then one night, while Abram dozed by the fire, a voice cut through the smoke. "Abram!" He sat up, startled. Yes?" "Pack a bag." "What?" "Leave your country, your people, your father's household," the voice said firmly, "and go to the land I will show you." Abram blinked. "Go where?" "I'll show you." "Now?" "Yes." "What about my sheep?" "Bring them." Abram rubbed his temples. "You want me to just go? With no map, no itinerary, no guarantee the soil isn't thorny?" "Correct," the voice said. "But here's the promise. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you. Through you, all families of the earth will be blessed." The rooster, perched on a tent pole, scribbled furiously. Episode 70. Abram called to journey. Contract terms, land, nation, blessing. Travel details, vague. Lot wandered in mid-conversation, chewing a reed. "Where are we going?" Abram sighed. "No idea." "Cool," Lot said. "I'm in." Their neighbors laughed when they saw Abram packing. "You're leaving? For what? You don't even know the destination." Abram just tightened the straps on his goatskin satchel. Darkness hissed. He'll get lost. He'll wander forever. Light shone brighter over the horizon. No, he'll be found on the way. The rooster looked up from its notes and squawked. History just pivoted. Don't miss this loop. And so evening came, morning followed, and Abram walked out of Haran with his flocks, his family, and a promise heavier than any suitcase, heading toward a land he couldn't yet see, but somehow already belonged to him. Chapter 71. The Astronomy Lesson. Abram's caravan creaked and shuffled across dusty plains, flocks bleating, tents folded and unfolded like clumsy origami. Wherever he went, he pitched camp, pegs hammered, ropes stretched, goats bleating loudly as though auditioning for leadership. Neighbors mocked him. Nice tent, Abram. How's the land that will be shown to you coming along? Abram shrugged. Still pending delivery. But at night, when everyone else snored, Abram wandered outside the tent. That's when the voice spoke again. Abram. Yes? Abram whispered. Look up. The sky was littered with stars, sparkling like spilled diamonds across the squeaky firmament. They blinked and twinkled, some showing off in constellations, others humming quietly. Count them, the voice said. Abram squinted. Count the stars? That's impossible. Exactly, said the voice. That's how many descendants you'll have. The rooster, perched on a tent pole with its eternal clipboard, squawked. Curriculum update. Astronomy class doubles as math lesson. Abram failing spectacularly. Abram laughed softly. That's a lot of children. I don't even have one. Trust me, said the voice. Abram nodded, though his hands trembled. All right, if you say so. And just like that, something shifted. His faith was recorded, not on clay, not on papyrus, but in the very heart of the story. Eve's descendants whispered around campfires, Did you hear? Abram looked at the stars and believed. Meanwhile, Lot peeked out of his tent, yawning. Are you still staring at dots? Some of us need sleep. The parrots joined in, chanting, Too many. Too many. You'll lose count. Darkness chuckled. It's absurd. He's counting promises, not children. Light shimmered brighter over the sky, but promises can outshine numbers. The rooster scribbled, Episode 71, Abram's syllabus, stars equals descendants, graded by faith, not arithmetic. And so evening came, morning followed, and Abram's tent flapped in the desert wind, pitched under a sky that had become a classroom, each star a reminder that sometimes the curriculum of hope looks impossible until it's believed. Chapter 72, Hungry and Questioned. The promise of land and stars sounded wonderful at night under the twinkle of the heavens, but during the day, the desert didn't care about promises. The ground cracked. The goats bleated miserably. Abram's tents flapped in a hot wind that carried nothing edible. Famine, the rooster said flatly, jotting onto its clipboard. Episode 72, Food Shortage, Cue Panic. Eve's descendants groaned. Lot chewed on a reed like it was gourmet cuisine. Sarai sat in the shade fanning herself, unimpressed. Abram sighed. We'll head to Egypt. They have grain, plenty of it. Good plan, said Lot. Bad news. We'll have to talk to bureaucrats. And sure enough, when the caravan reached Egypt, the border officials were waiting, clay tablets stacked, reeds behind their ears, sandals squeaking officiously. Names? The first guard demanded. Abram, Sarai, Lot, and household, Abram said nervously. Purpose of visit? Survival, Abram offered. The guard scowled. Any items to declare? Abram gestured helplessly at his goats. Everything? Then the guard's eyes narrowed at Sarai. And who is this? My, sister, Abram stammered. The rooster nearly dropped its clipboard. Wait, did you just... Abram coughed. Yes, my sister. Definitely not my wife. He whispered quickly to Sarai. Look, if they think you're my wife, they'll kill me. Just trust me. Sarai raised an eyebrow. Your survival plan is lying about me? Technically, yes, Abram muttered. darkness laughed from the city gates. "Oh, this is delicious." Patriarch panic at its finest. Light shook its head. Even promises stumble when bellies growl. The Egyptians ushered Sarai toward Pharaoh's court, impressed by her beauty. Abram wrung his hands, muttering about stars and promises. Lot just muttered about sandwiches. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 72, Famine Detour to Egypt. Abram improvises with lies. Status. Awkward, dangerous, inevitable lesson incoming. And so evening came, morning followed, and the man who counted stars now had to count the cost of his shaky plan, learning that promises don't need lies, but faith rarely walks a straight line. Chapter 73, The Land Deal. After Egypt's awkward detour, complete with Pharaoh's angry memo about honesty and customs declarations, Abram and Lot returned to the land between Bethel and Ai. Their flocks had multiplied, their tents sprawled like patchwork, and their herdsmen were bickering daily about grazing rights. "Too crowded," Lot grumbled. "My goats need room to breathe. And your sheep are eating all the good grass." Abram rubbed his temples. "We're family, Lot. Let's not fight. Look, the whole land is before us. Choose where you want to go, and I'll go the other way." Lot's eyes lit up. "Choose? As in, I get first pick?" "Sure," Abram said, shrugging. "Take whatever you like." The rooster fluttered down with its clipboard, muttering, "Oh, this is going to be a case study in decision-making." Episode 73, Lot given free choice. Spoiler, he picks poorly. Lot climbed a hill, pulled out the world's first land spreadsheet scratched into clay, and began analyzing. Column A, soil quality. Column B, river access. Column C, greenery index. Column D, risk factor. Blank. To the east stretched the lush Jordan Valley, sparkling with water, green fields waving in the breeze. It looked like paradise. To the west lay the rocky hills, drier, thornier, less glamorous. Lot grinned. "Obvious choice. East, by the Jordan. Great ROI. It's practically Eden 2.0. The rooster cleared its throat. "You skipped column D risk factor." Lot waved him off. "It's fine. Green means good." Eve's descendants whispered nervously. "But isn't that near Sodom?" Lot shrugged. "So what? A city is a city. Besides, they have excellent market prices." Abram simply nodded. "Then take it. I'll stay in the hills." Darkness chuckled from the valley. "Welcome, Lot. You're going to love it here." Light sighed softly over the hills. Sometimes the greener land hides the sharper thorns. The rooster scribbled furiously. Lot chooses lush land. Spreadsheet error, forgot to weigh moral bankruptcy. And so evening came, morning followed, and Lot pitched his tents near Sodom, satisfied with his greener pastures, while Abram stayed in the hills, trusting that promises didn't depend on the color of the grass. Chapter 74, A Promise and a Snort. Life in the hills was quieter without Lot, though Abram occasionally heard distant shouts from the valley. "Goats don't belong in the marketplace, Lot," followed by Sodom's infamous laugh track. One night, while Abram stood under the stars again, those same impossible stars, the voice returned. "Abram." "Yes?" he whispered, bracing himself. "This is not just about land. This is about lineage. You will be the father of many nations." Abram blinked. "Me? Nations? At my age, I creak louder than the tent poles." "Still," the voice said, "you will no longer be called Abram. Your name is Abraham, father of many, and Sarai, now Sarah." The rooster perched nearby scribbled furiously. Episode 74, name patch installed. Abram, Abraham. Sarai, Sarah, covenant reiterated. Stars still syllabus. Abraham rubbed his beard. Father of many nations. "All right, but how?" The voice thundered with warmth. "Your descendants will inherit this land. They will be countless. Kings will come from your line." Meanwhile, Sarah, listening from the tent flap, stifled a laugh. It started as a snicker, turned into a chuckle, then bubbled into a full-blown giggle. Me? A mother? She whispered. At 90? Please. She covered her mouth, but the laugh slipped out anyway. Abraham glanced over his shoulder. Sarah, are you laughing? No, she said quickly, eyes wide. Yes, said the voice, smiling through thunder. But mark this, you will laugh again, and this time not in disbelief, but in joy. Sarah folded her arms, muttering, We'll see. The rooster jotted another line, laughter penciled in for future episode. Pending delivery, Isaac. Darkness scoffed. Ridiculous. Old people don't start nations, they start naps. Light gleamed across the tent flap. Watch. The promise may sound absurd, but absurdity is often the seed of miracles. And so evening came, morning followed, and Abraham carried a new name. Sarah carried a secret laugh, and the covenant was repeated. Still impossible, still unbelievable, still somehow inevitable. Chapter 75. The Uncle Rescue Mission. Life in the hills had been relatively peaceful for Abraham. Sheep, stars, and the occasional covenant thunderclap. Down in the valley, however, Lot's Eden 2.0 investment property was proving to be a disaster. Sodom and Gomorrah were rowdy at the best of times, but now they'd managed to get themselves entangled in a regional turf war. 4 kings marched in with armies, wagons, banners, and a very long scroll of grievances. 5 local kings tried to resist. The result? Chaos. Lot, as usual, was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was swept up with the spoils, herds seized, tents looted. Lot himself dragged off like a confused tourist who'd taken the wrong exit. The parrots carried the news up to Abraham's camp. Lot kidnapped. Lot kidnapped. Abraham set down his staff with a sigh. Of course he was. The rooster flapped onto his shoulder, clipboard ready. Episode 75, War of Kings. Lot compromised. Uncle required to clean up mess. Abraham rallied his household servants, 318 men, which sounded impressive until you realized they were mostly shepherds with sharp sticks. He handed out torches, clay pots, and pep talks. Remember, he told them, this is not about glory. This is about family. Also, Lot owes me rent. They marched into the night, surprising the coalition of kings with a guerrilla-style ambush. Clay jars smashed, torches flared, goats bleated as if on cue. Confused, the mighty armies scattered. Abraham's shepherd soldiers rescued Lot, reclaimed the stolen herds, and drove the enemy away. Lot blinked, dazed, clutching his reed staff. Uncle Abraham, you came. Yes, Abraham muttered. And next time, try not to get kidnapped by an entire war. The rooster scribbled furiously. Mission successful. Lot retrieved. Nations reminded not to mess with shepherds wielding household utensils. On the way home, Abraham was greeted by a mysterious figure. Melchizedek, king of Salem, carrying bread and wine. He blessed Abraham with solemn words, and Abraham, humbled, gave him 1/10 of everything. The rest of the Valley Kings grumbled, plotting more drama. But Abraham just wanted to get Lot home, safe and, hopefully, less reckless. Lot, of course, immediately returned to Sodom. Darkness cackled. Some people never learn. Light glowed across Abraham's weary face. But some people never stop rescuing. And so evening came, morning followed, and Abraham trudged back to his tents, uncle, warrior, and reluctant hero, while Lot unpacked in the city, doomed to make headlines again. Chapter 76. The priest nobody saw coming. The battlefield was still smoking when Abraham's little rescue party trudged home, dusty, exhausted, but victorious. Lot rode along, sheepish, and not just because he was surrounded by sheep. At the Valley of Shaveh, the parade of kings gathered to congratulate Abraham, or, more accurately, to argue over who got the spoils. "Give me the people, you take the goods," barked the king of Sodom. His tone made it sound less like an offer and more like bad customer service. Abraham opened his mouth to answer when, out of nowhere, a figure appeared. No trumpets, no marching army, just one man stepping into the middle of the squabbling kings, holding bread in one hand and wine in the other like the world's calmest caterer. "Who's that?" whispered Lot. The rooster squinted, scribbling on its clipboard. "Melchizedek, king of Salem, high priest of, well, everything. Category, mysterious cameo." Melchizedek didn't bother with titles. He simply raised his voice over the bickering. "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, maker of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who delivered your enemies into your hand." The words cut through the noise like a clean wind. The kings shuffled awkwardly, their boasts evaporating. Even darkness paused at the edge of the gathering, uneasy. Then Melchizedek handed Abraham the bread and wine. No scroll of rules, no zoning forms, no bribes, just bread, just wine, just blessing. Abraham bowed his head. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice trembling with reverence. And without being asked, he gave Melchizedek a tenth of everything he'd recovered. "A tithe," the rooster noted, scribbling furiously. Episode 76, Melchizedek equals priest-king cameo. Bread, wine, blessing. Abraham tithes instinctively. The king of Sodom scowled, clearly upstaged. "So about those goods?" Abraham cut him off. "Keep them. I swore I wouldn't take a thread or a sandal strap from you, lest you say I made Abram rich." Lot sighed. "Uncle, you're terrible at negotiations." But Abraham wasn't thinking about riches. His eyes lingered on the departing figure of Melchizedek, who vanished back into the hills as suddenly as he'd arrived, leaving behind only the echo of blessing. Light shimmered in approval. Darkness muttered, "Too holy, too short, suspicious." And so evening came, morning followed, and Abraham carried bread, wine, and blessing in his heart, nourishment for a promise still waiting to unfold. Chapter 77, Midnight Contract. Abraham couldn't shake the encounter with Melchizedek. Bread, wine, blessing. It was nourishment that went deeper than his stomach. But still, the question burned in him every night. How will I know? How will I know the promise will actually happen? One evening, the voice answered. "Bring me animals," it said. Abraham blinked. "Animals? For what?" "Contract ceremony," the voice thundered. The rooster perked up, feathers ruffled with excitement. Episode 77, Covenant Incoming. Cue dramatic midnight visuals. So Abraham gathered them, a heifer, a goat, a ram, plus a dove and pigeon. He cut the larger animals in two and arranged the halves facing each other, forming a pathway between them. It was grisly, messy work, definitely not something you'd see on a Hallmark card. Lot, who had wandered back for dinner, gagged. "This is the worst barbecue I've ever seen." "Not a barbecue," Abraham muttered. "A covenant." As the sun set, birds of prey swooped down, trying to steal the carcasses. Abraham shooed them away, arms flailing wildly. The rooster clucked from a nearby rock. Shooing vultures equals part of the ritual. Look it up. Darkness descended, thick and eerie. Abraham dozed by the fire, drifting into a dream so vivid it felt like another reality. A dread fell over him. Centuries stretched before his eyes. His descendants enslaved in a foreign land. Suffering, crying out. Then deliverance, freedom, inheritance, and then fire. A smoking pot and a blazing torch appeared, drifting between the halves of the animals. Not carried by hands, not explained, just moving through the blood-stained pathway as though the fire itself was signing the contract. The rooster's eyes widened. This is serious. God signing both sides of the covenant. No fine print, no negotiation, all grace. Abraham woke with a start, the vision still blazing in his mind. The fire had passed, the ceremony sealed. Above him, the stars glittered brighter than ever, as though they were confetti tossed across the firmament to celebrate the deal. The voice spoke once more. "To your descendants, I give this land." Abraham's heart swelled and ached all at once. It was too big to hold, but too real to deny. Light shimmered across the sky, proud. Darkness growled, "Promises, promises. Let's see if they last." The rooster scribbled furiously, Episode 77, Covenant cut, stars equals witness, promise guaranteed. And so evening came, morning followed, and the midnight covenant glowed like fire on Abraham's heart, sealed in smoke, blood, and starry confetti. Chapter 78, The Runaway and the Whisper. Time kept passing. The covenant was sealed, the stars were still glittering confetti over Abraham's camp. But there was still one obvious problem. Sarah was still childless. She tapped her fingers against the tent pole one night, staring at the heavens. Descendants as numerous as stars. Lovely poetry. But so far, all I've got is one stubborn husband and a bunch of goats. Abraham, polishing his staff, shrugged. God said it'll happen. Yes, Sarah said dryly, but maybe God needs help. The rooster, perched overhead, muttered, "Oh no. Here it comes. Episode 78, Human Shortcut." And so Sarah handed her Egyptian maidservant Hagar to Abraham. "Take her. She'll give me a child in my place." Abraham's eyes widened. "Is this wise?" "No," the rooster interrupted, "but it's definitely dramatic." Hagar bore a son, Ishmael. But instead of solving anything, tension filled the tent. Sarah grew bitter, Hagar grew proud, and soon the air crackled with hostility. One morning, unable to take it anymore, Hagar fled. She stormed out of the camp, head high, heart aching, feet carrying her into the wilderness. The desert stretched wide, dry, endless. By noon, her throat was parched, her strength failing. She collapsed near a spring, sobbing. Then a voice called her name, "Hagar." She looked up, startled. No one stood there, but the air shimmered with presence. "Hagar, servant of Sarah, where have you come from, and where are you going?" She wiped her eyes. "I'm running away. I couldn't stay." The voice was gentle, yet firm. "Return. Your story is not over. Your son will grow into a nation too, strong and untamed. Call him Ishmael, for I have heard your misery." Hagar trembled. "You see me?" "Yes," said the voice. Tears filled her eyes. She whispered the name she would always remember, El Roi, the God who sees me. The rooster scribbled furiously, feathers damp with emotion. Episode 78, First Runaway. Desert Spring Encounter. God listens, God sees. Hagar lifted her head. The spring shimmered, its waters whispering back her name. She drank deeply, strength returning. And so evening came, morning followed, and the world learned something Abraham had not yet grasped, that God's eyes were not only on stars and covenants, but also on the tear-streaked face of a runaway in the wilderness. Chapter 79, The Update Download. It had been some time since the covenant ceremony and the Desert Spring incident. Abraham was older, his beard whiter, his patience thinner. Sarah still side-eyed the whole "stars for descendants" speech like it was a punchline without a punch. Then one hot afternoon, while Abraham dozed in his tent, the voice returned, like a thundercloud mixed with a software update. "Abram," it rumbled. Abraham jolted awake. "Yes, Lord?" "Good news. We're rolling out a name patch." Abraham rubbed his eyes. "A what?" "You shall no longer be Abram, exalted father," the voice declared. "From now on, you are Abraham, father of many nations." The rooster, perched on a fence post with its clipboard, flapped its wings excitedly. Episode 79, Patch Notes Incoming. It scrawled, "Abram Arrow Abraham. Identity upgrade, father of many, covenant reinforced." "And Sarai?" Abraham asked cautiously. "She will no longer be Sarai," the voice answered. "Her new name is Sarah, princess. She will bear a son." At that, Abraham fell on his face, half in reverence, half in disbelief, and started laughing. "Me? 100 years old? Sarah? 90? We're going to have a baby? He chuckled until his sides ached. That's not a promise, that's a comedy routine. The voice did not laugh. It is covenant. It will stand. Meanwhile, Sarah, listening at the tent flaps, snorted, Sure, princess. Maybe of hot flashes. The rooster scribbled furiously. Sarah laughs, quietly. Official note. Joy penciled for later delivery. Abraham raised his hands. O Lord, may Ishmael live under your blessing. He's here already, why not use him? The voice thundered firmly, yet gently. I will bless Ishmael too, but the promise will come through Sarah. You will name him Isaac. Isaac? Abraham repeated. Yes, the voice said. It means laughter, because you laughed and Sarah laughed. But soon your laughter will not be disbelief. It will be joy. Abraham sat in stunned silence, wiping tears of irony from his beard. Sarah muttered under her breath, We'll see about that. Light shone across the camp, promising. Darkness sulked, whispering, Too late, too old, too impossible. The rooster clapped its wings. Name patch downloaded successfully. Promise reboot scheduled. ETA, baby. And so evening came, morning followed, and Abraham and Sarah carried new names. Each a seed of destiny, each a joke waiting to turn into joy. Chapter 80. The Covenant Orientation Nobody Expected. The morning after the name patch ceremony, Abraham gathered his household, his sons, servants, shepherds, and even Lot, back visiting, clutching a snack, crowded into the camp. Everyone expected another speech about stars or sand or land. Instead, Abraham cleared his throat nervously. So, God gave me further instructions about the covenant. The rooster perched on a tent pole, feathers puffed, ready with its clipboard. Episode 80. Brace yourselves. This one's awkward. Abraham swallowed. The sign of the covenant is circumcision. Silence. Lot dropped his snack. What? Abraham coughed. Cutting. A mark in the flesh. Every male in my household. Forever. Starting today. The crowd blinked in unison. One shepherd raised his hand timidly. You mean, like, all of us? Yes, Abraham said. Another groaned. Can't we just wear bracelets? The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 80. Covenant seal announced. Camp mood equals horrified silence. Abraham tried to sound confident. It's serious. It's obedience. It's identity. No other people will carry this mark. But why there? Shouted someone from the back. Abraham sighed. God didn't offer alternatives. Darkness cackled from the edges of the camp. Oh, this is delicious. Nothing like pain to seal a promise. Light shimmered across Abraham's face. It is strange, yes. But sometimes the holiest marks are the most vulnerable ones. Lot muttered, I'm so glad I still technically live in Sodom. The parrots, of course, picked up a new chant. Snip, snip, covenant. Snip, snip, covenant. Until everyone threw figs at them. And yet the camp obeyed. Painful, embarrassing, unforgettable. Every man was circumcised that day. Groaning filled the tents for a week, but under the discomfort there was something deeper. Belonging. Abraham, limping slightly but smiling, raised his hands. Now the covenant is in our bodies as well as our hearts. This people is marked. This promise is real. The rooster jotted its final note for the day. Sign of the covenant established. Everyone nods carefully. And so evening came, morning followed, and the camp carried the strange new sign of the promise, an eternal reminder etched in flesh that sometimes faith requires commitment in the most unexpected places. Chapter 81. Hospitality and a Hidden Laugh. The day was hot, the kind of heat where tents sagged and even the goats gave up complaining. Abraham sat in the shade of the oaks at Mamre, fanning himself with a palm frond and debating whether this was the loop where he finally invented hammocks. Then he looked up. 3 figures stood before him, not approaching, not knocking, just there, shimmering faintly in the sunlight, like desert mirages that refused to flicker. Abraham leapt up. Guests! He bowed low, heart thudding, because these weren't ordinary travelers. They looked ordinary, yes, but there was a gravity to them, as if the whole sky tilted politely in their direction. Please, Abraham said breathlessly. Stay. Rest. Let me bring water to wash your feet. I'll fetch bread, meat, curds, milk. Stay a while. The rooster, who had been napping, jolted awake and scribbled, Episode 81, Mysterious Visitors Arrive, Hospitality Level, Maximum. Abraham scrambled into action, barking orders at Sarah. Quick! Bake bread, lots of it. The fine flour, none of that rough barley stuff. Sarah raised an eyebrow. You mean the flour you swore we'd save for winter? Yes, Abraham said. This is special. Sarah muttered under her breath, but went to knead dough anyway. Meanwhile, Abraham ran to the herd, picked a calf, and instructed a servant to prepare it. Soon, the table under the trees was laden with food: roasted meat, warm bread, creamy curds, fresh milk. Abraham stood aside as the guests ate. Then one of them spoke. Where is your wife, Sarah? In the tent, Abraham replied, wiping sweat from his brow. The guest's voice was steady, certain. About this time next year, Sarah will have a son. Inside the tent, Sarah froze mid-knead. She blinked. Then, without meaning to, she laughed. Not a burst of joy, more like a snort of disbelief. Me? She whispered. A son? At 90? I can't even carry water without my back cracking. The guests looked up. Why did Sarah laugh? Sarah, flustered, burst out of the tent. I didn't laugh. The guest smiled knowingly. Oh, but you did. And that laugh will name your son, Isaac, laughter. What begins in disbelief will end in joy. The rooster scribbled furiously. Sarah laughs, denies laughing, prophecy stands. Baby named in advance. Isaac equals giggle guaranteed. Sarah folded her arms and muttered, We'll see. But her eyes sparkled faintly, as though some part of her hoped it was true. And so evening came, morning followed, and under the oaks of Mamre, bread, prophecy, and one quiet laugh mingled into the story, fueling a promise that refused to fade, no matter how impossible it sounded. Chapter 82, The Joke of Heaven. After the mysterious visitors left Mamre, the camp buzzed with whispers. Servants whispered. Lot's herdsmen whispered from the valley. Even the parrots picked up a new chant. Baby, baby, 90 years, 90 years. Sarah, for her part, avoided eye contact. Every time someone looked her way, she folded her arms tighter and muttered, I wasn't laughing. But she had. She had laughed at the absurdity of it all. Her wrinkled hands, her weary back, the long silence of unfulfilled promises. Laughter had bubbled out of her before she could stop it. Abraham tried to console her. It wasn't so bad, Sarah glared. You weren't the one snorting in front of 3 glowing strangers. The rooster hopped onto a basket of flour and scribbled furiously. Episode 82. Sarah laughs. Heaven smiles. Theme. Disbelief becomes joy. Pending miracle. Isaac. That night, when the stars glittered over the camp like a million mischievous sparks, Sarah found herself staring upward. She whispered, Did I really laugh at you? The voice rolled softly through the sky, more like a chuckle than thunder. Yes, but I laughed first. Sarah frowned. You laughed? Yes, the voice said. I laughed at the thought of joy being born in impossible places. At hope springing from barren ground, at the whole cosmos turning into a punchline so sweet it brings tears. Sarah's eyes filled. She pressed her hands against her chest and, for the first time in years, let herself laugh again. Not a snort of disbelief, but a bubbling, trembling laugh of someone daring to hope. Darkness scowled. Faith dressed as comedy, disgusting. Light danced brighter across the horizon, grinning. It's the best kind of joke, the one nobody sees coming. From his basket perch, the rooster muttered, I should have brought popcorn. This is the setup for a very long punchline. And so evening came, morning followed, and Sarah's laughter echoed under the stars. Proof that sometimes the first miracle isn't the child, but the two laugh before the tears of joy arrive. Chapter 83. The First Bargaining Table. The three visitors had finished their bread and prophecy when they turned their eyes toward the valley. The laughter at Mamre faded, replaced by a heavy silence. "Shall we tell Abraham what we're about to do?" one asked. The other nodded. Sodom and Gomorrah. Their sins scream louder than the parrots. The outcry has reached heaven. The rooster flipped open its clipboard. Episode 83, Judgment Pending. Cue intercession sequence. Abraham, still lingering nearby, overheard and stiffened. "Wait. You're going to wipe out the cities? My nephew Lot lives there. He's terrible at real estate, but he's family." He swallowed, then stepped forward, voice shaking but determined. "What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Would you really sweep away 50 along with the wicked?" The voice rumbled, steady but curious. "If I find 50 righteous, I will spare the whole place." Abraham's heart pounded. He realized the bargaining table was open. 45? He asked cautiously. 45, the voice agreed. 40, Abraham pressed. 40? 30? 30. Abraham rubbed his beard nervously. 20. 20? Abraham hesitated. His knees felt weak. The rooster leaned in and whispered, "Go on, push your luck." Finally, Abraham whispered, 10? And the voice, softer now, replied, "For the sake of 10, I will not destroy it." Abraham exhaled, nearly collapsing with relief. He dared not go lower, though privately he wasn't sure Sodom could muster even 10. The rooster scribbled, "Abraham invents intercessory bargaining. Bold strategy, descending numbers. Outcome, mercy extended, with fine print." Light shimmered approvingly over Abraham's trembling frame. Darkness, lounging over the valley, smirked. 10, generous odds, but you'll see. Sodom isn't good at math. And so evening came, morning followed, and the stage was set. Mercy hanging by a thread, cities warned by negotiation, and Abraham's desperate prayers echoing over the plains while Sodom carried on oblivious to the countdown. Chapter 84, The Backward Glance. Two angels entered Sodom just as the sun dipped low, cloaked as travelers. Lot spotted them and rushed forward, bowing dramatically. "Please, come to my house," Lot insisted. "You don't want to spend the night in the square." "Trust me." The angels exchanged a look. "Understatement of the millennium," one muttered. The rooster, perched on a lamppost, scribbled, "Episode 84, Emergency Evacuation. Warning issued. Deadline, sunrise." That night, chaos erupted. The city's corruption came pounding on Lot's door, demanding the guests. Lot panicked, offered nonsense alternatives, and nearly got trampled until the angels yanked him back inside. "Enough," one angel said. "Get your family. Leave. Now." Lot hesitated. "But my house, my rugs, my clay spreadsheets." "Now!" the angel snapped, grabbing him by the arm. At dawn, they dragged Lot, his wife, and 2 daughters out of the city. "Run to the hills," the angels commanded. "Don't stop. Don't look back." Lot's wife frowned. "Don't look back? That's oddly specific." "Exactly," the rooster clucked. "Narrative tension, just obey." So they ran. Behind them, fire and brimstone rained down, turning the valley into an inferno. Smoke billowed like a furnace, rising high into the squeaky firmament. But Lot's wife slowed. She glanced over her shoulder, just once. The rooster covered its eyes. "Oh no." In an instant, she froze, her body crystallizing, hair and garments stiffening until she stood rooted in place, gleaming white, rough and brittle. A pillar of salt, forever looking backward. Lot gasped. His daughters screamed. The angels urged them forward. Darkness cackled. One look was all it took. Light sighed sadly. Even mercy has to be trusted. The rooster scrawled, "Salt Statue Seminar. Lesson, nostalgia can calcify. Don't look back." Lot stumbled onward, tears stinging his eyes, while the ground behind him hissed and cracked under waves of judgment. And so evening came, morning followed, and in the valley stood a statue of Salt, a monument not to rebellion, but to the cost of looking backward when salvation was calling forward. Chapter 85. The Baby Named Laughter. Years had passed since that first ridiculous prophecy under the oaks of Mamre, when Sarah had laughed in disbelief and denied it. She still teased Abraham about it sometimes. "Remember when you thought we'd actually have a child at our age?" Ha! But then came the morning when Sarah didn't laugh. She gasped. Her cry filled the tent, echoed across the camp, and ended in the tiny wail of a newborn. A boy. Abraham nearly dropped him when the midwives placed the child in his arms. He's real. He's here." His beard shook with laughter and tears. Sarah, exhausted but radiant, whispered, "We'll call him Isaac." Laughter, because everyone who hears about this will laugh with me. The rooster, pacing nervously outside the tent with its clipboard, finally let out a triumphant crow. Episode 85. Promise delivered. Name, Isaac. Symbol. Joy turned tangible. Neighbors gathered, wide-eyed. Some chuckled awkwardly. Others laughed outright. Not mockery this time, but delight. "He's the punchline we didn't see coming," Abraham said, rocking the child. Sarah grinned. "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet here he is, laughing in my arms." Darkness sulked in the shadows. Joy is annoying when it shows up late. Light gleamed across the newborn's face. But joy is never late. It's right on time. The parrot squawked from the trees. "Baby, baby, 90 years, 90 years." Isaac wailed louder, as if protesting being turned into headlines on day one of his life. The rooster scribbled one last line for the record. Lesson: God gets the last laugh, and it sounds like a baby's cry. And so evening came, morning followed, and the promise that once sounded like a joke had become a child, with a name that meant exactly what his parents were doing, laughing. Chapter 86. The Wilderness Whisper. Isaac's cry filled the camp, and everyone laughed with Sarah, everyone except Hagar. She watched from the shadows, Ishmael beside her, now a boy with sharp eyes and a restless stride. Sarah, fierce in her protectiveness, noticed. Her laughter turned brittle. "Abraham," she said, "the son of this slave woman will not share inheritance with my Isaac." "Send her away." Abraham winced. He looked at Ishmael, at Hagar, torn between guilt and love. Then the voice spoke quietly into his chest. "Do as she says. I will make a nation of Ishmael, too." The rooster, perched on the tent pole, scribbled, Episode 86. Family fracture. Expulsion imminent. Mercy still promised. So Abraham gave Hagar a skin of water and bread and sent her into the wilderness with her boy. The sun was merciless. The desert stretched endlessly. The water ran out. Ishmael stumbled, lips cracked. Hagar placed him under a shrub and stepped away, sobbing. "I cannot watch my child die." She covered her face with her hands and wept. Then a voice broke through the silence. Not thunder, not judgment. Gentle. Tender. "Hagar." She froze. It was the same voice she'd heard years before, beside another spring. "Why are you afraid?" "Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy's cry. Lift him up. Take him by the hand. I will make him a great nation." The rooster flapped excitedly, nearly dropping its clipboard. "Confirmed! Wilderness Miracle Protocol activated!" Hagar opened her eyes. Right beside her, where moments ago there had been nothing but dust, shimmered a well of clear, living water. She ran to it, filled the skin, and pressed it to Ishmael's lips. His eyes brightened. His cry grew strong again. The boy stood, gripping his mother's hand, and from that moment he grew, strong, wild, a hunter with the desert wind in his lungs. A people would rise from him, as countless as the sand under his feet. Darkness muttered, "I wanted despair." Light glowed brighter over the well, but mercy found them first. The rooster scribbled one final line. Episode 86. Cast out, yet seen. Wilderness becomes sanctuary. And so evening came, morning followed, and a boy once abandoned stood tall again, guided tenderly by the same God who had seen his mother before and still saw her now. Chapter 87, The Trial on the Mountain. Isaac grew into a bright-eyed boy full of questions. Questions about stars, about sheep, about why parrots never stopped repeating themselves. Abraham smiled at him, proud but weary. The boy was the promise made flesh. Then one dawn, the voice spoke again. Abraham. Yes, Lord? Take your son, your only son whom you love, Isaac, and go to the land of Moriah. Offer him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you. Abraham's heart stopped. His staff slipped from his hand. What? My son? The promise? The laughter? The rooster, perched in a fig tree, squawked so loud it startled the goats. Oh no. Episode 87, Supreme Test incoming. Knife, fire, heartbreak. Buckle up. Still, Abraham obeyed. He rose early, saddled the donkey, split wood, and took Isaac along. 3 days later, the mountain loomed ahead. Isaac trotted beside his father, carrying the bundle of firewood. Father? Yes, my son, Abraham croaked. We have fire and wood, but where is the lamb? Abraham swallowed. God will provide, my son. Up they climbed, the wind howled. Darkness followed eagerly, whispering, This is madness. The promise ends here. On the mountain's peak, Abraham built an altar and laid the wood in order. His hands shook as he bound Isaac, who trusted without struggle. Father, Isaac whispered. Tears blurred Abraham's eyes. He raised the knife. The rooster clutched its clipboard, feathers flared. Don't do it! Don't do it! Then a thunderous cry. Abraham! Abraham! Abraham froze mid-motion. Here I am. Do not lay a hand on the boy, the voice commanded. Now I know you fear God, seeing you would not withhold your son, your only son. Abraham collapsed in relief, sobbing. Isaac blinked up at him, confused but alive. Then the ram appeared, caught in a thicket, bleating indignantly at its unlucky timing. There, said the voice, the lamb I promised. Sacrifice it instead. Abraham untied Isaac, embraced him fiercely, then offered the ram upon the altar. Smoke rose, not of despair but of mercy. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 87, Knife halted by love. Substitute provided, covenant reaffirmed. Light bathed the mountain. Darkness groaned, denied its victory. And so evening came, morning followed, and on Mount Moriah Abraham learned what faith truly meant. Not blind obedience, but trust that mercy was waiting at the last second. Knife halted by love. Chapter 88. The breath after the blade. The ram bleated furiously, its horns tangled in the thicket, like it had wandered into the scene late and regretted everything. Abraham and Isaac stared at it, both wide-eyed. Then Abraham let out a laugh, a broken, gasping laugh that spilled into tears. Isaac, still trembling on the altar, joined in. The laughter was shaky, frightened, but alive. Father, Isaac whispered, is this the lamb? Yes, Abraham choked. The lamb God promised. They wrestled the ram free, dragged it to the altar, and offered it up. The smoke curled upward, clean and strong, unlike Cain's crooked smoke of old. It rose like a sigh of relief, an exhale from earth to heaven. The rooster scribbled, feathers damp with dew. Episode 88. Ram provided. Sacrifice complete. Trust restored. Whole camp exhales. As the smoke drifted into the sky, the voice returned, gentle now, full of weight and promise. Because you have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you. Your descendants will be as countless as the stars and as unmeasurable as the sand. Through your offspring, all nations will be blessed. Isaac leaned against his father, clutching him tightly. Abraham wept into his son's hair. Never again, he whispered. Never again will I doubt that provision waits, even when the knife is raised. Light glowed fiercely across the mountain. Darkness hissed. Too much drama, not enough despair. The parrots, unable to resist, shrieked, "Ram in the thicket! Ram in the thicket!" And so evening came, morning followed, and Abraham named that place, "The Lord will provide." For on that mountain, trust had gasped, cried, and finally exhaled, unanimous, grateful, alive. Chapter 89, The Wellside Test. Isaac grew, but as he reached manhood, one glaring problem remained. No wife. Sarah fretted. Abraham sighed. The parrots chanted, "Single! Single! Needs a mingle!" Abraham, old and weary, called his most trusted servant. "Swear to me," Abraham said, "you won't pick a wife for my son from the Canaanites. Go back to my family's country. Find a bride there." The servant gulped. "That's far." "Take camels," Abraham said, "and faith." The rooster scribbled on its clipboard. Episode 89. Bride Quest launched. Criteria: hospitality, kindness, surprise factor. So the servant loaded 10 camels with gifts and set out. Days passed. Dust storms, long roads, grumbling animals. Finally, he reached a well outside the city of Nahor. He prayed, "O Lord, God of my master Abraham, grant me success today. Let it be that the young woman who offers me water and also waters my camels will be the one." Moments later, Rebecca appeared, pitcher balanced on her shoulder, face bright with purpose. The servant approached timidly. "Please, may I have a little water?" Rebecca smiled. "Drink, my lord." She lowered the jar, steady as grace. Then she looked at the thirsty camels and added, "And I'll draw water for them too, until they finish drinking." The servant blinked. "All 10?" Rebecca nodded. "Of course." The camels cheered internally. Camels always cheer internally. Hour after hour, she drew water, sweat dripping, arms aching, but her kindness never faltered. By the time the last camel slurped its fill, the servant was weeping in gratitude. The rooster clapped its wings and scribbled furiously. Hospitality test passed. Camels hydrated. Rebecca equals chosen one. The servant showered her with gifts, bracelets, rings, promises. "You are the answer to prayer. Come meet Isaac." Rebecca's family hesitated, but she said simply, "I will go." And so she did. She rode the camels back, heart steady, faith as sure as her kindness. Isaac, walking in the field at evening, looked up and saw her. Rebecca dismounted, veiled herself, and became his wife. And Isaac, still haunted by the memory of Mount Moriah, found comfort in her love. Light gleamed warmly across the scene. Darkness muttered, "Too wholesome." The parrots, of course, couldn't resist. Bride quest complete. Bride quest complete. And so evening came, morning followed, and the story moved forward, not just through covenants and sacrifices, but through kindness by a well and a woman who outserved even camels. Chapter 90, Prenatal Smackdown. Rebecca's kindness at the well had been legendary. Her marriage to Isaac was tender. But then came the pregnancy. And this was no ordinary pregnancy. From the very start, her belly throbbed like a battlefield. Rebecca would clutch her stomach and groan, "Why does it feel like there's a wrestling tournament inside me?" The rooster perched nearby, already scribbling, Episode 90, twins installed, status, rivalry detected pre-birth. At night, Isaac would place his hand gently on her side. Immediately, a foot kicked it, hard. "That one's a fighter," Isaac winced. Rebecca rolled her eyes. "They both are." By the second trimester, it was clear these were no quiet children. Her belly shifted like waves at sea, knees and elbows poking as though they were building their own tiny Tower of Babel inside. Exasperated, Rebecca prayed, "Lord, if this is supposed to be a blessing, why does it hurt so much?" The voice answered, "2 nations are in your womb. 2 peoples will be separated from within you. One will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger." Rebecca gasped, "They're already nations?" Darkness chuckled, "Starting wars early. I like their style." Light beamed faintly, whispering, Even wrestling can birth destiny. The parrots, as usual, took to the skies chanting, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" When the time came, the delivery was more spectacle than birth. The first child emerged red and hairy, fists clenched. They named him Esau. Immediately, his brother grabbed his heel and yanked, trying to crawl out on top. They named him Jacob, heel grabber. The rooster shook its head and scrawled, "Siblings, locked into eternal grappling match. Referee status, pending." And so evening came, morning followed, and even before they could speak, the twins had written their story in kicks and grabs, destiny wrestling in the dark, long before daylight saw their faces. Chapter 91. Brothers, Opposites. The twins grew fast, but instead of growing alike, they seemed to sprint in opposite directions. Esau was the firstborn, built like a boulder wrapped in fur. He loved the outdoors. The hunt was his cathedral, the bow his hymn. He smelled perpetually of venison and campfire smoke. The parrots nicknamed him Wild Man. Jacob, by contrast, was smooth-skinned, soft-spoken, and happiest indoors. While Esau ran through the hills chasing game, Jacob sat in the tent, tinkering. He experimented with stew recipes, rearranged the tent, inventory, and quietly hacked the family spreadsheets to his advantage. The parrots nicknamed him the Thinker, though some whispered Sneaky. The rooster scribbled across its clipboard, Episode 91, Twin Personalities Diverge, Esau equals Hunter Archetype, Jacob equals Trickster Prototype, Rivalry Trajectory, Steep. Isaac adored Esau. "My son, bring me fresh game." The taste makes my heart glad. He practically drooled every time Esau came back with a carcass over his shoulders. Rebecca, however, doted on Jacob. "He's clever, responsible, knows how to season lentils properly." And so the family fractured. Father and hairy hunter on one side, mother and smooth schemer on the other. One afternoon, Jacob stirred a pot of red stew over the fire. Esau staggered in, sweaty and half dead from chasing deer unsuccessfully. "I'm starving," Esau groaned. "Give me some of that red stuff before I collapse." Jacob's eyes twinkled. "Of course, brother. Just sell me your birthright first." Esau blinked. "What, my birthright?" Jacob stirred the stew casually. "Yes. Double inheritance. Leadership of the clan. The works. For this bowl." Esau clutched his stomach. "What good is a birthright if I starve to death right now?" The rooster muttered from the fence post. "Overreaction level. Biblical." "Deal," Esau gasped, collapsing dramatically. Jacob slid the bowl into his hands, smirking. Esau slurped noisily. Worth it." The rooster scribbled furiously. "Esau sells future for soup. Jacob hacks destiny with lentils." Darkness chuckled. "This family drama will keep me fed for centuries." Light sighed. And still, somehow, the promise weaves through the mess. And so evening came, morning followed, and the brothers set their rivalry in stone. One trading destiny for dinner, the other trading honesty for a hustle. Chapter 92. Brief Interlude. Esau was a beastly man, but back then, soup didn't come in a can. Jacob was a schemer, and Jacob was a dreamer. Chapter 93. The Goatskin Con. Isaac was old. His eyes had grown dim, his voice gravelly, and his appetite for Esau's wild game undiminished. "Son," he croaked, "bring me venison, the kind I love. Prepare it for me, and I'll bless you before I die." Esau strapped on his bow, eager to oblige. But Rebecca, eavesdropping from the kitchen tent, narrowed her eyes. "Oh no, not on my watch," she whispered. "That blessing belongs to Jacob." Jacob, stirring his latest stew invention, looked up nervously. "Mother, Esau is firstborn. Isn't this risky?" Rebecca smirked. "Risky, yes. Wrong? Not when destiny's involved." The rooster, perched on the flour sack, scribbled frantically, Episode 93, Blessing Heist Incoming. Tools, goats, disguise, deception. Rebecca grabbed 2 young goats, cooked them quickly, and dressed Jacob in Esau's clothes. She wrapped the goatskins around his arms and neck to mimic his brother's hairy frame. Jacob tugged at the itchy disguise. "I feel ridiculous." "You look ridiculous," the rooster said flatly, "but it'll work." Jacob entered his father's tent. Isaac sniffed. "Who's there?" It's me, Esau," Jacob said, voice cracking. Isaac frowned. The voice is Jacob's, but the hands... He reached out and felt the goat skins. The hands are Esau's. Jacob winced. "Yes, very hairy, just like me. Definitely Esau." "Yep." Isaac chewed the meat, then sighed. "Come closer, my son." He placed trembling hands on Jacob's head and spoke the words of blessing. "May God give you heaven's dew and earth's richness, abundance of grain and new wine. Nations will serve you. Your brothers will bow to you. Cursed be those who curse you, and blessed be those who bless you." Jacob trembled. The words sank deep, heavy as stars. Moments later, Esau returned, sweaty from the hunt, meat in hand. He entered cheerfully until he saw Jacob slip out the back of the tent, goat skins trailing. "Father!" "Here I am," Esau said proudly. Isaac froze. "Who are you?" "I'm Esau, your son, the real one." The tent erupted in shouts. Isaac shook. Esau wailed. Jacob bolted. Rebekah barked orders. The parrots screamed, "Drama! Drama! Blessing heist!" The rooster scribbled with shaking claws. "Blessing misdirected. Family group chat equals total meltdown. Fallout imminent." Esau's howl shook the valley. "He stole my birthright, and now my blessing too." "Is there nothing left for me?" Isaac whispered, broken. "He will be blessed indeed." Darkness grinned wide. "Families falling apart, my favorite sport." Light flickered gently over Isaac's face. But the promise moves forward, even through deception. And so evening came, morning followed, and the family group chat exploded. Inheritance stolen, trust shattered, destiny advanced by goat skins and a trembling lie. Chapter 94. The Stairway Shift. Jacob ran. He ran from Esau's rage, from the wreckage of the family group chat, from the smell of goat skins still clinging to him. His feet pounded dust until night fell and exhaustion dropped him on a rocky hillside. Too tired to care, he grabbed a stone for a pillow, ergonomic in the loosest possible sense, and collapsed into uneasy sleep. That's when the dream began. The rooster, perched invisibly nearby, scribbled in midair. Episode 94, Dreamscape activated. Expect symbolism. Jacob blinked, and before him rose a ladder, or maybe a staircase, or maybe some divine escalator. It stretched from earth all the way to the squeaky firmament, glowing with light. Angels bustled up and down, traffic so busy it looked like rush hour. Some carried scrolls, others toted incense. One had coffee, though Jacob wasn't sure coffee existed yet. At the top stood the voice, vast yet near. "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father, and the God of Isaac," the voice said. "The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring. They will be like the dust of the earth, spreading in every direction. And I am with you, and will keep you wherever you go. I will not leave you." Jacob's jaw dropped. Even after the goatskin incident? Even then, the rooster scrawled furiously, "Covenant renewed. Despite trickery, grace persists. Ladder equals handshake between realms." When Jacob woke, the stone pillow dug into his ear, but his heart burned. He sat up, staring at the dawn. "Surely the Lord is in this place," he whispered. "And I didn't know it." He trembled, stacking stones into a pillar, pouring oil over it. "This is none other than the house of God, the gate of heaven." He named the place Bethel. Then he made a vow, not exactly noble, more like a deal. "If God will be with me and provide bread to eat and clothes to wear, then the Lord will be my God." Darkness snorted from the shadows. "Always bargaining, aren't you?" Light gleamed on the stone pillar. "But even a conditional vow can grow into worship." The parrots naturally repeated, "Gate of heaven, gate of heaven," until even the stone groaned. And so evening came, morning followed, and Jacob rose from his dream marked forever, one schemer now standing under an open sky where earth and heaven had shaken hands. Chapter 95. Welcome to Uncle Laban Incorporated. Jacob arrived in Haran dusty, nervous, and still half dreaming of ladders. But his nerves vanished the moment he saw Rachel at the well. One glance, one smile, and he knew. This is it. The promise looks like her. Enter Uncle Laban. Laban greeted Jacob with hugs, feasts, and suspicious enthusiasm. "My own flesh and blood," he cried, while already calculating wages, benefits, and loopholes in the fine print. The rooster, perched on the well, scribbled, Episode 95. Jacob the Trickster meets Laban the HR department. Sparks and contracts imminent. Jacob agreed to work 7 years in exchange for Rachel's hand. 7 years? The parrot squawked. That's a long probation period. But Jacob didn't care. Each day with Rachel nearby made the labor feel light. The fields flourished, the flocks multiplied, and Jacob's heart swelled with anticipation. Finally, wedding day arrived. The feast roared late into the night, the tent filled with music, laughter, and wine. And when Jacob woke the next morning, smiling at his bride, it wasn't Rachel, it was Leah. Jacob bolted upright. "What? How?" Laban strolled in, sipping his morning goat's milk, like a man who had pulled this trick before. "Custom, my boy. Younger daughters don't marry before older ones. Company policy." Jacob gaped. "Company policy? You tricked me," the rooster cackled. "Pot, meat kettle, kettle pot." Darkness laughed so hard it rolled on the floor. "The schemer has been schemed." Light sighed. "Even trickery can weave into the promise, though it stings." Jacob demanded answers. Laban shrugged innocently. "You want Rachel? Work another 7 years. Sign here." He slid over a clay contract already drafted. The parrots squawked from the rafters. "HR scam! HR scam!" Jacob buried his face in his hands. 14 years for one true love. 7 for Leah, 7 more for Rachel. The family dynamic was already a soap opera waiting to explode. The rooster scribbled in bold, "Lesson. Tricksters eventually meet their match. HR equals hazardous relatives." And so evening came, morning followed, and Jacob discovered the hard way that when you play the game of deception, someone always has a bigger HR department than you. Chapter 96. Songs for the Unseen. Leah had not asked to be part of Laban's grand HR stunt. One morning she simply woke up married to Jacob, who was staring at her like she was a clerical error. Jacob sulked. "I worked 7 years for Rachel." Laban shrugged. "Yes, but you got Leah first. BOGO deal. Fine print." The rooster scribbled, Episode 96. Leah unloved. Divine compassion inbound. Rachel glowed with affection. Jacob's eyes followed her constantly. Leah, meanwhile, set the table, drew water, and listened to her husband's laughter drift toward Rachel's tent. Each night she lay awake, heart heavy, feeling invisible. But heaven saw. The voice whispered gently, "Leah, you are not forgotten. I will open your womb." And so Leah bore a son. She named him Reuben. See, a son. She hoped Jacob would finally look at her, but Jacob still looked at Rachel. She bore another. Simeon, God hears. She longed for Jacob's love to follow, but Jacob's eyes lingered elsewhere. A third son, Levi, attached. She whispered, "Maybe now my husband will attach to me." But Jacob's heart remained tangled with Rachel. At the fourth, Leah exhaled differently. She named him Judah, praise. For the first time, the name wasn't about Jacob at all. It was about God, who had seen her, heard her, and sung lullabies into her lonely nights. The rooster perched on a tent pole, softly crowing. Shift detected, sorrow turned into song. From Judah will come more than she ever dreamed. Darkness sneered, but she still feels unloved. Light glowed over Leah as she rocked Judah in her arms. Yes, but she is seen. Leah hummed a lullaby, not knowing that from her line kings would rise, and from those kings, the King of Kings. And so evening came, morning followed, and while Leah's heart still ached for a husband's affection, heaven's song wrapped her in praise that outlasted rejection. Chapter 97. The Ache of Waiting. While Leah's tent filled with the cries of children and the clatter of little feet, Rachel sat in silence. She smiled politely at her sister's babies, offered to hold them sometimes, but when she returned to her own space, her arms felt unbearably empty. One night she burst out to Jacob, eyes flashing. "Give me children, or I'll die." Jacob nearly choked on his stew. "What do you expect me to do? Am I God?" The rooster, pacing outside with its clipboard, scribbled, Episode 97, Rachel equals desperate, Jacob equals defensive, patience equals pending. Rachel, unwilling to wait, pulled a page straight from Sarah's old playbook. She gave her maidservant, Bilhah, to Jacob. "She will bear children on my behalf," Rachel declared. Soon Bilhah had a son. Rachel named him Dan. "God has vindicated me." She smiled for the first time in months, though her smile trembled. Bilhah bore another. Rachel named him Naphtali. "My struggle." She lifted the baby and laughed through tears. "I have wrestled with my sister, and I have won." Leah rolled her eyes so hard the tent nearly collapsed. Not to be outdone, Leah offered her own maid, Zilpah, to Jacob. 2 more sons came, Gad, good fortune, and Asher, happy, though the household was anything but. Children multiplied, rivalry festered. It felt less like a family and more like a competitive dynasty league. Rachel prayed and prayed and prayed again. Every night she whispered, "Lord, remember me, see me too." Then, one morning, the prayer was answered. Rachel bore a son of her own. She named him Joseph, may he add. Tears rolled down her face as she kissed the baby's cheek. "God has taken away my disgrace," she whispered. The rooster scribbled, "Rachel's waiting ends in Joseph." Patience seasoned with prayer equals reward. Light gleamed brightly over the tent, warming the air with promise. Darkness sulked. This house is chaos. How can blessings sprout here? But even amid rivalry, prayers, and tangled loyalties, hope took shape in Rachel's arms. A son whose story would soon carry the whole family to Egypt. And so evening came, morning followed, and Rachel's long wait ended with Joseph's cry, an answer seasoned by patience, and the beginning of another twist in the promise's tale. Chapter 98. The Striped Sheep Hack. By now Jacob's household was a bustling circus of tents, children, goats, and sibling rivalry that could fill an entire season of soap opera reruns. But Jacob had another problem. Uncle Laban, CEO of Trickster Incorporated. Jacob had worked years for Leah, years for Rachel, years more for flocks, and still, Laban found loopholes. Wages changed like weather forecasts. Promises slipped through his fingers like sand. One night, Jacob sat by the fire, muttering, "I'm tired of being the intern in this family company." The rooster nodded gravely, clipboard open. Episode 98. Jacob tries creative accounting. Enter the stick experiment. Jacob approached Laban the next day. "Pay me in livestock. All the spotted, speckled, and striped animals will be mine. The plain ones are yours." Laban laughed. "Ha! Hardly any of those exist. Deal." And so Jacob got to work. He carved sticks into striped patterns and placed them in the watering troughs where the animals mated. The parrots screeched from the fence post, "This is not how genetics works. This is not how genetics works." But it did. Soon lambs and kids popped out covered in spots, stripes, freckles, polka dots, like someone had gone wild with divine spray paint. Every birth seemed to multiply Jacob's share. Laban's flocks dwindled. Jacob's flocks exploded. The neighbors gawked. "Are those zebra goats?" "Yes," Jacob said smugly. "Patent pending." Darkness muttered, "This is cheating." Light replied, "Or Providence dressed as farming hacks." The rooster scribbled furiously, Outcome: Jacob's wealth skyrockets. Laban equals furious. Morale: when tricksters trick tricksters, strange things happen. By evening, Jacob's pastures looked like a carnival. Striped rams, speckled goats, polka-dotted sheep. The children laughed at the psychedelic herds, while Laban ground his teeth in rage. And so evening came, morning followed, and Jacob the deceiver found himself prospering not by swords or schemes alone, but by a divine prank played in sheep's clothing. Chapter 99: Midnight Exit. Jacob's flocks had multiplied into a tie-dye carnival, and with them his resentment of Uncle Laban's flexible wage system. Every day the fine print shifted. Every night Jacob muttered, "I need to get out of this internship." Finally, the voice nudged him. "Go back to your homeland." Time to leave Laban, Inc. The rooster perched on a striped ram scribbled, Episode 99, Exit Strategy Initiated. Risk, high, drama, inevitable. Jacob waited until Laban was away shearing sheep. Then, under the cover of night, he packed the tents, loaded the kids, herded the herds, and whispered, "Shh, we're sneaking out." Rachel, however, had her own side mission. As she folded her clothes and packed supplies, she glanced at her father's tent. Inside, Laban's little idols, household gods carved from clay and wood, sat smugly on a shelf. Rachel scowled. "You won't get to chase us with your fake gods." She stuffed them into a saddlebag and mounted her camel. The parrots shrieked quietly, if such a thing were possible. Idol heist! Idol heist! By dawn, the whole caravan was moving east. Jacob smiled, relieved. "We did it. We're free." 3 days later, Laban noticed his idols were gone. "Who stole my gods?" he roared. The servants shrugged nervously. One whispered, "If your gods can be stolen, maybe they're not gods?" Laban ignored him and mounted his camel. "Pack the posse. We're chasing my son-in-law." Back in Jacob's camp, the rooster scribbled, "Chase scene loading, tensions at maximum." Rachel hummed innocently, stroking her camel. The idols clunked in her saddlebag, muffled under a cushion. "Nothing to see here," she whispered. And so evening came, morning followed, and the great escape turned into a family drama on wheels, Jacob fleeing with spotted flocks, Rachel smuggling idols, and Laban galloping after them with contracts in hand. Chapter 100: The Night of the Grip. Jacob had finally shaken off Uncle Laban's HR department, though not without a shouting match that ended in a mutual non-aggression clause written in a pile of rocks. Now, on his way home, a bigger fear loomed. Esau. Esau, the brother he had cheated out of stew and blessing, the hunter with a memory like a bear trap. Word reached Jacob that Esau was coming, with 400 men. Jacob panicked. "That's not a family reunion, that's an army." The rooster, trotting alongside, scribbled, Episode 100, Esau inbound. Conflict resolution protocol required. Jacob divided his camp, sent gifts ahead. Goats, sheep, camels, cows, donkeys. Basically an entire traveling zoo. "Tell Esau these are for him," Jacob instructed nervously. "Lots of gifts. Bribery works, right?" That night, Jacob sent his family across the Jabbok River. Alone, the campfire smoldering low, he slumped on the riverbank. "Lord, I can't do this. Esau's going to kill me." Then a shadow moved. At first, Jacob thought it was a thief. Then he thought it was a soldier, but the figure lunged, and suddenly Jacob was grappling in the dirt. No words, no explanations, just a grip, a struggle, sweat and dust, twisting and straining through the night. The rooster balanced on a branch, eyes wide. This is different. Wrestling match with heaven, odds unclear. Jacob's muscles burned, his hips screamed, but he refused to let go. "Bless me," he gasped, locking arms with the stranger. The figure's voice thundered in the dark. "Let me go, for dawn is breaking." "I will not," Jacob cried, "unless you bless me." The stranger touched his hip, snap, and Jacob staggered, pain shooting through him. Still he clung, stubborn, desperate. "What is your name?" the figure asked. "Jacob," he wheezed. "Trickster, heel grabber, supplanter." "Not anymore," the figure said. "Your new name is Israel, because you have wrestled with God and with men, and you have prevailed." The words hit like thunder, not in anger but in transformation. Jacob, now Israel, fell back, trembling. The stranger vanished with the dawn, leaving behind only the echo of promise. Israel limped across the river as the sun rose, hip aching, heart blazing. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 100, Jacob renamed Israel. Identity rebooted. Wrestler to covenant bearer. Limp equals permanent reminder. Light shimmered across the riverbank, proud. Darkness sulked. And so evening came. Morning followed. And one man's midnight wrestling match rewrote his destiny. Trickster turned struggler. Struggler turned Israel. Chapter 101. The Hug That Shouldn't Have Happened. Israel, formerly Jacob, limped across the dawn-lit plain, every step a reminder of the midnight wrestling match. Behind him stretched a trail of spotted, striped, and polka-dotted sheep meant as a peace offering. Ahead, dust clouds rose. Esau and 400 men marching hard. Israel's heart hammered. This is it, the stew debt, the goatskin heist, payback with interest. The rooster, perched nervously on a rock, scribbled, Episode 101, Esau incoming. Risk level, catastrophic. Israel arranged his family in a careful procession, placing himself in front. He bowed low, 7 times, each bow deeper than the last. Dust clung to his beard. Sweat dripped from his brow. He braced himself. Esau strode closer, massive, wild-haired, still smelling of venison and vengeance. Israel squeezed his eyes shut. Please, Lord, don't let him kill me before breakfast. Then it happened. Esau broke into a run. Israel winced, waiting for the spear. Instead, Esau tackled him into a bear hug. The rooster's quill snapped in half. Wait, what? Esau fell on his brother's neck and wept. Israel wept too, clutching him back. 2 men who'd spent their lives grabbing heels and stealing blessings stood sobbing like children under the rising sun. The 400 men awkwardly shuffled their feet, unsure if they should cry too or start clapping. Esau pulled back, eyes blazing not with rage but with relief. Brother, what's with all these animals? They're yours, Israel said, still trembling. A gift. To find favor. Esau laughed through tears. I have plenty. Keep them, Israel insisted. Please take them. It's my way of saying sorry. Esau finally nodded and accepted. Fine. But only if you come with me. Let's go home together. Israel, cautious, declined politely. You go ahead. I'll limp along behind. Esau grinned. Still a schemer. But you're my schemer. The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 101, Reunion successful. Grudges retired. Forgiveness, 400 armed men. Darkness groaned. I was promised blood. Light gleamed bright over the brothers' tears, and instead you got grace. And so evening came, morning followed, and 2 estranged brothers, Hunter and Trickster, walked into a new loop. Their feud dissolved not by vengeance, but by an embrace that rewrote the ending. Chapter 102, The Cost of Vengeance. Peace had barely settled over Israel's camp after the tearful reunion with Esau, when another story cracked the air, darker this time. Dinah, Israel's daughter, curious and bold, went to visit the women of Shechem. But what should have been a harmless outing ended in violation. Her dignity torn, her sorrow carried back like smoke into her father's tent. The camp froze. Israel's heart clenched, but he hesitated, measured, cautious, unsure of his next move. Silence spread like a heavy fog. But Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, did not hesitate. They clenched their fists. This cannot stand. We'll answer shame with steel. The rooster, perched on a tent pole, scribbled grimly. Episode 102, Dinah's sorrow. Justice collides with rage. Outcome, catastrophic overcorrection. The men of Shechem, eager to make peace, offered terms. Let's intermarry, join families, we'll become one people. Simeon and Levi exchanged a look. Fine, they said, but there's one condition. The men of Shechem leaned in eagerly. Circumcision! The entire city groaned, yet the men agreed, desperate to mend the fracture. They submitted, wincing, groaning, staggering through the streets in pain. Then, while the city still reeled, Simeon and Levi stormed in with swords. They cut down every man, every guard, every father and son. Their rage spilled across the city like fire untamed. Dinah was led out from the wreckage, her eyes wide, her brother's hands dripping with vengeance. Israel confronted them, his voice shaking. You've ruined me. You've made me a stench among the people of this land. How will we survive now? Simeon and Levi's eyes burned. Should they have treated our sister like a prostitute? The camp split, half trembling at the slaughter, half nodding grimly at the justice. The rooster closed its clipboard slowly, feathers heavy. Episode 102 complete. Justice unchecked becomes rage. Rage unchecked becomes ruin. Darkness smiled wickedly. Finally, a good loop for me. Light, dim but stubborn, whispered over Dinah's bowed head. Even in ashes, her worth is not erased. And so evening came, morning followed, and the family of Israel staggered onward. Grief, shame, and fury braided together, carrying scars that no covenant could ignore. Chapter 1. 103. The Boy Who Wouldn't Stop Dreaming. By now, Israel's camp was a sprawling mess of tents, flocks, and sons. 12 sons, to be exact, each one louder and more competitive than the last. And then there was Joseph. Joseph was 17, bright-eyed, and very sure the world revolved around him. To make matters worse, Israel adored him. He gifted Joseph a dazzling coat, long sleeves, rich colors, woven like a rainbow stitched into fabric. The rooster perched on a staff, scribbling, Episode 103, Favoritism Hazard Detected. Coat equals jealousy multiplier. At breakfast the next morning, while the older brothers gnawed goat meat and muttered about chores, Joseph cleared his throat dramatically. I had a dream, he announced. The brothers groaned. Not again. Joseph ignored them. We were binding sheaves in the field, and suddenly my sheaf rose and stood tall. All of yours gathered around and bowed down to it. The table fell silent. Then Reuben muttered, Did he just say we bowed to a bundle of wheat? Simeon snarled. He means himself. Joseph grinned. Well, if the shoe fits. The parrots shrieked from the rafters. Bow! Bow! Wheat! Bow! The next day at breakfast, Joseph had another announcement. I dreamed again. This time the sun, moon, and 11 stars bowed to me. Even Israel frowned. Sun, really? But Joseph beamed. It's destiny. The brothers slammed their cups on the table. Jealousy brewed hotter than the morning stew. Father loves him best. He struts in that ridiculous coat. And now the stars bow to him? Darkness chuckled from the shadows. This jealousy will cook nicely. Light glimmered faintly over Joseph's shoulders, but the dreamer is being shaped for something larger. The rooster scribbled furiously, Episode 103, Joseph's dreams ignite sibling rage. Plot foreshadowing, betrayal inbound. And so evening came, morning followed, and one dreamer's coat and words irritated the breakfast table enough to set destiny in motion. Brothers seething, Joseph smiling, and the loop tightening toward its next twist. Chapter 1. 104. Technicolor Target. Joseph strutted across the camp in his dazzling coat like a walking rainbow. The fabric shimmered with every step, catching the sunlight, practically blinding the goats. The brothers groaned. Why does he get that coat? Muttered Simeon. Because father loves him more, Levi grumbled. Because he's the dreamer, Judah said darkly. Reuben sighed. Because life is unfair. The parrots screeched, Special treatment! Special treatment. The rooster, perched on a fence, scribbled, Episode 104, Favoritism, now a live grenade. Brothers arming themselves with jealousy. It didn't help that Joseph twirled every chance he got. "Oh, this old thing? Father just gave it to me, said I deserved it." He spun again. "Do you think it brings out my destiny?" "Yes," muttered Dan. "Destiny to get punched." Darkness leaned against a tree, grinning. Sibling rivalry ripens nicely. Light sighed, casting a softer glow over Joseph's coat. Even through envy, the promise threads forward. Then came the moment. Joseph was sent out to check on his brothers while they grazed sheep near Dothan. As soon as they saw his coat gleaming on the horizon, their hands clenched. "Here comes the dreamer!" Simeon spat. "Let's kill him," Levi growled. "Throw him into a pit and say a wild animal ate him." Reuben, the reluctant eldest, shook his head. No, don't kill him. Just toss him in a pit. We can figure it out later." The plan formed quickly, envy sharpening into action. The rooster scribbled with frantic strokes. Plot detected. Solution equals betrayal. Pit protocol engaged. And so evening came, morning followed, and Joseph's coat dazzled brighter than ever. So bright, in fact, it painted a target on his back, drawing his brother's envy into a scheme that would change history. Chapter 105, From Coat to Caravan. Joseph arrived at Dothan with a smile too wide, a coat too bright, and no idea how much his brothers hated both. "Brothers," he called cheerfully, "Father sent me to check on you." The brothers exchanged a look. Simeon muttered, "Check on us?" "More like report on us." Levi spat. "Here comes the dreamer." Before Joseph could finish his next sentence about sheaves or stars, they grabbed him. The coat tore away in their hands, gleaming fabric ripped like paper. "Into the pit!" Judah barked. Joseph shouted as they shoved him down into a dry cistern. His voice echoed, "Hey! Careful with the coat. That's bespoke." The rooster, perched on a rock, scribbled furiously. Episode 105. Dreamer dethroned. Coat gone. Pit protocol activated. The brothers sat nearby, eating bread, trying to look casual. Reuben paced nervously. "We can't kill him. Just leave him in the pit. Maybe rescue him later." But as Reuben wandered off, a caravan appeared, Ishmaelite traders, camels jingling with spices, balm, and myrrh. Judah's eyes gleamed. Better idea. Why kill him when we can sell him? The brothers nodded. Commerce always soothed conscience. 20 pieces of silver, shouted Levi. Deal, said the traders, hoisting Joseph out of the pit. Joseph flailed. Wait, brothers? This isn't funny. Good luck in Egypt, Simeon muttered. The caravan rolled away, Joseph bouncing in the saddlebag of destiny. Moments later, Reuben returned. All right, time to rescue. He froze. Where is he? The brothers shrugged, holding up the torn coat now dipped in goat's blood. We'll tell father a wild beast ate him. Reuben tore his clothes. You fools! The rooster scribbled grimly. Joseph sold. Brothers complicit. Reuben distraught. Goat's blood equals cover story. Darkness grinned wide. Perfect. Family betrayal at wholesale prices. Light whispered faintly over the road where Joseph vanished. But the pit is not the end. The caravan is a beginning. And so evening came, morning followed, and Joseph the dreamer rode unwillingly toward Egypt, coatless, confused, but still carrying visions bigger than any pit could bury. Chapter 106. The side story nobody saw coming. While Joseph was bouncing south toward Egypt in a spice-scented camel caravan, the family drama didn't pause. Instead, the spotlight slid sideways to Judah, one of the brothers who had signed off on the sell the dreamer plan. Judah moved away from his brothers, settled near Adullam, and started his own household. He had sons, arranged marriages, and, unsurprisingly for this family, everything got messy fast. His first son, married a woman named Tamar. However, was so corrupt that the voice itself declared, "Nope," and struck him down. Unfortunate, Judah said, clearing his throat. But family duty remains. Onan, you take Tamar as wife. Provide children for your brother's line. Onan, selfish and scheming, refused. He performed the motions but deliberately prevented any heirs. The rooster scribbled, Episode 106. Onan, the Opportunist. Duty dodged. Outcome abrupt. And again, judgment fell. Onan was gone. Now Judah hesitated. His youngest son, Shelah, was still too young for marriage. But Judah whispered to himself, "Honestly, Tamar seems cursed." So instead of following through, he stalled. Tamar was left waiting, a widow twice over, ignored and sidelined. But Tamar was no passive character. She saw the injustice and decided to rewrite her script. One day, when Judah traveled for sheep shearing, Tamar disguised herself as a veiled woman by the roadside. Judah, not recognizing her, turned aside. Negotiations ensued. He promised a goat as payment, leaving his seal, cord, and staff as collateral. Weeks later, Tamar revealed she was pregnant. Judah erupted in outrage. "She must be punished for immorality." Tamar calmly produced the seal, cord, and staff. "By the man who owns these, I am pregnant." Silence fell. Judah's face drained. "She is more righteous than I," he admitted, "since I denied her what was owed." The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 106. Tamar turns tables. Justice through boldness. Legacy preserved. Later, Tamar gave birth to twins, Perez and Zerah, children who would continue the covenant line. Light glowed softly over Tamar, whispering, "The promise threads itself through courage, not just tradition." Darkness sulked. "I hate when the script flips on me." And so evening came, morning followed, and Tamar stood vindicated, a woman forgotten by men, but seen by heaven, her boldness stitching righteousness into a tangled family saga. Chapter 1. 107. From Favor to False Charges. While Judah's subplot simmered back in Canaan, Joseph's main storyline picked up speed in Egypt. The Ishmaelite caravan sold him off to Potiphar, a high-ranking Egyptian official, captain of the guard, master of a house so polished it squeaked. At first, Joseph looked like any other slave, foreign, young, coatless, humiliated. But soon, everything he touched seemed to work. Crops flourished, schedules clicked, servants followed his lead. Even Potiphar's paperwork began balancing itself. "Remarkable," Potiphar muttered, stroking his chin. "This Hebrew boy has the Midas touch. Promote him." The rooster, perched on a palm beam, scribbled, Episode 107. Joseph rises in Potiphar's house. Favor equals installed. Destiny resumes. Joseph became steward of the whole estate. He managed accounts, organized feasts, and kept the camels from stealing figs. He was responsible, handsome, and, according to the household whispers, annoyingly virtuous. That's when the trouble started. Potiphar's wife began to notice. She lingered in doorways, adjusting her jewelry. She sighed loudly whenever Joseph walked past. Finally, she grabbed his sleeve. "Lie with me," she purred. Joseph froze, horrified. "How could I do such a thing? My master trusts me with everything, and besides, this would be a sin against God." She scowled. "Oh, come now." Joseph bolted. He avoided rooms where she lingered, invented extra chores in the stables, and perfected the art of leaving conversations mid-sentence. But one day, when none of the other servants were around, she cornered him. She grabbed his cloak, demanding again. Joseph wriggled free, leaving the cloak in her hands, and sprinted out the door. Darkness cackled. Ah, integrity always leaves evidence behind. Sure enough, Potiphar's wife held up the cloak, her voice dripping with false tears. "This Hebrew slave tried to force himself on me. See, here's his cloak." Potiphar's face burned with fury. Whether he believed her or not, appearances mattered. He ordered Joseph thrown into prison. The rooster flapped in indignation, scribbling, "Integrity rewarded with prison." Destiny delayed again. Joseph sat in the dark cell, chains heavy on his wrists, heart heavier still. Yet even there, light glimmered faintly, whispering, "This is not the end. Even here, favor will find you." And so evening came, morning followed, and Joseph, faithful yet falsely accused, sank from steward to prisoner, his dreamer's story twisting lower even as it inched closer to its promise. Chapter 108. Prison Puzzles. Joseph's prison cell was dark, damp, and smelled like yesterday's bread left too long in the sun. Chains clinked, guards grumbled, and hope seemed scarce. But Joseph did what Joseph always did. He worked. Soon the warden noticed that wherever Joseph managed, chaos untangled. Meals arrived on time. Cells stayed orderly. Even the rats seemed less unruly. "Remarkable," the warden muttered. "You're basically running this prison for me." "Fine. Here, take the keys." The rooster, perched on the bars, scribbled, Episode 108, Joseph promoted in prison. Even chains can't stop favor. One morning, 2 new inmates arrived, Pharaoh's cupbearer and his baker. Both looked shaken, dragged in for offending the king. The camp buzzed with gossip. Days later, Joseph noticed them sulking. Why so gloomy? "We had dreams," they said together, "but no one can interpret them." Joseph straightened. "Interpretations belong to God. Tell me your dreams." The cupbearer spoke first. "I dreamed of a vine with 3 branches. It budded, blossomed, and ripened into grapes. I squeezed them into Pharaoh's cup and placed it in his hand." Joseph nodded. "In 3 days, Pharaoh will restore you to your position." The cupbearer's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes," Joseph said firmly. "And when it happens, remember me. Mention me to Pharaoh. Get me out of this place." The rooster scribbled quickly. Dream 1 equals good news. Favor inbound. Request, don't forget Joseph. Then the baker leaned forward eagerly. "My dream had 3 baskets of bread on my head. Birds were eating the bread meant for Pharaoh." Joseph winced. "In 3 days, Pharaoh will lift up your head from you. You'll be hanged." The baker's smile froze. "Wait, what?" The rooster, scribbling, muttered, "Dream 2 equals nightmare. Bad news confirmed." And so it happened. On the 3rd day, Pharaoh celebrated his birthday with feasts and verdicts. The cupbearer was restored. The baker was executed. Joseph waited, hope rising. Any day now, the cupbearer will speak for me. But the days stretched into weeks, and weeks into years. The cupbearer forgot. The rooster sighed, scratching onto the margins. Episode 108. Joseph's gift recognized, but referral delayed. Destiny pending. Yet even in delay, light shimmered faintly through the prison window. Not forgotten, just waiting for the right dream. And so evening came, morning followed, and Joseph remained in prison, still faithful, still dreaming, still waiting for the day when someone would remember him at last. Chapter 109. Nightmare on Nile Street. Pharaoh was restless. His palace was gilded, and his servants bowed on cue, but sleep betrayed him. One night, a dream seized him so vividly it left him drenched in sweat and shouting for water. He dreamed of cows. 7 of them, fat and sleek, grazed peacefully along the Nile. Their hides shone, their bellies were round, their tails swished like royalty. They looked like they belonged in glossy agricultural calendars. Then, out of the reeds, lurched 7 more. Thin, bony, hollow-eyed. The kind of cows you'd cast in horror films. Their ribs clattered, their moos sounded like broken violins. Before Pharaoh could blink, the skinny cows ate the fat cows, gulped them down whole. But here's the nightmare twist. They didn't get any fatter. They stayed gaunt, creepy, skeletal. Pharaoh woke with a gasp, heart racing. He tried again to sleep. Another dream came. 7 healthy ears of grain grew on one stalk, golden, ripe, luscious. Then 7 thin ears sprouted, shriveled and scorched by the east wind. The thin ears swallowed the fat ones. Pharaoh shot upright. What in Ra's name is going on? The rooster, perched on a balcony, scribbled gleefully, Episode 109, Pharaoh's Nightmares. Skinny cows audition for horror role. Symbolism thick. At dawn, Pharaoh summoned his magicians, wise men, and dream-interpreting interns. He told them everything. They whispered, shuffled, stared at their sandals. The cows represent, weather? No, they're obviously metaphors for taxes. Could be a sign that Pharaoh should invent diets. Pharaoh buried his face in his hands. Useless! That's when the cupbearer slapped his forehead. Oh no. I forgot. Back in prison, there was a Hebrew youth. Interpreted my dream and the baker's. Both came true exactly. Pharaoh's eyes narrowed. And you just remembered this now? The cupbearer coughed. Yes, my king. Sorry, my king. Pharaoh snapped his fingers. Send for him immediately. The rooster scribbled furiously. Joseph referral finally delivered. Prisoner, palace inbound. And so evening came, morning followed, and skinny cows haunted Egypt's nightmares, unaware that their grotesque performance had just opened the stage for a forgotten prisoner to step into destiny. Chapter 1. 110. The fastest promotion in history. Joseph was pulled from prison so suddenly he barely had time to wash. One moment he was tallying bread rations for fellow inmates. The next he was being scrubbed, shaved, perfumed, and dressed in linen so fine it squeaked when he walked. The rooster flapped along beside him, clipboard ready. Episode 110. Prisoner rebranded. Destiny upgrade. Imminent. Joseph stood before Pharaoh, who leaned forward on his golden throne, looking exhausted and still twitchy from cow-induced nightmares. I've heard, Pharaoh said, that you can interpret dreams. Joseph bowed. Not I, but God will give Pharaoh the answer he seeks. Pharaoh blinked. Polite? I like him already. Then he launched into his story of fat cows, skinny cows, fat ears of grain, thin ears of grain, recounted twice for dramatic effect. When he finished, silence filled the court. Joseph lifted his head. The dreams are won. 7 years of abundance are coming. Overflowing harvests, full barns, plenty everywhere. But after that, 7 years of famine will devour the land. The skinny years will swallow the fat, and the memory of plenty will vanish. God has shown Pharaoh what he is about to do. Pharaoh leaned back, eyes wide. The magicians shuffled nervously, wishing they'd thought of that. But, Joseph continued, let Pharaoh appoint a wise and discerning man over Egypt. Let him store grain during the good years, so the land will not perish during the famine. The rooster scribbled like a madman. Interpretation delivered. Solution proposed. Joseph equals candidate obvious. Pharaoh stood, pointing at Joseph. Who else could we possibly appoint? This man has the spirit of God in him. You, yes you, prisoner boy, will be over my house. Only in regard to the throne will I be greater than you. The court gasped. The magicians fainted. The cupbearer muttered, I really should have remembered him sooner. Pharaoh slid his signet ring onto Joseph's hand, draped him in fine clothes, and hung a gold chain around his neck. Then he paraded Joseph through the streets in a chariot, servants shouting, Bow the knee! Joseph blinked, stunned. Just yesterday he had been counting rats in prison. Now Egypt was bowing. Darkness snarled. Too much favor. Too fast. Light shone brilliantly across Joseph's face. But perfectly timed. The rooster scribbled in enormous letters. Episode 110. Joseph promoted. Dungeon to palace overnight. Dreamer now dreamkeeper of nations. And so evening came, morning followed, and Joseph, once a slave and prisoner, now steered the destiny of Egypt, proof that in a single loop, God could flip the script entirely. Chapter 1. 111. Hunger sends them packing. The years of plenty in Egypt were like a festival that never ended. Grain poured into storehouses so vast, they looked like mountains made of bread. Joseph, now arrayed in fine linen and eyeliner, standard Egyptian executive attire, oversaw everything with calm precision. The rooster, perched on a golden beam, scribbled, Episode 111, Joseph manages abundance. Status, smug but efficient. Then came the famine. At first it was subtle. Thin crops, wilted fields, animals whining for food. Then the skies refused rain altogether. Dust blew across Canaan, and the laughter in Israel's tents dried up with the wells. Israel's sons groaned around the breakfast table. There's nothing left. The goats are gnawing the fence posts. Their father waved a hand. I hear Egypt has grain. Why are you sitting here staring at each other? Go buy us food before we starve. The brothers grumbled but packed their bags. 10 of them set out south. Benjamin, the youngest, stayed home. Israel wouldn't risk him after Joseph's disappearance. On the road, the parrots flapped overhead chanting, "Grain in Egypt, grain in Egypt." Darkness chuckled. Perfect setup. Hungry men, guilty consciences, and a brother they think is long gone. Light shimmered faintly on the horizon. Or maybe long hidden. Meanwhile, in Egypt, Joseph surveyed the lines of foreigners begging for food. His eyes narrowed when he spotted a familiar group. Beards older, backs wearier, but unmistakable. His brothers, bowing low before him. The rooster scribbled furiously, prophecy check, dreams fulfilled, sheaves bow, stars align, irony delicious. Joseph's heart twisted. He kept his face stern, voice harsh. Where are you from? From Canaan, they said nervously. We've come to buy food. Joseph hid his tears under Pharaoh's makeup. So here you are, hungry, bowing, just like I dreamed. And so evening came, morning followed, and famine drove the dreamer's brothers straight into his hands, unaware that the man behind the throne was the boy they had once thrown into a pit. Chapter 1 112 The Masked Dreamer. Joseph sat high on Egypt's throne of grain, eyeliner sharp, voice commanding. Before him, 10 dusty brothers bowed so low their foreheads nearly scraped the marble. He recognized them instantly. They did not recognize him. The last time they'd seen Joseph, he'd been coatless, pleading from a pit. Now he was Pharaoh's right hand, wearing robes worth more than all their herds combined. The rooster, perched on a grain bin, scribbled, Episode 112, Recognition Asymmetrical, Dreamer Disguised, Test Sequence Activated. Joseph's heart thundered, torn between hugging them and hurling them back into a pit. Instead, he masked his voice and barked, You're spies! The brothers gasped. Spies? No, my lord, we're honest men. The parrots overhead screamed, Lies! Lies! 10 honest men equals oxymoron. Joseph leaned forward. Honest men, you say? Then tell me about your family. They stammered. There are 12 of us. Well, there were. One is gone, and the youngest stayed home with our father. Joseph's chest ached. Benjamin. Father kept him close. He narrowed his eyes. Prove your honesty. Bring me this youngest brother. Until then, prison. The brothers panicked. Simeon was dragged away, clanking into the dungeon. The others trembled. Joseph softened enough to fill their sacks with grain. Quietly, he slipped their silver back into the bags. Let them discover it later, he muttered. Let them squirm. Darkness chuckled. A taste of their own trickery. Light whispered, but it's not revenge. It's testing hearts. The rooster scribbled furiously. Test 1, Benjamin's absence. Test 2, hidden silver. Purpose, gauge growth. As the brothers stumbled out of Egypt, sacks heavy, consciences heavier, Joseph turned his face to the window. Tears streaked the paint under his eyes. Have they changed? He whispered. Or are they still the men who sold me for silver? And so evening came, morning followed, and the dreamer tightened his mask, testing hearts with hidden schemes, still waiting to see if his brothers had learned anything in all these loops of loss. Chapter 1 113. The Final Trap. The famine dragged on, and Israel's household grew desperate. Grain was gone, bellies were hollow, and the only option left was returning to Egypt. But Joseph had made one condition: bring Benjamin. Israel protested. I already lost Joseph. Must I risk my youngest too? Judah, somber now, stepped forward. Send him with me. I'll be responsible. If he doesn't return, the blame is mine forever. The rooster scribbled in the corner. Episode 113, Judah volunteers. Character growth detected. And so Benjamin traveled south with his brothers. When Joseph saw him, his heart nearly burst. His full brother, alive, grown, standing in his court. He excused himself to weep in private, then returned with his mask of authority intact. Joseph ordered a feast. Food piled high, wine poured freely. But Benjamin's plate overflowed 5 times more than the rest. The brothers glanced at each other nervously, remembering old favoritism, but none complained. The test was working. Then came the final trap. As the brothers prepared to leave, Joseph instructed his steward, "Slip my silver cup into Benjamin's sack." The next morning, as the caravan shuffled out, Joseph's men chased them down. "Stop! You've stolen my master's cup!" The brothers paled. They opened their bags. Grain spilled out, silver clinked, and there it was, the gleaming cup in Benjamin's sack. They tore their clothes in despair. Back they marched into Joseph's court, heads bowed. Joseph thundered, "The rest may go free. Benjamin stays as my slave." The room froze. The brothers trembled. Years ago, they had sold one favored son into slavery. Would they abandon another? Judah stepped forward, his voice raw. "My lord, please take me instead. Let the boy return to his father. If he does not, our father will die of grief. His life is bound to the boy's life. Let me stay. I cannot watch this sorrow again." The rooster scribbled furiously, nearly tearing the page. Judah offers himself. Old cycle breaking, substitution love emerges. Darkness groaned. No betrayal? No abandonment? What happened to my loop? Light glowed fiercely over Judah's bowed head. Finally, a brother willing to lay himself down. Joseph's mask cracked. Tears poured. His disguise collapsed with his composure. "I am Joseph," he sobbed, "your brother, whom you sold into Egypt." The brothers gasped, paralyzed in shock, and so evening came, morning followed, and the cliffhanger of the silver cup became the turning point of a family, betrayal rewritten into sacrifice, and an old wound opening into reconciliation. Chapter 1, 114. The mask melts. The court had gone silent, the silver cup still gleaming in Benjamin's sack, Judah still kneeling in his place. Then Joseph broke. He cried so loudly the entire palace heard. Servants dropped trays. Guards peeked nervously through doors. Even Pharaoh's pet cats arched their backs in alarm. "I am Joseph," he wailed. "Is my father still alive?" The brothers froze. Their jaws dropped. Their hearts pounded. Simeon whispered, "We, sold him." "And now he's prime minister?" Levi hissed back. "I told you the pit plan would come back to bite us." The rooster scribbled furiously. Episode 114. Identity Reveal. Tears flood palace. Brothers terrified. Joseph stepped forward, eyeliner streaked, arms wide. "It's me, your brother, the one you sold into Egypt. But don't be afraid. You meant it for evil. God meant it for good, to save lives." The brothers exchanged terrified glances. Reuben muttered, "So, we're not dead?" Joseph laughed through tears. "Not dead." Saved, he pulled Benjamin into a hug, then Simeon, then Judah. One by one, he fell on their necks and wept. The palace floor was slick with tears and relief. Darkness groaned from the shadows. "So much for vengeance." Light gleamed, radiant, whispering, "This is the dream fulfilled," bowing not to power, but to mercy. Then Joseph snapped his fingers. "Prepare a feast." Tables groaned under roasted meat, steaming bread, fragrant wine. Platters passed, goblets clinked. Joseph piled food onto Benjamin's plate 5 times more than anyone else's, but this time no one envied, only laughed. The parrot squawked happily, "Family reunion! Family reunion!" The rooster scrawled across its clipboard in big, bold letters, "Reconciliation complete. Tears, feast, cycle of betrayal broken." And so evening came, morning followed, and the brothers who once sold their sibling into slavery now sat with him at a table of abundance. Enemies turned family again, wounds turned into bread and wine. Chapter 1, 115. The Crossed Hands Trick. Word of Joseph's survival rolled back to Canaan like thunder. Israel, old Jacob himself, could hardly believe it until he saw the wagons Pharaoh sent. His dim eyes lit for the first time in years. Joseph lives. My son lives. Then I too will go down to Egypt before I die. The caravan thundered south, flocks trailing, children shouting, goats interrupting. When Israel met Joseph, the reunion was a sobbing embrace, so fierce even the parrots went quiet. But age still pressed on him. His days were nearly spent, his blessings soon to be past. Joseph brought his sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, to their grandfather's bedside. The boys stood tall, nervous, robes neatly pressed, wondering what exactly adoption meant in this family. Israel stretched out his trembling hands. Joseph quickly arranged the sons so that Manasseh, the firstborn, would be under the right hand, the hand of honor. Ephraim, the younger, stood at the left. But then Jacob crossed his hands, right hand on Ephraim, left hand on Manasseh. Joseph blinked. "Father, no, you've got it backward." Israel shook his head. "No, I know what I'm doing." The rooster, perched on a bedpost, scribbled in giant letters. Episode 115, blessing cross-handed. Younger elevated, pattern repeats. Joseph tried again. "Manasseh is the elder." Israel's eyes gleamed, ancient and knowing. "Yes, but Ephraim will be greater. His descendants will become a multitude of nations. Both will be blessed, but the younger will lead." He drew the boys close, speaking over them. "The God who has been my shepherd all my life to this day, the angel who delivered me from all harm, may he bless these boys. May they carry my name and the name of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac." The grandsons bowed their heads, eyes wide. Their lives had just been rewritten. Darkness growled, always the younger. Abel, Jacob, Joseph, now Ephraim. Can't the firstborns catch a break? Light smiled warmly. "The promise is never bound by order, it's bound by grace." The parrots squawked, "Crossed hands." Crossed hands, until everyone shushed them. Israel leaned back, weary but content. "Remember this moment," he whispered. "Blessings don't follow rules. They follow God's strange kindness." And so evening came, morning followed, and with crossed hands, Jacob passed on the promise, turning family tradition into yet another divine plot twist. Chapter 1, 116, the mic drop line. After Jacob's blessing, hands folded still, and the patriarch was gathered to his people, the camp was heavy with mourning. Joseph wept, kissed his father's face, and led a funeral procession so elaborate it clogged Egyptian streets for days. Even Pharaoh's chariots rolled along, and the parrots shrieked, "Biggest funeral ever! Biggest funeral ever!" But when the dust settled, Joseph's brothers began to panic. They huddled in whispers. "Now that father's gone, Joseph will surely punish us." He's been waiting for this moment. Revenge is ripening like figs in the sun. Reuben wrung his hands. "We sold him for silver. We dipped his coat in goat's blood. He's just been biding his time." So they sent Joseph a message. Before he died, father said, "Please forgive your brothers." The rooster, perched on a grain sack, muttered, "Classic move, using Dad's memory as a human shield." It scribbled, Episode 116. Brothers plead with borrowed words. Anxiety level high. The brothers then fell at Joseph's feet, trembling. "We are your slaves," they said. Joseph's eyes filled. He lifted them gently. "Do not be afraid." They blinked, stunned. Joseph's voice broke, but his words rang clear. "Am I in the place of God? You meant evil against me, but God meant it for good, to save many lives, as he is doing this very day." The line dropped like thunder, silencing centuries of guilt. The brothers gaped. Darkness hissed, furious. Light shone across Joseph's tear-streaked face, whispering, "This is the loop's heart. Grace stronger than betrayal." Joseph pulled them close, arms wide, voice soft again. "So then, don't be afraid. I will provide for you and your children." The rooster scribbled furiously in bold. Mic drop delivered. Forgiveness greater than vengeance. Loop bent toward Mercy. The brothers exhaled, weeping. Joseph kissed them, and the family finally sat together without the shadow of pits, coats, or silver. And so evening came, morning followed, and Joseph's speech rang through history like a bell, betrayal rethreaded into blessing, evil hijacked into good. Chapter 1. 117, a bookmark in a box. Joseph lived long enough to see his grandchildren bouncing on his knees, the famine only a memory, Egypt's storehouses steady, and his family thriving in Goshen. But even prime ministers grow old. His eyeliner faded, his shoulders bent, and one day he summoned his brother's children. "I am about to die," he said softly. The room went still. The rooster, perched on the windowsill with its eternal clipboard, scribbled. Episode 117. Joseph's finale. Coffin preparation. Hope installed. Joseph looked each of them in the eye. "But God will surely come to your aid. He will bring you up out of this land to the land he promised on oath to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob." The children shifted nervously. Egypt was home now, comfortable, abundant. But Joseph's words pierced deeper than the Nile's waters. "Promise me this," Joseph continued. "When God comes, you will carry my bones up from here. Don't leave me in Egypt. Take me home." His family nodded solemnly. Even the parrots in the rafters repeated, "Bones up! Bones up!" until someone tossed a date pit at them. Joseph smiled faintly, leaned back, and breathed his last. They embalmed him, placed him in a coffin, and set it among his people. Not hidden, not buried deep, but visible, a silent bookmark at the end of Genesis, reminding everyone the story wasn't finished. Darkness scowled. A coffin is closure. The end. Light glowed gently across the sealed box. No, a coffin can be a promise waiting to rise. The rooster jotted in big, bold letters. Episode 117. Joseph's coffin equals bookmark. Hope shelved, not erased. And so evening came, morning followed, and the dreamer's bones rested in Egypt, not as a grave, but as a guarantee that one day the loop would carry his family out, following a promise older than any pit or palace. Chapter 1. 118. From Guest List to Chain Gang. For years, Joseph's coffin sat quietly in Egypt, a bookmark whispering of promises yet to come. His family grew, multiplying like stars, just as God had said. At first, Egypt welcomed them. Goshen was green, Pharaoh's barns were full, and the children of Israel thrived. They laughed, sang, herded sheep, and told Joseph's story by lamplight, the pit, the coat, the dreams, the mercy. But time passed, Joseph's name faded, new rulers rose. Then came a pharaoh who squinted at the Hebrew camps and said, "Who is Joseph? Never heard of him." The rooster, perched on a grain silo, scribbled grimly, Episode 118, National Amnesia. Gratitude lost, suspicion rises. This pharaoh saw the people's numbers swelling and muttered to his council, "They are too many, too strong. If war breaks out, they'll join our enemies. We must break them before they rise." So Pharaoh sharpened Egypt's smile into teeth. The Israelites were pressed into forced labor. Whips cracked, backs bent, sweat poured. They built store cities, bricks upon bricks, until their hands bled. "Work harder," the taskmasters barked. "Make bricks without straw." The parrots screeched overhead. "Quota! Quota! Quota!" Darkness chuckled. This is my kind of loop: chains, fear, despair. But even under whips, the people kept multiplying. The more they were oppressed, the more they grew, spreading like wild grass through cracks in stone. Pharaoh scowled. "Then kill their sons. Let only the daughters live." Midwives were ordered to snuff out hope in its cradle. But Shiphrah and Puah, brave women with stubborn spines, defied Pharaoh's command. They delivered babies safely, whispering, "Life belongs to God, not to kings." The rooster scribbled with awe, Episode 118, Oppression intensifies. Midwives resist. Seeds of deliverance sprout under tyranny. And so evening came, Morning followed, and Egypt's smile became chains. Yet in the shadows, mercy whispered, preparing to break the teeth of empire. Chapter 1, 119. The Birth Resistance. Pharaoh's paranoia had curdled into cruelty. His command echoed through Egypt like thunder. Every Hebrew son that is born must be thrown into the Nile. Daughters may live, but sons must drown. The rooster, perched grimly on a mud brick wall, scribbled, Episode 119, Genocide Decree. Empire tries to choke promise at the crib. But Pharaoh had underestimated the midwives. Shiphrah and Puah were not warriors. They carried no swords, only birthing stools and calming songs. Yet when Pharaoh's messengers pressed them, they smiled innocently and lied through their teeth. "Why have you let the boys live?" Pharaoh demanded. They bowed. "The Hebrew women, they're too vigorous. They give birth before we even arrive." Pharaoh scowled, suspicious. The midwives walked away, hiding their grins. Darkness hissed in frustration. "Women with no weapons are ruining my plan." Light gleamed proudly over the birth tents. Weapons aren't required when courage is sharpened. Meanwhile, mothers whispered prayers over newborns, rocking them in baskets, hiding them in corners. Cries were muffled into shawls, lullabies sung under the threat of soldiers' boots. In one humble house, a baby boy's wail pierced the night. His mother clutched him, eyes fierce. "He is beautiful," she whispered, "too beautiful to surrender to Pharaoh's river." The rooster hopped onto the roof beam, feathers ruffled. "Bookmark this baby. He'll matter." For 3 months, she hid him. When she could hide him no longer, she wove a basket, sealed it with pitch, and placed him carefully among the reeds of the Nile. His sister hovered nearby, watching. Her heart pounded with both terror and hope. The Nile rippled softly. The baby floated, not as Pharaoh intended, but as Providence rewrote. The rooster scribbled furiously, Episode 119, Basket launched, Deliverer inbound. Empire's cruelty outmaneuvered by faith and wicker. And so evening came, morning followed, and Egypt's cruelty was pierced by quiet defiance, midwives resisting, mothers weaving, and a basket drifting toward destiny. Chapter 1, 120. The Nile's Secret Delivery. The basket bobbed gently among the reeds, rocking with the Nile's current. Inside, the baby wailed, fists clenched, a sound too small to topple an empire, yet too loud to be ignored. On the bank, his sister Miriam crouched low, eyes sharp. She had been assigned the role of lookout, the first secret agent of Israel's story. The rooster balanced on a papyrus stalk scribbled, Episode 120, Covert Op Engaged. Baby in basket, sister surveillance active. Soon the sound of sandals crunching reeds broke the quiet. Pharaoh's daughter arrived with her attendants, ready for her morning bath. She spotted the basket drifting close and gasped, "Bring it here." The maidservants hauled it in. The princess lifted the lid. The baby blinked at her and cried louder now. Her heart melted. "This is one of the Hebrew babies." Her attendants exchanged nervous glances. Hebrew, forbidden, dangerous. But the princess smiled. "He's mine now." Darkness groaned. "The empire's daughter adopts the rebellion's leader? That's irony I didn't ask for." Light shimmered over the water. Exactly the irony we need. Miriam's heart raced. She darted forward bravely. "Shall I fetch a nurse for him?" From the Hebrew women. The princess considered, then nodded. "Yes, do that." And so Miriam sprinted home, breathless. "Mother! Come quickly! Pharaoh's daughter found him, but she wants someone to nurse him." The baby's mother hurried back, trying to hide her tears of relief. She took her own child into her arms, now under the protection of Pharaoh's household. Paid wages even, to raise the very son she had hidden. The rooster scribbled furiously, "Basket mission complete. Baby saved. Enemy payroll accidentally funds deliverer's childhood." The princess named him Moses, saying, "I drew him out of the water." And so evening came, morning followed, and the river that Pharaoh meant for death became a cradle of deliverance, watched by a sister, claimed by a princess, and guarded by a god who rewrote decrees with reeds and courage. Chapter 1. 121. Two Classrooms. Moses grew up inside marble walls, his cradle replaced by golden chairs and scrolls thicker than his arm. Tutors drilled him in hieroglyphs, mathematics, diplomacy, and how to balance eyeliner so sharp it could cut papyrus. The rooster perched on a palace lintel scribbled, Episode 121, Moses educated in Egypt's Ivy League. Curriculum: politics, rhetoric, architecture, chariot driving. Soul lessons, pending. From the balconies Moses watched the Nile glimmer. From the gardens he overheard whispers of his people, enslaved outside the gates. Two worlds pulled at him, one of privilege, one of pain. One day, walking among the fields, he saw it up close, an Egyptian beating a Hebrew slave. Rage boiled in his chest. Without thinking, he struck the Egyptian down. The parrots shrieked, "Scandal! Scandal!" Moses buried the body in sand, but whispers spread faster than sand could cover. The next day, two Hebrews quarreled. Moses tried to mediate. "Brothers, don't fight." One sneered, "Who made you ruler and judge? Planning to kill me like you killed the Egyptian?" Moses froze. Fear hit harder than Pharaoh's whips. He ran. The rooster scribbled quickly, Egyptian court dropout. Wilderness transfer imminent. He fled to Midian, the desert sprawling like a blank page. There, at a well, always a well, he defended shepherd girls from rowdy herdsmen. Their father, Jethro, welcomed him. Moses married Zipporah, tended flocks, and traded his palace robes for shepherd's sandals. Years passed. The palace-trained prince learned new lessons: how to guide stubborn sheep, how to live on silence and sand, how to wait. Darkness smirked. From palace to pasture, that's a downgrade. Light whispered over the desert wind. No, it's preparation. Souls are shaped where sandals wear thin. The rooster scribbled its summary. Episode 121, Two Classrooms. Egypt gave knowledge. Desert gave wisdom. Deliverer still in training. And so evening came, morning followed, and the man drawn from water was now drawn into wilderness. His palace education shelved until the desert taught him how to lead hearts, not just armies. Chapter 1. 122. The Fire That Didn't Burn Out. Moses was minding sheep in the desert, another ordinary day of baz, dust, and boredom, when something strange caught his eye. A bush was on fire. No big deal. Bushes burned in the heat all the time. But this one wasn't burning up. The flames danced, golden and steady, yet the branches stayed whole. The bush crackled without crumbling, blazed without ending. Moses blinked. Weird, very weird. I should check this out. The rooster, perched on a rock, scribbled quickly. Episode 122. Anomaly detected. Fire. Eternal. Bush, intact. Destiny, inbound. As Moses drew near, the fire spoke. "Moses! Moses!" Moses froze. "Here I am." "Do not come closer," the voice thundered. "Take off your sandals, for the place where you stand is holy ground." Moses glanced at his dusty feet, sighed, and tugged off his sandals. "Holy ground, full of goat droppings," he muttered nervously. The voice continued, steady as the desert wind. "I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Moses hid his face, trembling. "I have seen the misery of my people in Egypt," the voice said. "I have heard their cries. I am sending you to Pharaoh to bring my people out of slavery." Moses gaped. "Me? Excuse me, I'm a shepherd with a stutter. Couldn't you pick someone louder or taller?" "I will be with you," said the voice. Moses stammered. "Suppose I go. Suppose they ask me, 'What is his name?' What do I tell them?" The fire blazed brighter. "Tell them I am who I am. Say, 'I am has sent me to you.'" The words rang through the canyon like thunder, like eternity condensed into syllables. The rooster dropped its clipboard in awe. Episode 122, Divine Name Revealed. Sandals off, Destiny locked. Moses swallowed hard. All right, but could you at least send someone else? Darkness chuckled. Cowardice. Delightful. Light shimmered fiercely through the flames. No, this is your call. You're the one. And so evening came, morning followed, and one barefoot shepherd walked away from a bush that burned without burning, carrying a name too heavy for sandals and a mission too great for excuses. Chapter 1. 123. The most awkward board meeting ever. Fresh from the burning bush and still dusting ashes off his robe, Moses marched into Pharaoh's throne room with his brother Aaron at his side. The hall glittered with gold, lotus carvings, and guards who hadn't blinked in hours. Pharaoh lounged on his throne like a cat who owned the sun. Moses cleared his throat. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, let my people go. Pharaoh arched an eyebrow. Excuse me? Aaron repeated louder. Let my people go. Pharaoh smirked. Who is this Lord you're quoting? Never heard of him. Is he on my list of gods? Ra? Horus? Maybe the Nile? No? Then why should I care? The rooster, perched nervously on a column, scribbled, Episode 123. First negotiation attempt, flop. Pharaoh unimpressed. Pharaoh waved a jeweled hand. Actually, let's do the opposite. Double the workload. No straw for bricks. Let them gather it themselves. If they have time to whine about freedom, they're not working hard enough. Moses's jaw dropped. That wasn't in the script. Darkness laughed from the shadows. Stiff neck, stiff heart, perfect Pharaoh material. Light whispered, patience. This is a process. And so began the cycle. Moses came with demands, Pharaoh came with refusals, and Egypt came with groans. Each visit played out like a broken record. Moses and Aaron, thus says the Lord, let my people go. Pharaoh, no, Q-plague. The Nile turned red, frogs invaded kitchens, gnats crawled into everything, flies buzzed like miniature armies. Livestock keeled over, boils blistered, hail shattered crops, locusts devoured the scraps, darkness cloaked the land. After each plague, Pharaoh called Moses in, eyes wide with panic. Fine, fine, take them and go. Then, as soon as the crisis lifted, his heart hardened again. Actually, no. Stay. Back to bricks. The rooster scribbled furiously. Heart stiffens. Loop repeats. Negotiation cycle. Plague to panic to promise to backtrack. Moses grew weary, Aaron hoarse, Israel impatient. But heaven was deliberate. This was more than a negotiation. It was a contest between empire's arrogance and God's relentless mercy. And so evening came, morning followed, and the boardroom drama escalated, each no from Pharaoh thickening the plot until the final plague would break his grip or break his empire. Chapter 1. 124. The Night of the Mark. The plagues had marched across Egypt like bad headlines. Frogs trending, gnats trending, hail trending. Each time Pharaoh panicked, begged, promised, then stiffened again. But now the final warning fell like a hammer. Every firstborn in Egypt will die, from Pharaoh's palace to the lowliest hut, even the cattle. But my people will be spared, if they mark their doors. The rooster, perched on a tent peg, scribbled furiously. Episode 124, Climax Protocol Engaged. Instruction: blood sign equals safety. Deadline: midnight. In the Hebrew camp, tension buzzed, families huddled, slaughtering lambs at twilight. They brushed the blood across their doorframes with trembling hands, like painting survival itself. Children whispered, "Why the blood?" Parents answered softly, "Because when the destroyer comes, he will see and pass over us." Inside the houses, lamb roasted, bread baked without yeast. Staffs stood ready, sandals laced. Dinner became destiny. Meanwhile, in Pharaoh's palace, torches flickered, arrogance still clung. "I will not let them go," Pharaoh growled. Darkness prowled gleefully through the streets. Midnight's coming. Then, Silence. A silence so thick it pressed against the chest. At the stroke of 12, the silence broke into wailing. From the palace's marble halls to the smallest hut, cries rose, sharp, raw, endless. Mothers clutched still forms, fathers tore robes, Egypt shook under grief. But in Goshen the cries did not come. The blood gleamed faintly on wooden doorframes, marks of trust and mercy. Inside, families ate in hushed awe, clutching staffs, waiting for dawn. Pharaoh staggered from his bedchamber, face ashen. His firstborn lay still. He screamed into the night, "Go! Leave! Take everything, your flocks, your herds, your children. Just go." The rooster scribbled, its claw trembling. Episode 124. Passover established. Death passed over. Freedom unlocked. Light shimmered softly over the marked doors. This night will be remembered. Not just as escape, but as a meal, a sign, a story told in every generation. And so evening came, morning followed, and Israel's chains cracked at last. Freedom born in the blood of a lamb and the cries of midnight. Chapter 1. 125. The Wet Road. By dawn, Egypt was in ruins. Israel's camp, buzzing with adrenaline, poured out of Goshen carrying bread that hadn't risen, children riding on shoulders, and borrowed jewelry glinting from their neighbors' pantries. The rooster scribbled as the caravan stretched across the horizon. Episode 125. Exodus initiated. Status: free but panicked. But freedom comes with footsteps behind it. Pharaoh, face still pale with grief, changed his mind yet again. "What have we done?" "We let them go. Saddle the chariots." The thunder of hooves shook the desert as Egypt's army charged. Israel's people turned back, eyes wide. "Were there no graves in Egypt that you brought us out here to die?" they cried to Moses. "Thanks for the field trip to the wilderness cemetery." Moses, clutching his staff, swallowed hard. "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the salvation of the Lord today. The Egyptians you see now, you will never see again." The people groaned louder. The parrots squawked, "We're doomed! We're doomed!" Then the sea wind began. The water shuddered. The waves stretched tall, curling into walls on either side. The ground in the middle cracked open into dry earth. The rooster dropped its clipboard in shock. Red Sea Highway unlocked. Traffic advisory, miraculous. "Move!" Moses shouted, and the people did, sheep bleating, children clutching their parents, carts squeaking across the sand. Behind them, Pharaoh's chariots thundered into the gap. The walls of water trembled, shimmering with light, as if waiting for a cue. Darkness cackled. "I'll close the trap." Light blazed. "No, you will be drowned in your own pride." As the last Israelite stepped onto the far shore, Moses raised his staff again. The sea collapsed, swallowing the army whole. Chariots toppled, horses screamed, and the water smoothed back into ordinary waves. Silence fell. Then Israel erupted in cheers. Miriam grabbed a tambourine, leading the women in song. "Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea." The parrots joined in, shrieking, "Horse and rider! Horse and rider!" The rooster, soggy but scribbling, noted, Episode 125, Deliverance complete. Sea equals stage, mercy equals victory. And so evening came, morning followed, and a path once closed became a road of freedom, its watery walls trembling with memory for every loop to come. Chapter 1. 126. Bread from Nowhere. Fresh off the tambourine parade by the sea, Israel marched into the desert with songs still echoing. But 3 days later, the songs ran dry, along with their stomachs. Children cried, goats bleated, men muttered, women sighed. The whole camp groaned like a choir of empty bellies. "Did you bring us out here to starve?" the people snapped at Moses. "Better to die in Egypt with stew than to starve in freedom with sand." The parrots squawked, "Hungry! Hungry! Hungry!" The rooster, balancing on Moses' staff, scribbled, Episode 126, Hunger Panic. Grumble squad officially formed. Moses groaned. "What now, Lord?" The voice answered calmly. "Behold, I will rain bread from heaven for you. The people will gather daily, one portion each day to test whether they trust me." The next morning, dew blanketed the ground. When it lifted, small white flakes covered the desert floor, delicate, sweet, strange. The people blinked. "What is it?" "Manna," Moses said. "That's what we'll call it. What is it?" They gathered it quickly, tasting it. Sweet like honey, light like wafers. It melted if left too long, except on the 6th day, when it lasted through the Sabbath. The rooster scribbled happily. Manna subscription activated, daily plan, weekend double portion upgrade. But of course not everyone listened. Some hoarded extra. By the next morning, it reeked and crawled with worms. "Gross!" shouted the children. "Why didn't you trust?" asked Moses. "Old habits die hard," muttered the grumblers. Soon enough, the camp split into two groups. The manna fans, happily munching wafers. The grumble squad, insisting, "We miss garlic and onions in Egypt." Darkness chuckled. Freedom always tastes bland to the impatient. Light shone over the dew each morning. But mercy falls fresh, daily. Enough for today. And so evening came, morning followed, and Israel's pantry became heaven's bakery, bread that couldn't be explained, only gathered, while the grumble squad filed complaints louder than their chewing. Chapter 127. The Great Desert Plumbing Job. The manna subscription was running smoothly, except for those who still hoarded and got worms. But soon the people faced a new crisis: thirst. The desert sun scorched, canteens emptied, children whimpered, goats drooled dust. "Give us water," the crowd shouted at Moses. "Why did you bring us out of Egypt to die of thirst? Wasn't slavery bad enough? Now you want us crispy?" The parrots squawked, "Crispy! Crispy!" Moses rubbed his temples. "Lord, what do I do with these people?" "They're ready to stone me." The rooster, perched on a cracked boulder, scribbled, "Episode 127, Hydration Panic. Crowd at mutiny level." The voice spoke. "Go on ahead. Take some elders with you. Bring your staff, the one that struck the Nile. Strike the rock at Horeb, and water will flow." Moses stared at the rock. "This one? It looks very solid." "Yes," the voice said. Moses sighed. "Fine. Add plumber to my resume." He raised his staff, swung, and crack! The rock split. A gushing torrent exploded out, spraying elders, drenching sheep, and filling jars. The people rushed forward, drinking greedily, laughter mixing with relief. Children danced in puddles. Goats slipped on wet stones. Elders wrung out their robes, muttering, "Could have used less splash." The rooster scribbled gleefully, "Hydration miracle successful. Rock equals portable fountain. Complaint level temporarily reduced." Darkness growled. "Fine. Water for now, but grumbling will return. It always returns." Light gleamed across the spray. "Yes, but so does provision." Moses slumped against the soggy rock, drenched, but smiling faintly. "Another day, another miracle. I'm never updating my job description again." And so evening came, morning followed, and a desert stone became a spring. Proof that in every dry loop, water can still gush from impossible places. Chapter 128. The Mountain on Fire. The people had their manna, their water, and their tents, now soggy. But Moses led them further into the wilderness until they camped at the base of Mount Sinai. The mountain loomed tall and silent until it didn't. At dawn, thunder cracked, lightning flashed, the peak smoked like a furnace, the ground shook under their feet, and a trumpet blast echoed so loud even the goats fainted. The Israelites trembled. "We'll just stay down here. Moses, you go talk to him. Whatever he says, we'll do. Just don't let him yell at us directly again." The rooster, hanging onto a tent pole for dear life, scribbled, "Episode 128, Sinai goes live. Covenant about to be carved. Audience terrified." Moses climbed. higher and higher into the thick darkness where God descended in fire. He vanished into the smoke for 40 days, the people below watching nervously. And then the words came, not suggestions, not polite tips, words etched in stone, heavy as mountains themselves. 1. No other gods before me. 2. No idols. 3. Don't take my name in vain. 4. Remember the Sabbath. 5. Honor father and mother. 6. Do not murder. 7. Do not commit adultery. 8. Do not steal. 9. Do not lie. 10. Do not covet. The rooster scribbled so fast its quill smoked. 10 words downloaded. Operating system equals Covenant Edition. Meanwhile, down below, the people whispered, "What's taking Moses so long?" Darkness smirked. Plenty of time for mischief. Light blazed across the mountain. But here is the covenant, etched not only in stone, but into a people who will carry these words across every loop. When Moses finally descended, his arms straining under the stone tablets, his face shone with a strange brightness that made people shield their eyes. The parrots screeched, "Shiny! Shiny!" The elders bowed, the people trembled, and the covenant was sealed with thunder, fire, and 10 words too heavy to ignore. And so evening came, morning followed, and the mountain burned while the commandments stood, etched forever in stone, in story, in history. Chapter 129, When Wi-Fi with Heaven Lags. Moses was still up the mountain, downloading commandments and patch notes directly from the cloud. Days turned to weeks, the thunder rumbled, the smoke lingered, and down below the people grew restless. "Where is Moses?" they muttered. "Did he die up there? Maybe he fell off a cliff. Maybe the fire ate him." The parrots screamed, "Buffering, buffering, buffering." Finally, the people cornered Aaron. "Make us gods to go before us. We don't know what happened to Moses." Aaron, sweating, stalled. Give me your gold earrings." They dumped jewelry into his hands, rings, bracelets, necklaces, and Aaron melted it into a mold. Sparks flew, metal hissed, and soon a golden calf gleamed in the firelight. The crowd gasped, "Behold, these are your gods, O Israel, who brought you out of Egypt." The rooster, perched on a rock, dropped its clipboard. Oh no. Episode 129, Covenant Beta Test Failed. Idolatry.exe launched. They built an altar, held a feast, sang songs, and danced wildly. Tambourines shook, cups spilled, and the camp turned into a desert rave. Meanwhile, up the mountain, the voice thundered at Moses, "Go down! Your people have corrupted themselves. They made a calf, bowed to it, and sacrificed." Moses' jaw tightened. He grabbed the stone tablets, heavy with commandments still warm from heaven's fire, and stormed down the mountain. When he saw the calf, his fury boiled. He hurled the tablets down. Crash! They shattered into pieces, stone splinters scattering across the ground. "What is this?" Moses roared. Aaron stammered. "They gave me gold. I threw it into the fire, and, out came this calf." The rooster scribbled furiously. Excuse level, kindergarten. Accountability, missing. Moses ground the calf into powder, scattered it into water, and forced the people to drink it. "Congratulations, now your idol is inside you." Darkness cackled, savoring the chaos. Light glowed sadly but firmly. Even broken stone can be rewritten. And so evening came, morning followed, and the golden calf glittered no more. Only fragments of stone, shattered patience, and a people who learned that waiting well was harder than crossing seas. Chapter 1, 130, version 2.0. The shards of stone from the first 10 words still glittered on the ground like broken glass after Moses' rage quake. The people huddled in shame. Aaron avoided eye contact. The golden calf lay pulverized into powder, served as the world's worst smoothie. Moses trudged back up Sinai, shoulders sagging. "Lord, they've ruined everything. Delete them and start over with me if you must." The voice thundered, fierce yet aching. "No, I will not delete, but my presence will not go with you." Moses fell to his knees. If your presence does not go with us, don't send us anywhere. What else makes us your people? Show me your glory. The rooster, perched on a ledge, scribbled, Episode 130, Intercession Protocol active. Moses pleads, Covenant salvage attempt. The voice replied, soft as thunder can be, I will cause all my goodness to pass before you. You cannot see my face, but you will see where I have been. Moses nodded, trembling. Then the voice added, Carve 2 new tablets. Bring them up. We'll rewrite. And so Moses cut fresh slabs of stone, lugged them up the mountain, and once more disappeared into the cloud. This time the voice came not as fire and fury, but as a declaration. The Lord, compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in love and faithfulness, forgiving wickedness, rebellion, and sin, yet not leaving the guilty unpunished. Moses bowed low, tears streaking his dust-covered face. Then forgive us. Take us as your inheritance. The rooster jotted furiously, covenant renewed, backup tablets inscribed, system reboot successful. When Moses finally descended, the tablets gleamed with fresh etchings. But something else was strange. Moses' face shone so brightly that the people shielded their eyes. Cover your face, they shouted. Moses sighed, grabbing a veil. Fine. Holy glow under wraps. Darkness muttered, Second chances always cheapen justice. Light replied, Or they reveal it stronger than wrath. And so evening came, morning followed, and the covenant was restored. Tablets rewritten, presence assured, a veil covering a face that had stood too close to glory. Chapter 1 131, The Portable Address. Freshly veiled and glowing like a holy lantern, Moses gathered the people. We're building something, he announced. Not another calf, not another tower, something better, a dwelling place for God among us. The people blinked. You mean, like a tent? Yes, Moses said, smiling faintly. A tent, but not just a tent, a tabernacle. The rooster, perched on a measuring rod, scribbled, Episode 131, Tabernacle Project launched. Portable sanctuary. Materials, free will offerings. Gold, silver, bronze, yarn, fine linen, ram skins, acacia wood, everyone contributed. Women spun yarn, men carved poles, children carried bronze clasps. Even the parrots squawked, Contribution, contribution, as they dropped shiny pebbles into baskets. Bezalel and Oholiab, craftsmen chosen by name, received a spirit upgrade. Their hands stitched curtains, hammered gold, carved cherubim. The Ark of the Covenant was formed, its lid shimmering with golden wings. The menorah stood like a tree of light. Curtains embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet billowed in the desert breeze. Darkness scoffed. A god who lives in a tent? How humiliating. Light gleamed through the work. No, how beautiful, that he travels with his people even when they wander. When the structure was complete, Moses inspected every clasp, every socket, every woven panel. At last the camp gathered, hearts trembling. The cloud that had lingered over Sinai descended and filled the tent. Glory radiated so thick that even Moses could not enter. The whole camp fell silent, awestruck. The rooster's quill shook as it wrote, Tabernacle complete. God pitches tent with wanderers, presence portable. From then on, whenever the cloud lifted, Israel packed their tents and followed. Whenever the cloud settled, they stopped. A nation on the move, led not by maps but by presence. And so evening came, morning followed, and the God of thunder and fire chose canvas and poles, a tent stitched in the wilderness, reminding his people that he had no interest in leaving them behind. Chapter 1 132. Be careful what you pray for. The tabernacle still shimmered with divine glory, the ark gleamed, the menorah glowed, and the cloud hovered faithfully. You'd think that would be enough to keep Israel quiet. But no. The camp buzzed with murmurs again. Manna, manna, always manna. Morning wafers, evening wafers, fried manna, boiled manna. We miss meat. Soon the mutters became a chorus. Give us meat! The parrots picked it up gleefully. Meat, meat, meat. The rooster, perched on a tent pole, sighed and scribbled, Episode 132, Complaint Cycle Relaunch. Manna fatigue, quail request inbound. Moses groaned, throwing up his hands. Why do you burden me with these people? Did I give birth to them? Am I their nursemaid? If this is how it will be, just kill me now. The voice answered patiently. Gather 70 elders. I will share the spirit with them so you won't carry this alone. And as for meat, fine. They want meat, they'll get it. The next day, the wind shifted. Clouds of quail swept in from the sea, wings flapping low, dropping into the camp like feathery manna with drumsticks. The people shouted with glee. They rushed into the fields, filling baskets, piling heaps, cooking birds over fires. The smell of roasted quail drifted across the desert. Darkness chuckled. Greed is its own seasoning. But as the people gorged themselves, mouths greasy, bellies stuffed, judgment struck. The camp was stricken with plague. Their cries shifted from delight to despair. The rooster scribbled furiously. Quail delivered, gluttony punished, name of place, Kibroth Hattava, graves of craving. Moses shook his head. Bread from heaven wasn't enough. Water from a rock wasn't enough. Even quail wasn't enough. Light whispered over the graves, somber but true. Enough was always with you. But hearts that crave endlessly cannot see it. And so evening came, morning followed, and the grumble squad learned that sometimes the worst punishment is getting exactly what you demanded, more than you could ever want. Chapter 1. 133. Fruit and Fear Report. After quail, graves, and grumbling, the people finally reached the border of Canaan, the land promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The dream was close enough to taste. Moses called the tribes together. Choose 12 men, one from each tribe, to explore the land. Bring back a report and samples. The rooster, perched on Moses' staff, scribbled, Episode 133, Spy Mission Initiated. Risk, Facts versus Faith. The 12 scouts slipped into Canaan. For 40 days they wandered hills, valleys, vineyards, and towns. They marveled at the abundance, honey dripping from combs, pomegranates bursting red, olives gleaming. At one vineyard, they cut down a single cluster of grapes so large it had to be carried on a pole between 2 men. The parrots screeched as they watched. Mega grapes! Mega grapes! When the spies returned, the camp gasped at the fruit. Children cheered, It's real! Land of milk and honey! But then came the report. Truly, it flows with milk and honey, one said, but the cities are fortified. The people are giants. Next to them, we felt like grasshoppers. Fear rippled through the camp. Murmurs swelled into panic. We can't go in. They'll crush us. Let's go back to Egypt. Darkness smirked, curling at the edges of the crowd. Fear always tastes sweeter than faith. But 2 spies, Joshua and Caleb, stood up. Caleb raised his hands. We should go up and take possession of the land. We can do it, the other 10 scoffed. Impossible! The rooster scribbled furiously. Report split. 10 fearful, 2 faithful. Grapes equals huge. Courage equals tiny. The people wailed through the night, moaning, Why did God bring us here to die? Appoint a new leader. Back to Egypt. Moses tore his robe. Joshua and Caleb fell to the ground, begging, Don't rebel. The Lord is with us. But stones were already being lifted. Light flickered desperately over the faithful spies. Darkness whispered gleefully, Fear wins the vote. And so evening came, morning followed, and Israel stood at the edge of promise, with fruit in their hands, but grasshoppers in their hearts. Chapter 1. 134. The Long Walk Nobody Wanted. The people had tasted the grapes, heard the promise, and still voted fear. Stones nearly flew at Joshua and Caleb. The night echoed with cries of, Let's pick a new leader and go back to Egypt. The voice thundered, Enough! You will not enter the land. Your children will, but you will wander 40 years. 1 year for every day the spies explored, until this generation fades. The rooster, perched on a rock, scribbled, Episode 134, Punishment Issued, 40-year detour, GPS rerouting, wilderness mode. The people wailed. Some tried to fix it. Fine. We'll go in now. We're sorry. They charged toward Canaan without the ark, without Moses, without permission. The Canaanites easily chased them back down the hills. So the wandering began, through deserts, wadis, and endless dunes. Day after day, year after year, birthdays blurred into funerals. The children grew, the elders grayed, and graves dotted the wilderness like mile markers of regret. But even judgment carried threads of mercy. Their clothes did not wear out. Their sandals, somehow, refused to fall apart. Each morning manna still appeared, water still flowed when struck. Darkness chuckled. 40 years of futility. Delicious. Light answered gently. 40 years of formation. Necessary. Israel circled the desert like a classroom they couldn't graduate from. Lessons repeated. Trust. Complain. Discipline. Mercy. The parrots squawked endlessly. Test! Fail! Test! Fail! Yet Joshua and Caleb walked quietly among them, living reminders that not all hearts had shrunk like grasshoppers. The rooster scribbled with a sigh. Detour engaged, promise delayed. But sandals equals miraculous warranty. And so evening came, morning followed, and a nation trudged loops in the sand, judgment heavy on their backs, mercy beneath their feet, until a new generation was ready to step where their parents would not. Chapter 1, 135. The Call Center in the Desert. The 40-year detour dragged on. Sand in their sandals, manna in their mouths, grumbling in their throats. Israel had mastered the art of complaint. Why did you bring us here to die? They cried again. There's no bread, no water, and we detest this miserable manna. The parrots squawked in chorus, Detest! Detest! Same complaint, different day. The rooster, perched on a dune, scribbled, Episode 135, Grumble Loop engaged, consequence inbound. And then came the snakes. Venomous serpents slithered into camp, striking ankles, hissing through tents, leaving cries of pain in their wake. Panic erupted. People fell. Fear gripped the camp. They rushed to Moses. We sinned by speaking against the Lord and against you. Pray for us. Moses, weary but faithful, prayed. The voice answered, Make a serpent and set it on a pole. Everyone who looks at it will live. So Moses hammered bronze, shaped it into a serpent, and mounted it high. The sunlight glinted off the metal scales, shimmering across the desert. Look, Moses said, if you've been bitten, look here. Skeptics scoffed. A bronze snake? That's the cure? But those who looked lived. Poison faded, breath steadied, color returned. Hope pulsed in the camp again. The rooster scribbled furiously. Bronze serpent hotline activated. Dial with your eyes. Results immediate. Darkness hissed with fury. Curses undone by a glance? Ridiculous. Light shone over the lifted serpent. Not ridiculous. A preview of healing still to come. The parrots added their headline, Snake saves, snake saves. And so evening came, morning followed, and the wilderness carried a strange monument, an image of what cursed them, lifted high as the very thing that healed them. Chapter 1, 136. The Slip of a Staff. The wilderness classroom had dragged on for decades. The children of Israel had grown into adults, but their favorite subject was still grumbling 101. Once again, the camp faced thirst. Once again, the people crowded Moses and Aaron, shouting, Why did you bring us here? There's no water. We'll die. The parrots shrieked, No water! No water! Same test, new loop. Moses fell on his face before the Lord. The voice spoke clearly. Take the staff. Assemble the community. Speak to the rock before their eyes, and it will pour out water. The rooster perched on the staff scribbled, Episode 136. Instructions precise. Speak, not strike. But Moses, shoulders sagging, face red, marched to the rock with the people jeering behind him. Here now, you rebels, he shouted. Must we bring you water out of this rock? He lifted his staff high. One strike, then another. Crack! Water gushed, flooding the ground. The people rushed forward, cheering, filling jars, splashing in puddles. But the celebration froze when the voice thundered, Moses, Aaron, because you did not trust me enough to honor me as holy before the people, you will not bring this assembly into the land I give them. Silence. The rooster's quill snapped as it scrawled, Leadership error. Strike instead of speak. Consequence equals barred entry. Moses stood still, staff trembling in his hand. His anger cooled into grief. He looked at the water rushing past his sandals, provision flowing, yet his own hope of entering the promise cut short. Aaron's eyes filled. The people drank, unaware of the cost their leader had just borne. Darkness smirked. Even heroes stumble. Light whispered, Yes, but even stumbles can still serve the story. The water gushed, the people lived, but the shepherd of Israel knew he would lead only up to the border. And so evening came, morning followed, and the rock still flowed. But so did sorrow, as the rooster sighed heavily and wrote that even faithful leaders sometimes strike when they were meant to speak. Chapter 1. 137. The Farewell Tour. The years of wandering were nearly done. The children who had grown up on manna and desert dust now stood on the edge of Canaan, eyes wide with promise. But their leader, Moses, was weary. His beard was white, his staff scarred from both miracles and mistakes. The voice spoke, Moses, go up Mount Nebo. Look at the land I promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You may see it with your eyes, but you will not cross over. The rooster, perched on the staff tip, scribbled, Episode 137, Leadership Transition. Moses, farewell. Joshua, baton next. Moses climbed slowly, each step heavier than the last. The mountain air grew sharp. At the summit he stopped, gazing across the Jordan. He saw valleys lush with green, hills rising like promises kept, cities glinting in the distance. His eyes filled. So close, he whispered. So close. Beside him stood Joshua, younger, steady, his face lined with both fear and determination. Moses placed a trembling hand on his shoulder. Be strong and courageous. The Lord himself goes before you. Don't be afraid. Joshua nodded, voice low. I'll try, my master. Moses smiled faintly. Don't try. Trust. He pressed the staff into Joshua's hands. It's your turn now. The rooster scribbled furiously. Baton passed. Covenant leadership secured. Staff equals symbol transferred. Then Moses turned his eyes one last time toward the land. A breeze stirred, warm and gentle. His breath slowed, his body stilled. The voice gathered him quietly, burying him in a valley that no one would ever find. The people wept for days. Joshua rose, trembling but ready. The cloud shifted toward the Jordan. The story moved forward. Darkness muttered, Even leaders die unfinished. Light whispered, Yes, but the promise does not die with them. And so evening came, morning followed, and Moses' mountaintop view became Joshua's starting line, one shepherd's last sight, another's first step. Chapter 1. 138. Wet Feet, Dry Road. Joshua stood at the edge of the Jordan, staff in hand, the people behind him buzzing like a hive. The promised land stretched just beyond the river, but the river itself raged high with floodwaters, roaring like it enjoyed being an obstacle. Someone muttered. So, do we swim? Joshua shook his head. No, watch what God will do. The rooster, perched on a rock, scribbled. Episode 138, River Obstacle. Miracle Protocol cued. God's instructions came. Tell the priests to carry the ark into the water. When their feet touch the edge, the river will stop. The priests exchanged nervous glances. Wait, you want us to walk into a flood while holding the ark? Joshua nodded. Exactly. So they stepped in. Sandals sank into the rushing edge. Then, suddenly, the water stopped. Upstream, the Jordan piled into a great heap, backing up like a cosmic traffic jam. Downstream, the riverbed dried instantly. Fish flopped in confusion. The people gasped. It's another Red Sea! The parrots screamed, Traffic jam! Traffic jam! The priests stood firm in the middle, ark steady on their shoulders, while the entire nation crossed over on dry ground, tribe after tribe, family after family, goats bleating, children laughing, elders weeping. Joshua pointed at the riverbed. Take 12 stones from here, one for each tribe. Stack them where we camp tonight. Future generations will ask, what do these stones mean? And you'll tell them, the Jordan stopped before the Ark of the Covenant, and God brought us through. The rooster scribbled furiously, stones of memory, installed. Jordan crossing, complete. When the last foot stepped onto the far shore, the priests came up. The river roared back into place, rushing as though nothing had happened. Darkness groaned. Another miracle roadblock ruined. Light shone brightly over the 12 stones. Every crossing is a promise kept. And so evening came, morning followed, and the river that had mocked them became a highway of dry ground. Its roar silenced for a moment so a nation could march into destiny. Chapter 139, The Loudest Siege in History. Fresh across the Jordan, Israel camped in sight of Jericho. The city was locked up tight, gates barred, walls towering, watchmen peering nervously over the battlements. Inside, the people of Jericho whispered, that river stopped for them. What if our walls don't hold? The rooster, perched on Joshua's shoulder, scribbled, Episode 139, First Conquest Pending. Strategy, bizarre. God's instructions arrived, strange but precise. March around the city once a day for 6 days, priests carrying the ark and trumpets. On the 7th day, march 7 times. Then blow the trumpets, shout, and the walls will fall. Joshua repeated the orders. The people blinked. Wait, no battering rams? No ladders? Nope. Just marching and trumpets? Yep. The parrots cackled. March and toot, march and toot. So they marched. Day 1, silent feet, ark in the middle, trumpets blaring. Jericho's guards peered over the wall, baffled. Day 2, march toot. Day 3, march toot. By day 5, children were giggling. We're just circling. This is silly, darkness snickered. They look like fools. Light glowed. Faith often looks foolish before it wins. Finally, the 7th day came. They circled not once, but 7 times. Trumpets gleamed in the sun. Priests puffed their cheeks, the ark steady on shoulders. On the 7th lap, Joshua raised his hand. Shout! Trumpets blasted. The people roared. The sound rolled like thunder through the valley. And then, cracks. Stones shifted. Dust billowed. The mighty walls of Jericho crumbled like sand castles under waves. The city lay open. Israel surged in, victory not by sword, but by shout. Only Rahab and her household, marked by a scarlet cord, were spared, her faith folded into Israel's story. The rooster scribbled furiously, Episode 139, Walls Down. Jericho toppled by trumpet loop, scarlet cord equals salvation note. And so evening came, morning followed, and Jericho learned that sometimes the strongest defense isn't stone, but trust, and the strangest battle plan can still bring walls crashing down. Chapter 1, 140, Cosmic Overtime. News of Jericho's fall spread like wildfire. Kings across Canaan trembled. 5 of them banded together, declaring, if we don't stop Israel now, we'll all be rubble by trumpet solos. They attacked Gibeon, a city that had allied with Israel. Messengers ran breathless to Joshua. Help us! Don't abandon your servants. Joshua rallied the army. We march all night. The rooster, bouncing along on a soldier's pack, scribbled, Episode 140, Emergency Campaign. 5 Kings versus 1 Covenant. At dawn, Israel surprised the enemy. Panic scattered the 5 kings' armies. Hailstones rained from the heavens, pelting soldiers with precision aim. More fell from the sky than by the sword. But the battle dragged on. The sun dipped low, shadows lengthened. Joshua squinted at the horizon. Not enough time. If night falls, they'll escape. So he prayed a prayer no one had dared before. Sun, stand still over Gibeon. Moon, over the valley of Aijalon. Silence. Then the sky obeyed. The sun froze mid-arc. The moon held its place. Time itself paused. The day stretched long. Soldiers gasped. Children stared. Goats blinked nervously. The parrots shrieked, "Time glitch! Time glitch!" Darkness growled, stuck in its corner. "This isn't fair." "I'm scheduled to arrive." Light beamed brighter, smug. "Sorry, overtime approved." The battle continued under frozen daylight until victory was total. The 5 kings were captured, justice delivered, the land shaken with awe. The rooster scribbled furiously, "Cosmic override successful. 1 long day equals divine overtime." And so evening came, morning delayed, until finally the sun slid down again, its paws etched forever into memory, proof that when faith dares the impossible, even the cosmos must stretch. Chapter 1. 141. The Merry-Go-Round of Misery. Joshua's generation faded, the land was divided, the tribes settled, the promise tasted. For a moment peace hummed across Israel, then came the cycle. It began with forgetfulness. The people looked around at vineyards and flocks and muttered, "We're doing fine." Who needs commandments? Who needs God? The rooster, perched on a boundary stone, sighed and scribbled, Episode 141, Judges' Era begins. Cycle, sin to slavery, to supplication to salvation, rinse and repeat. First came sin. Idols popped up in fields, shrines sprouted under trees. The people bowed to Baal, danced before Asherah poles, and called it progress. Then came oppression. Neighboring nations stormed in, Midianites stealing grain, Philistines sharpening spears, Moabites demanding taxes. Israel groaned, hiding in caves, whispering, "Maybe we should cry to God again." So they did. And God answered, with judges. Not judges in black robes with gavels, but rough-hewn deliverers. Othniel, the first, quiet but steady. Ehud, left-handed assassin with a dagger strapped to his thigh. Deborah, prophetess under a palm tree, rallying armies with Barak at her side. Gideon, hesitant farmer turned trumpet blower, winning battles with clay jars and torches. Jephthah, tragic and rash with vows. Samson, wild-haired strongman who wrestled lions but couldn't wrestle his own desires. Each time the land had peace, for 20, 40, maybe 80 years. Then the people forgot again. Darkness laughed. "Ah, the merry-go-round of misery, my favorite ride." Light answered, "And yet, mercy keeps returning, again and again and again." The parrots cawed from the trees. Sin, slavery, supplication, salvation. Round and round. The rooster scribbled furiously, "Summary. The Book of Judges equals spiritual Groundhog Day. Lessons repeated until Kingdom Era arrives." And so evening came, morning followed, and Israel spun through loops of its own, stumbling, crying, rescued, forgetting, stumbling again, while heaven's patience proved longer than the wilderness and wider than their wandering. Chapter 1. 142. The Small Story That Changed Everything. The days of the judges were chaos, raids, idols, Samson throwing tantrums, but in the middle of the noise, a quiet story unfolded. Naomi left Bethlehem during famine, her family moving to Moab. But sorrow stalked her. Her husband died, then her 2 sons, leaving her with only 2 Moabite daughters-in-law, Orpah and Ruth. When Naomi heard food had returned to Bethlehem, she packed her bags. "Go back to your families," she told the young widows. May you find new husbands, new lives. Orpah kissed her goodbye. Ruth clung tighter. Don't urge me to leave you, Ruth whispered. Where you go, I'll go. Where you stay, I'll stay. Your people will be my people. Your God, my God. The rooster perched on Naomi's staff scribbled, Episode 142, Loyalty Vow Activated. Ruth's kindness equals covenant seed. They walked back into Bethlehem, widows with empty hands. Neighbors muttered, Naomi's back, with a Moabite girl. Ruth went to glean behind the harvesters, gathering stray stalks to feed them. The field, coincidentally, belonged to Boaz, a man of standing, gentle and generous. He noticed Ruth's hard work and asked, Who is this young woman? The overseer replied, She's the Moabite who came back with Naomi. Boaz told Ruth, Stay in my fields. I've told the men not to touch you. Drink from our water jars when you're thirsty. Ruth bowed low. Why show me kindness, a foreigner? Boaz smiled. I've heard what you've done for Naomi. May the Lord reward you. The parrots cawed from the hedges. Boaz likes Ruth. Boaz likes Ruth. Naomi, catching the scent of Providence, hatched a plan. Ruth visited Boaz at the threshing floor, a symbolic act of boldness and trust. Boaz, honorable, promised, I will redeem you if the nearer relative will not. Soon, the town witnessed Boaz taking Ruth as his wife. She bore a son, Obed. Naomi held the child in her arms, laughter returning to her face. The rooster scribbled furiously, Obed born, Jesse, David. Ruth the Moabite equals kingdom seed planted. Darkness muttered, All this fuss over widows and barley fields? Light gleamed brighter. Yes, because the greatest kingdoms begin with kindness. And so evening came, morning followed, and Ruth's loyalty rewrote despair into legacy, proving that amid chaos, small faithfulness can plant seeds of empires. Chapter 143, Oil and a Sling. Israel had demanded a king. They wanted someone tall, shiny, and impressive like the nations around them. They got Saul, head and shoulders above the rest, armor polished, crown gleaming. At first, Saul looked promising, but his heart wavered, his pride swelled, and soon the kingdom cracked under his fear. The voice whispered to Samuel the prophet, I've chosen another. Go to Jesse's house in Bethlehem. I'll show you my king. Samuel packed oil in a horn and headed out. Jesse lined up his sons, tall, strong, soldier-ready. Eliab, the oldest, stood proud. Samuel thought, surely this is the one. The voice interrupted. Do not look at appearance or height. I look at the heart. One by one the sons passed, each time, not this one. Finally, Samuel asked, Are these all your sons? Jesse shrugged. Well, there's the youngest. He's out with the sheep. The rooster, perched on Samuel's staff, scribbled, Episode 143. Overlooked shepherd incoming. Destiny disguised in pasture clothes. They fetched David, ruddy, bright-eyed, harp still slung on his back, smelling faintly of sheep. The voice whispered, This is the one. Samuel poured oil over David's head. The Spirit rushed upon him with a weight that made even the sheep bow. Meanwhile, the Philistines were flexing their muscles. They sent out their champion, Goliath of Gath. 9 feet tall, armor heavy as mountains, voice like thunder. He taunted Israel daily. Choose a man. Let's fight. If he wins, we serve you. If I win, you serve us. Israel trembled. Saul hid in his tent. David, still delivering bread and cheese for his brothers, heard the giant's challenge. His eyes narrowed. Who is this uncircumcised Philistine defying the armies of the living God? His brothers rolled their eyes. Go back to your sheep, kid. David shook his head. No, I'll fight him. The rooster scribbled furiously. Anointing confirmed. Duel scheduled. Sling versus spear. Odds. Heavenly. Darkness chuckled. This boy will be crushed. Light gleamed over David's sling. No, this boy will be crowned. And so evening came, morning followed, and a shepherd boy with oil in his hair stepped toward a valley where destiny waited in the shadow of a giant. Chapter 1 144 The Sling Heard Round the World. The Philistines stood on one hill, Israel on the other, the valley of Elah yawning between them. Goliath stomped forward again, his armor clanging, his shadow stretching across the valley like a thundercloud. He roared, "Send me a man to fight!" His spear's tip alone weighed more than David did. Israel trembled. Saul peeked from behind his tent flap. Then David stepped out. No armor, no sword, no shield. Just a sling, a pouch, and 5 smooth stones clinking at his side. The rooster, perched on a sling strap, scribbled furiously. Episode 144. Impossible duel engaged. Equipment. Minimal. Faith. Maximal. Goliath laughed. "Am I a dog, that you come at me with sticks? I'll feed your flesh to the birds." David's eyes burned bright. "You come at me with sword and spear, but I come in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God you have defied. Today he will deliver you into my hand. The whole world will know there is a God in Israel." The parrots shrieked from the sidelines. "Big talk! Big talk!" David ran forward, stone loaded. He swung the sling once, twice, 3 times. The air whistled, the stone flew, time slowed, even darkness held its breath. The stone struck Goliath's forehead with a crack. The giant staggered, eyes wide, and fell forward with a crash that shook the ground. Silence. Then Israel roared. The Philistines panicked and fled. David stood over the fallen champion, breathing hard, holding Goliath's own sword. "The battle is the Lord's," he whispered. The rooster scribbled in bold, triumphant strokes. Stone flies, giant falls, crown still pending, shepherd arrow, warrior arrow legend. Darkness snarled, "One stone cannot change history." Light gleamed fiercely. "One stone is all it takes." And so evening came, morning followed, and the boy who once played harp for sheep became the slinger who toppled giants, the crown waiting just beyond the valley, already shining in the distance. Chapter 145. Spear Dodging 101. David's victory over Goliath echoed through Israel. Children sang his name. Women danced with tambourines. The song hit the charts immediately. Saul has slain his thousands and David his tens of thousands. Saul froze when he heard it. His smile soured. His grip on his spear tightened. Tens of thousands? They're giving him my numbers. The rooster, perched on a harp string, scribbled, Episode 145, Jealousy Virus Spreads. Saul unstable. David target acquired. At first, Saul kept David close. David played the harp to soothe the king's dark moods. But one evening, as David strummed softly, Saul's eyes narrowed. Thud. A spear whistled through the air, embedding in the wall right beside David's head. David blinked. Was that applause?" Saul forced a laugh. "Just practicing my aim." "Don't mind me," but it happened again. Another night, another spear, another narrow escape. The parrots shrieked, "Dodge! Dodge!" David fled the palace, slipping out into the wilderness. Saul sent men to watch his house, but Michal, David's wife, and Saul's daughter, helped him escape through a window. "Run," she whispered. And so began David's fugitive years, sleeping in caves, sneaking through fields, gathering outcasts and wanderers as followers. Saul hunted him like a madman, hurling spears not only in the palace but across the land. Darkness chuckled, savoring the chaos. A jealous king, a hunted hero, perfect drama. Light whispered, "Even in exile, the promise grows stronger." The rooster scribbled furiously. David's resume expands. Harpist, warrior, fugitive, spear-dodging expert. And so evening came, morning followed, and the shepherd-turned-giant slayer learned how to live as a hunted man, dodging spears, writing psalms, and waiting for a crown that still gleamed only in promise. Chapter 146. The Shadow Test. David's band of fugitives hid in the wilderness, moving from cave to cave, shadows for walls and rocks for roofs. Their lives were whispers, always listening for Saul's marching boots. One day, news came. Saul was near with 3,000 men. The fugitives ducked deep into a cave, holding their breath. Then, of all things, Saul himself wandered in, alone, to relieve himself. The rooster perched nervously on a stalagmite scribbled, Episode 146, Divine Setup. Predator becomes prey. David's men nudged him. This is it. The Lord has delivered your enemy into your hands. Kill him. End this. David crept forward, dagger in hand. His heart pounded. The cave was silent except for Saul's oblivious muttering. Closer, closer. But instead of plunging the blade, David leaned down and sliced off the corner of Saul's robe. The cloth fluttered in his hand like a secret. Saul left unaware. David's men gawked. Why didn't you finish him? David's face was pale. Far be it from me to harm the Lord's anointed. His throne is not mine to seize, it's mine to wait for. He stepped out of the cave, holding up the fabric. My lord the king, he shouted across the valley. Saul turned. See? David cried, voice breaking. I had the chance to kill you. Instead, I spared you. Why do you hunt me? Saul's face crumpled, his eyes filled with tears. You are more righteous than I. May the Lord reward you. I know you will be king, and the kingdom will be established in your hands. The rooster scribbled furiously. Robe corner cut. Mercy greater than murder. Throne delayed, not denied. Darkness hissed, disappointed. Mercy ruins good vengeance plots. Light gleamed through the cave's opening. Mercy proves the heart fit for a crown. And so evening came, morning followed, and David walked back into the wilderness, not with a throne, but with a torn piece of cloth, proof that waiting well was harder than striking fast. Chapter 1 147, Mourning Before Majesty. The years of caves, exiles, and near misses finally ended when news came from the battlefield. Saul and Jonathan had fallen on Mount Gilboa. David froze. The crown he had waited for was suddenly within reach, but the price was carved in grief. A messenger arrived breathless, claiming, I struck Saul myself, mercy killing, and here is his crown. David's eyes darkened. He tore his clothes and wept. Then he ordered the man executed for daring to boast of touching the Lord's anointed. The rooster, perched on a harp, scribbled, Episode 147, Crown Retrieved. Throne Vacant. Lament prioritized over coronation. David lifted his harp and sang, not a victory song, but a dirge. How the mighty have fallen! Saul and Jonathan, beloved and lovely, swifter than eagles, stronger than lions. Jonathan, my brother, your love to me was wonderful, surpassing the love of women. How the mighty have fallen, and the weapons of war perished. The camp wept with him, Israel grieved, even Philistines paused, unsettled by a lament that refused to gloat. Only after tears came coronation. David was anointed king of Judah, later of all Israel. The crown rested on his head at last, not by grasping, not by murder, but by waiting, mercy, and mourning. Darkness hissed. I wanted him to seize it with blood. Light glowed over the harp strings. But the throne belongs to those who wait on promise, not steal by force. The parrots, for once, sang softly, Mighty fallen, mighty fallen. The rooster scribbled furiously, David equals king. Throne secured, crown delivered through patience and lament. And so evening came, morning followed, and Israel's shepherd boy turned fugitive finally became king. Not by conquest alone, but by tears first, then triumph. Chapter 1 148, The Parade That Raised Eyebrows. With Saul gone, and the crown now steady on his head, David set his sights on something greater than thrones and palaces, bringing the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem. The Ark had wandered, shuffled from tent to town, the very box that carried the presence of God sitting in borrowed spaces. David declared, no more. The Ark comes home. The rooster, perched on a cymbal, scribbled, Episode 148, Arc Transfer Initiated, Parade Mode, Full Volume. So they set out with musicians, trumpets, lyres, tambourines, and shouts. Priests marched, singers wailed. The ground shook with the sound. But the first attempt went wrong. They carried the ark on a cart instead of poles. When the oxen stumbled, Uzzah reached out to steady it. The moment his hand touched, he fell dead. Silence froze the parade. David, terrified, left the ark in the house of Obed-Edom. Months passed. Word spread. Obed-Edom's house flourished. Goats multiplied. Crops burst. Kids laughed nonstop. David realized, we must try again, but properly this time. So they did. Priests bore the ark on poles as commanded. After 6 steps, sacrifices were made. And then, celebration erupted. David led the way, harp on his back, feet bare, dancing with abandon. No royal robes, no crown polish, just a king spinning in joy before the ark. The parrots shrieked from the rafters, "Dance! Dance! Dance!" The people laughed and cheered, trumpets blared, the city shook with holy joy. But not everyone was pleased. Michal, Saul's daughter, watched from a window, arms crossed. She scowled. The king of Israel, half-dressed, dancing like a fool before servant girls? David, panting with sweat, hair wild, grinned. I'll become even more undignified than this. I'm dancing before the Lord, not for your approval. The rooster scribbled with flair. Ark enters Jerusalem. King dances barefoot. Lesson, joy greater than dignity. Darkness sneered. A king should look powerful, not foolish. Light beamed brighter. The best kings choose praise over pride. And so evening came, morning followed, and Jerusalem saw its king not on a throne but in the streets, barefoot, harp playing, psalm writing, dancing with the God who dwelled among them. Chapter 1. 149. The Look That Broke a Kingdom. It was spring, the season when kings went to war. But David stayed home. One evening, restless, he climbed to the rooftop of his palace. From there, the city lay silent under the moon. And then he saw her, Bathsheba, bathing. The rooster, perched on the palace wall, scribbled with dread. Episode 149. Rooftop glance initiated. Warning, temptation loop spiraling. David lingered. He should have turned away, should have gone inside, should have strummed his harp and written another psalm. Instead, he sent a servant. Find out who she is. The servant returned nervously. She's Bathsheba, wife of Uriah the Hittite. Wife. The word should have stopped him, but David waved it aside. Bring her to me. The parrots squawked from the rafters. Danger! Danger! But Bathsheba came. The night unfolded, and soon she sent word back. I am with child. David panicked. Cover it up. Call Uriah back from the front. Uriah arrived, loyal and unsuspecting. David poured him wine, urged him home. Uriah shook his head. How can I enjoy my house when the ark and my brothers sleep in tents? He slept at the palace gate. David's jaw clenched. Plan A failed. Plan B darkened. He sent Uriah back to the battlefield carrying sealed orders. Joab opened them. Place Uriah where the fighting is fiercest. Withdraw, so he falls. And Uriah fell. Bathsheba mourned. David took her as wife. The city whispered. The rooster dropped its clipboard, feathers bristling. Episode 149. Sin compounded. Adultery, deception, murder. Then Nathan the prophet arrived with a story. There were 2 men, one rich, one poor. The poor man had only one lamb, precious as a daughter. The rich man stole it for his feast. David leapt up. The man deserves death. Nathan's eyes pierced him. You are the man! David collapsed. I have sinned against the Lord. Darkness smirked. The mighty fallen by a glance. Light whispered, but mercy waits, even in ruins. The rooster scribbled with a heavy claw, crown stained, story scarred, repentance pending. And so evening came, morning followed, and the psalmist who sang of green pastures now wept over his rooftop sin, his fall written as a warning, his repentance destined to echo in songs of mercy. Chapter 150, The Song in Ashes. David sat in his chamber, crown heavy, harp untouched. His sin was no longer a secret. Nathan's words still echoed like thunder. You are the man. The rooster, perched on the broken windowsill, scribbled solemnly, Episode 150, Repentance Protocol, crown cracked, heart cracked deeper. David tore his robe, fell to the ground, and poured out the one thing he still had. Words. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your unfailing love. According to your great compassion, blot out my transgressions. His voice shook. He pressed his hands against his chest. Create in me a clean heart, O God. Renew a right spirit within me. He winced, clutching his bones. Let the bones you have broken rejoice. Darkness smirked. Too late. Stain permanent. But light hovered over the shattered man, whispering, Repentance is the doorway mercy loves to use. David wept, singing through sobs, stringing psalms out of sorrow. Do not cast me away from your presence. Do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of salvation. The parrots repeated softer than usual. Joy, salvation, mercy. And from the ashes of failure, a new kind of song was born. Not the triumphant anthems of victory, but the raw confession of a broken king who still knew where to turn. The rooster scribbled with a trembling claw. Psalm 51 uploaded. Repentance timeless. Generations will borrow these words. David's crown remained dented. His family would reap storms. Yet his heart, cracked open, found its rhythm again, not in power, but in forgiveness. And so evening came, morning followed, and Israel's king sang the psalm of broken bones, lyrics that still echo whenever hearts need mending. Chapter 151, The Crown and the Question. David's harp grew quiet, his battles done. The old king breathed his last, and the crown passed to his son, Solomon, the boy of Bathsheba, now grown into a prince with steady eyes. The rooster perched on the golden crown, scribbled, Episode 151, Transition complete. New king installed, Solomon, test pending. At Gibeon, Solomon went to offer sacrifices. That night, while incense curled into the sky, a dream came. The voice spoke, Ask for whatever you want me to give you. The parrots perked up, whispering suggestions. Gold! Glory! Goat farms! But Solomon bowed low. I am young, a child compared to this people. You have made me king over a nation too numerous to count. Give me wisdom and understanding, that I may govern well. A listening heart to discern between good and evil. The rooster's quill snapped from scribbling too hard. Request equals not riches, not revenge, but wisdom. The voice thundered with delight. Because you asked for wisdom instead of long life or wealth or the death of your enemies, I will give you wisdom greater than anyone before or after, and I will give you what you did not ask for, riches, honor, peace in your days. If you walk in my ways, your throne will shine. When Solomon woke, his heart burned with new clarity. He returned to Jerusalem, stood before the ark, and offered thanks. Soon his wisdom was tested. 2 women came to him, both claiming to be mother of the same child. 1 baby, 1 throne, 1 impossible question. Bring me a sword, Solomon said calmly. Cut the child in 2. Each woman will have half. The court gasped. The women cried out. One shrieked, Yes, divide him! The other sobbed, No! Let her have him, only spare his life. Solomon nodded. There is the true mother. He gave the child back to her, alive. The news spread like lightning. All Israel marveled. The king has wisdom from God. Darkness muttered, Smart move. But wisdom cuts sharper than swords. Let's see how he holds it. Light gleamed. Wisdom offered, wisdom granted. A good beginning. The rooster scribbled in bold, Episode 151, Wisdom Download Complete, Kingdom Stability Upgraded. And so evening came, morning followed, and a new king stood on the throne, not with armies, but with a listening heart, crowned not only with gold, but with understanding. Chapter 1, 152, The House That Hummed. Solomon's wisdom became famous, but his heart still burned to complete what David had long dreamed, a house for the Lord. No more tent, Solomon declared, a temple, stone, cedar, gold, a place worthy of glory. The rooster, perched on a blueprint scroll, scribbled, Episode 152, Temple Project Launched. Resources, cedar from Lebanon, gold from Ophir, workforce equals massive. The work began. Cedars floated down on rafts from Hiram's forests. Stone blocks were quarried so precisely that no hammer struck within Jerusalem's walls. Silence itself was holy. Artisans carved cherubim, pomegranates, lilies, and palms. Gold sheets lined the inner sanctuary until everything glittered like captured sunlight. 7 years passed. Then the Ark of the Covenant was carried in, poles steady on priestly shoulders. Trumpets blared, cymbals crashed, choirs sang. And then it happened. A cloud descended, thick, weighty, luminous. The priests staggered, unable to stand. The people fell silent, awestruck. "The glory of the Lord fills the house," someone cried. Darkness hissed at the door, barred from entering. Too bright, too heavy. I can't breathe here. Light shimmered joyfully. At last, a resting place. Solomon lifted his hands and prayed, "Lord, you said you would dwell in thick darkness. Now I have built a house for you, a place for your name forever. Yet heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this temple? Still, hear the prayers we lift here, for forgiveness, for rain, for victory, for mercy. Even foreigners who pray toward this house, hear them, so all the earth may know your name." The rooster scribbled with wide eyes, temple dedicated, covenant house active, cloud equals divine presence online. The people feasted for days, singing psalms, eating roasted lamb, lifting their hands toward the shining house. And so evening came, morning followed, and the God who once pitched his tent among wanderers now filled a golden temple, yet still whispered, "Even this cannot hold me." Chapter 1, 153, When Gold Grows Heavy. At first, Solomon's reign glittered. Wisdom poured from his lips. Nations flocked to hear him. The temple shone, and the Queen of Sheba left breathless. Silver piled so high it was as common as stones. But stones are steady. Solomon's heart was not. He loved women, lots of them. Pharaoh's daughter, Moabites, Ammonites, Sidonians, Hittites. 700 wives, 300 concubines. The parrots, exhausted, squawked, "Too many! Too many!" The rooster, perched on the palace balcony, scribbled grimly, Episode 153, Wisdom Drift Detected. Wealth, women, idols infiltrating. At first, Solomon only tolerated their shrines. A little Ashtoreth corner for Sidonian peace. A Molech altar to keep Ammonite politics smooth. Soon incense rose from palace courtyards not to the Lord, but to foreign gods. His heart, once pure in its songs, split. Psalms turned into proverbs, proverbs into politics, politics into compromise. Darkness leaned against the idol altars, smirking. Even the wisest can be swayed by affection. Light whispered sadly over the silent temple. Wisdom without devotion becomes just cleverness. The Lord's voice thundered to Solomon, "Since this has been your practice, I will tear the kingdom from your son. Yet for David's sake, not all, one tribe will remain." The rooster scribbled furiously, kingdom fracture scheduled, legacy compromised, temple stands, but heart hollow. And so evening came, morning followed, and the man who asked for wisdom ended surrounded by idols. Proof that crowns shine brightest when the heart bows low, not when the palace multiplies altars. Chapter 1, 154, Maps Torn in Two. When Solomon died, The golden palace was still glittering, the temple still humming with psalms, but cracks in the kingdom were already spreading like fractures in dry clay. Rehoboam, Solomon's son, took the throne. The people came with a plea: "Your father put a heavy yoke on us. Lighten it, and we will serve you." Rehoboam nodded and called a cabinet meeting. The elders advised, "Speak kindly, ease the burden, and the kingdom will be yours." But his young friends laughed. "No way. Say this: my little finger is thicker than my father's waist. My father whipped you with whips. I'll whip you with scorpions." Rehoboam liked the sound of that. The rooster perched on the palace wall scribbled, Episode 154, Leadership Fail, Ego Greater Than Empathy. When the people heard his reply, they roared, "What share do we have in David?" "To your tents, O Israel." 10 tribes rebelled, crowning Jeroboam as their king. Only Judah and little Benjamin stayed with Rehoboam in Jerusalem. The kingdom of David, once united, now split down the middle. 2 maps, 2 capitals, 2 thrones. Jeroboam, afraid his people would drift back south to Jerusalem for worship, set up golden calves, one in Bethel, one in Dan. "Here are your gods, O Israel," he proclaimed. The parrots screamed from the rooftops, "Golden calves again! Again!" Darkness chuckled. Division breeds idols. Perfect light whispered, "Even in fragments the promise will not vanish." The rooster scribbled furiously, "North equals Israel. 10 tribes, idols rising. South equals Judah. Temple intact, but fragile. Unity broken. Story bent." And so evening came, morning followed, and the once mighty kingdom of David stood divided. 2 maps rolled out on the same table, each throne wobbling, each heart wandering. Chapter 1. 155. Thunder in the Wilderness. With the kingdom split, Israel to the north, Judah to the south, the thrones wobbled, the idols multiplied, and the kings learned a new habit, plugging their ears whenever prophets spoke. But prophets rose anyway. The rooster, perched on a half-burned Asherah pole, scribbled, Episode 155, Prophets Installed. Role, Truth Tellers. Reception, Eye rolls and exile. Elijah stormed in first. He stood before King Ahab, who had married Jezebel, queen of idols. Elijah's words rang like thunder. "No rain until I say so." Then he vanished into the wilderness. Years of drought baked the land. Crops withered, animals died, the people cried. When Elijah finally reappeared, he staged history's most famous showdown on Mount Carmel. 2 altars, one for Baal, one for the Lord. Baal's prophets danced, cut themselves, shouted from dawn to dusk. Silence. Elijah prayed once. Fire fell from heaven, devouring sacrifice, stones, water, everything. The parrots shrieked in awe. "Fire! Fire!" Darkness hissed. "Unfair advantage." Light beamed over the scorched altar. Advantage? Just reality. But even after fire, the kings rolled their eyes. Ahab sulked. Jezebel swore vengeance. Elijah fled into despair, hiding in a cave until God whispered not in wind, earthquake, or fire, but in a gentle breeze. Other prophets followed. Elisha, who doubled Elijah's spirit, healed lepers, multiplied oil, and made an axe head float. Amos, the farmer with fire in his bones, crying for justice to roll like waters. Hosea, whose broken marriage became a living parable of God's faithfulness. Isaiah, who saw visions of thrones high and lifted up, lips purified by burning coal. Jeremiah, weeping through ruined streets, writing laments no king wanted to hear. Again and again, the prophets shouted, sang, wrote, wept, return, repent, smash idols, do justice, love mercy, walk humbly with God. Again and again, kings rolled their eyes, muttered, nuisance, and carried on with their altars and politics. The rooster scrawled in weary strokes, prophets faithful, kings dismissive, judgment pending. And so evening came, morning followed, and the wilderness rang with thunderous words, ignored by thrones but preserved in scrolls, truth that would outlive the kings who rolled their eyes. Chapter 1, 156, The Long Time Out. The warnings had stacked up like unpaid bills. Prophet after prophet shouted, pleaded, wept. Kings nodded, ignored, and built more idols. The people shrugged. At last, judgment thundered. Assyria swept down on the northern kingdom. Israel scattered like chaff in the wind. Later, Babylon stormed Judah, breaking Jerusalem's walls, torching the temple, and chaining the people for a long march east. The rooster, perched on the ruins of the city, scribbled, Episode 156, Exile Engaged. Covenant people uprooted, temple reduced to ash. By the rivers of Babylon, the exiles sat and wept. Harps hung silent on willow branches. Their captors mocked them, Sing us one of your songs of Zion. The people lowered their heads. How can we sing the Lord's song in a foreign land? Darkness smirked, sitting comfortably on Babylon's throne. See, promise crushed, kingdom gone, temple dust, I win. But light whispered over the rivers, Even here, I am with them. Exile is not erasure, it is training. Prophets still spoke. Jeremiah's laments bled ink onto scrolls, yet he also wrote letters to the exiles. Build houses, plant gardens, seek the peace of the city where you dwell, for in its peace you will find yours. Ezekiel saw visions, wheels within wheels, dry bones rattling back to life. Daniel prayed in windows facing Jerusalem, defied lions' jaws, and interpreted dreams for kings who thought themselves gods. The people remembered. With no temple, no altar, they carried the law in their hearts, telling the stories again and again so their children would not forget. The rooster scrawled in heavy strokes, Exile equals discipline, identity refined, hope simmering beneath sorrow. And so evening came, morning followed, and the people of promise learned how to sing in silence, how to pray in foreign streets, and how to hope when the land of milk and honey was only a memory by the rivers of Babylon. Chapter 1, 157, Homecoming Surprise. 70 years of exile had passed. The people's songs were tired, their sandals worn thin from Babylon's streets. Then history hiccuped. Cyrus of Persia conquered Babylon, and instead of crushing the exiles further, he issued a decree. Any one of the Lord's people, go up to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. The rooster, perched on a half-broken harp, scribbled furiously, Episode 157, Divine Plot Twist. Foreign king funds homecoming. Caravans formed. Families packed scrolls and tools, goats and children. Tears filled their eyes as they trudged back to the ruins of Zion. When they arrived, weeds choked the streets, jackals prowled the foundations. The temple was rubble. The people wept loud enough for the stones to echo. Then they began to work. First, the altar rose. Sacrifices smoked again. Then the foundation of the temple was laid. Trumpets blared, cymbals clashed, priests shouted. But the noise was mixed, half shouts of joy, half cries of sorrow. The elders remembered Solomon's golden temple, now replaced with something smaller, humbler. The parrots shrieked, Joy! Sorrow, can't tell which is louder. Enemies mocked, What are these feeble Jews building? Even a fox could knock down their wall. But under Nehemiah's leadership, stones were stacked, gates restored, walls rebuilt, half the people working, half holding spears. Hammers and swords rang side by side. Ezra stood before the crowd with the scroll of the law. He read aloud, morning to noon, as the people listened, heads bowed. Then they wept again, not from ruins, but from repentance. Light shimmered over the city like dawn breaking after a long storm. See? Not erased, not forgotten, renewed. Darkness hissed from the shadows of the half-built walls. Too small. Too weak. Not the kingdom they dreamed. The rooster scribbled in bold strokes, return decreed, temple rebuilt, identity rekindled, hope alive. And so evening came, morning followed, and the people walked Jerusalem's streets again, smaller than before, humbler than before, yet lit with the stubborn glow of promises that even exile could not bury. Chapter 158. The Pause That Wasn't Empty. Jerusalem stood again, walls repaired, temple rebuilt. The people were smaller in number, humbler in pride, yet stubborn in hope. They prayed, they studied, they waited. Then came silence. No more Elijah fire, no more Ezekiel wheels, no more Isaiah visions. For centuries, heaven seemed quiet. The rooster, perched on the rebuilt wall, scribbled, Episode 158, Interlude engaged. Prophets cease, memory speaks. Silence hums like strings waiting for a pluck. But the silence wasn't empty. The scrolls were copied, read aloud in synagogues. Children memorized Torah verses. Families told stories at Passover, plagues, lamb's blood, sea crossings, so no one would forget. The prophets' echoes still hummed. Isaiah's promise of a suffering servant, Micah's vision of a ruler from Bethlehem, Malachi's warning, the Lord you seek will suddenly come to his temple. The people waited and waited. Empires marched through their streets, Persia, Greece, Rome, taxes mounted, soldiers shouted, Herod built, schemed, killed. The people whispered in longing, when will Messiah come? Darkness prowled smugly through palaces and marketplaces. Heaven has gone silent. Maybe the story is over. But light flickered, unseen, beneath the silence. Not silence. Prelude. The parrots whispered quietly for once. Waiting, waiting. And so evening came, morning followed, and the years rolled on, silent, humming, heavy with expectation. The prophet's words hung in the air like seeds beneath winter soil, waiting for spring. Chapter 159, When Silence Sang. 400 years of quiet pressed on Israel like a long-held breath. Rome's eagles hung heavy over the land, Herod's palaces gleamed, and prayers kept rising. When will he come? Then the silence cracked. First, in a temple, an angel startled an old priest named Zechariah. Your wife Elizabeth will bear a son. He will prepare the way. Then in Nazareth, another angel appeared to a young girl named Mary. You will conceive and bear a son. He will be great, called the Son of the Most High. His kingdom will never end. Mary whispered, trembling yet steady, Let it be to me as you have said. The rooster, perched on a Roman milestone, scribbled in wide-eyed strokes, Episode 159, Silence Broken. Messiah inbound. Announcements multiply. Months later, in Bethlehem, Mary laid her firstborn in a manger. No palace, no throne, just straw and starlight. Joseph stood watch, weary but awestruck. Outside the city, shepherds dozed by their flocks until the sky exploded with light. An angel blazed, Do not fear. I bring good news of great joy for all people. Today in David's town, a Savior is born, Christ the Lord. And then, a multitude, an army not of swords but of song. The heavens roared, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace to those on whom his favor rests. The parrots shrieked in their usual way, Peace, peace, though slightly off-key. Shepherds ran to the stable, eyes wide. They saw a baby wrapped in cloths, lying in a manger, and realized heaven's throne had been planted in a feeding trough. Darkness hissed from Herod's palace. A baby? That's the threat? Light gleamed softly in Mary's arms. Yes, a baby. That's the answer. The rooster scribbled with trembling claws, Manger equals throne room. Silence replaced by song. Loop bends toward incarnation. And so evening came, morning followed, and the Word who had spoken creation now slept in a manger. God's greatest promise wrapped in swaddling clothes, the throne disguised as straw. Chapter 160, The Desert Duel. The boy from Bethlehem grew. He amazed teachers in the temple, worked quietly in Nazareth, and finally stepped into the Jordan where John the Baptist thundered. As he rose dripping from the water, the heavens split open. A voice declared, "This is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased." The rooster, perched on a reed, scribbled, Episode 160, Baptism complete. Identity declared. Mission activated. Immediately, the Spirit drove him into the wilderness. 40 days, 40 nights. Stones for pillows, silence for company, hunger gnawing like a wild beast. And then the enemy arrived. "Hungry, are you?" the tempter sneered, gesturing at the rocks. "If you are the Son of God, turn these stones into bread." The Messiah's eyes burned, his stomach hollow, yet his words firm. "It is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word from the mouth of God." The rooster scribbled furiously. Temptation number 1, appetite rejected. The devil carried him to the temple's pinnacle. "Throw yourself down. Scripture says angels will catch you." The Messiah answered calmly, "It is written, do not put the Lord your God to the test." Temptation number 2, spectacle rejected. Finally, a high mountain. The kingdoms of the world spread like jewels. "All this I will give you," the enemy whispered, "if you bow and worship me." The Messiah's voice thundered, "Away with you, Satan! For it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only." The devil recoiled. Darkness slunk away. Angels came, bringing bread and strength. Light flared across the wilderness. The sun has passed where Adam fell. Victory begins. The parrots shrieked gleefully, "Outquoted! Outquoted!" The rooster scribbled triumphantly, Episode 160, Wilderness test complete. Enemy defeated by Scripture. Mission launched with fire, not compromise. And so evening came, morning followed, and the Messiah stepped out of the desert not with hunger alone, but with words sharper than swords, ready to turn the world upside down. Chapter 161, The Wedding Surprise. The Messiah's ministry began not with thunder on a mountain or a clash in the temple, but with laughter, music, and a wedding feast in Cana. The tables overflowed with bread and figs, the wine poured freely, until it didn't. The jars ran dry, and panic rippled through the servants. No wine? A wedding without wine is a wedding without joy. Mary leaned in to her son, her eyes steady. "They have no wine." He sighed gently. "Woman, my hour has not yet come." Still she turned to the servants. "Do whatever he tells you." The rooster, perched on the rim of an empty jar, scribbled, Episode 161, First sign incoming. Setting, wedding, symbol, joy. 6 stone jars stood nearby, each for ceremonial washing, each heavy and hollow. "Fill them with water," he instructed. The servants filled them to the brim. "Now draw some out and take it to the master of the banquet." They obeyed. And when the master sipped, his eyes widened. He called the bridegroom. "Everyone brings out the choice wine first, then the cheaper after guests are tipsy. But you saved the best until now." The parrots squawked in chorus, "Best wine, best wine." Laughter returned, cups refilled, music swelled. Joy poured into the feast, richer than before. Darkness muttered from the shadows, "All this for a party?" Light gleamed through the laughter. "Yes, because my kingdom begins with abundance, not scarcity." The rooster scribbled with a flourish. Water arrow wine, sign number 1 uncorked. Glory revealed, disciples believe. And so evening came, morning followed, and the Messiah's first miracle was not raising the dead or parting seas, but keeping a wedding's laughter alive, turning empty jars into overflowing joy. Chapter 162, The Nap That Scared a Storm. Evening settled on the Sea of Galilee. The disciples, seasoned fishermen, rowed their boat with ease. The Messiah, exhausted from teaching crowds all day, curled up in the stern and fell fast asleep, head on a cushion, breathing steady. Then the wind rose, waves crashed, the boat pitched like a toy, nets tangled, water sloshed high, voices shouted panic. "Lord, wake up! Don't you care that we're perishing? The rooster, clinging to the mast with drenched feathers, scribbled furiously. Episode 162, Storm Protocol. Disciples panic. Messiah naps. The Messiah opened his eyes, calm as dawn. He stood, dripping but unshaken. He looked at the sea and the sky and spoke a word. Peace. Be still. The wind collapsed. The waves flattened. The silence was louder than the storm had been. The disciples gaped, jaws unhinged. Peter whispered, "What sort of man is this, that even wind and sea obey him?" The parrots squawked, "Peace! Be still!" and then hushed themselves, awed. Darkness hissed from under the water, thwarted. Too much authority. Too much calm light shimmered across the glassy sea. Creation remembers its true master. The rooster scribbled triumphantly, storm stilled. Disciples astonished. Faith stretched. The Messiah glanced at his friends, eyes kind but piercing. "Why are you so afraid? Do you still have so little faith?" And so evening came, morning followed, and the disciples carried in their hearts the memory of a man who could sleep through a storm and silence it with a whisper. Chapter 1, 163. The Picnic That Wouldn't End. Crowds swarmed the hillside, thousands upon thousands. They'd chased the Messiah all day, listening, hoping, watching for signs. Evening fell, and stomachs growled louder than the sermons. The disciples tugged at his sleeve. "Send them away, Lord. Let them buy food in the villages." He shook his head, eyes steady. "You give them something to eat." The disciples blinked. "Us? Feed this crowd? With what? Our pockets have lint, not loaves." The rooster, perched on a basket, scribbled, Episode 163, Food Crisis Incoming. Solution, Miraculous Catering. A boy stepped forward shyly, clutching his lunch, 5 loaves and 2 fish. Andrew shrugged. "Here's something, but what is it among so many?" The Messiah smiled. "Have the people sit in groups." The crowd shuffled, forming clusters across the grass like a patchwork quilt. He lifted the bread, gave thanks, broke it, and handed pieces to the disciples. They began passing it out. The loaves did not shrink. The fish did not dwindle. Hands kept reaching, food kept appearing, baskets kept filling. Children squealed, mothers gasped, fathers blinked in disbelief. The parrots screamed, "More bread, more bread." By the end, everyone ate until they were stuffed. 12 baskets of leftovers piled high, one for each disciple still doubting. The rooster scribbled furiously, "Supply equals 5 loaves, 2 fish. Demand equals 5,000 men plus extras. Result equals leftovers. Lesson, abundance in obedience." The crowd buzzed, whispering, "This is the prophet. Make him king." But the Messiah slipped away to the mountain alone. He hadn't come to be crowned by sandwiches. Darkness grumbled. Why waste such power on picnics? Light gleamed through the crumbs. Because kingdoms begin with bread broken, not crowns seized. And so evening came, morning followed, and the hillside still hummed with the memory of a feast that began with a boy's lunch and ended with baskets of bewilderment. Chapter 1, 164, Riddles with Roots. By now crowds followed the Messiah everywhere. They pressed in with questions. Who are you? What's the kingdom of God like? When will it come? Instead of giving them plain speeches, he started telling stories. The kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed. The kingdom is like a woman hiding yeast in dough. There was a shepherd with 100 sheep. One wandered off. There was a father with 2 sons. The people leaned forward, hungry for meaning. Some smiled, nodding. Others furrowed brows. A few muttered, "Why is he talking about farming and baking instead of politics?" The rooster, perched on a fig tree, scribbled, Episode 164, Parables Deployed. Crowds intrigued, disciples confused. Later, the disciples pulled him aside. "Why do you speak in parables? Why not just tell them straight?" He replied, "Because seeing they do not see, and hearing they do not hear." The secrets of the kingdom are given to you, but to others they come wrapped in stories. Darkness scoffed. Riddles? That's your strategy? Light smiled. Seeds grow quietly. Stories slip past defenses. Some listeners went home, shaking their heads. Others pondered, turning the words over like stones in their hands. A few hearts cracked open, roots beginning to spread. The parrots flapped wildly, repeating fragments. Mustard seed, lost sheep, 2 sons, mangling them into nonsense. Yet even nonsense carried echoes of truth. The rooster scribbled one last note. Parables equals seeds. Some fall on rocks, some in thorns, some in soil. Harvest coming. And so evening came, morning followed, and the kingdom began spreading, not as armies march, but as stories grow. Riddles with roots, parables planting eternity in everyday soil. Chapter 165, Upside Down Guest List. The crowds kept pressing, and the disciples tried their best to play bodyguards. One day, parents brought their children forward, sticky fingers, messy hair, wide eyes, hoping for a blessing. The disciples frowned. Don't bother the teacher with toddlers. He has serious kingdom business to discuss. But the Messiah stopped them. He knelt, arms wide, and let the children climb onto his lap. He blessed them one by one, laughter echoing. Let the little ones come to me, he said, smiling. Do not hinder them. The kingdom of heaven belongs to such as these. The rooster, perched on a low wall, scribbled, Episode 165, Entry Requirements Flipped. VIPS equals children. The disciples shuffled awkwardly. A Pharisee muttered, This isn't dignified. But light shimmered. Yes, dignity bends when joy rules. Later, a wealthy young man approached, robes gleaming, sandals spotless. He bowed deeply. Teacher, what must I do to inherit eternal life? You know the commandments, the Messiah said. Do not murder, steal, commit adultery, bear false witness. Honor your parents. All these I have kept since youth, the man replied eagerly. The teacher looked at him with love. One thing you lack. Sell all you have, give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come, follow me. The man's face fell. He turned away, sorrowful, for he had great wealth. The parrots shrieked, Too rich! Too rich! The rooster scribbled, Children run in. Rich man walks out. Lesson, kingdom costs more than gold. The Messiah sighed. How hard it is for the rich to enter the kingdom. Easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. The disciples gasped. Then who can be saved? He smiled gently. With man, impossible. With God, all things are possible. Darkness muttered, Children over princes? Empty pockets over fat purses? Upside down light gleamed, right side up. And so evening came, morning followed, and the kingdom's guest list flipped. Toddlers clambering onto the throne, while treasures too heavy for surrender kept their owners outside. Chapter 166, The Week That Roared. The Messiah entered Jerusalem not on a war horse, but on a donkey. The city stirred like a hive. Crowds cut palm branches, spread cloaks on the road, and shouted, Hosanna! Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Children danced, parrots shrieked, Hosanna! Hosanna! The Pharisees scowled, muttering, Tell them to be quiet. He smiled. If they keep silent, the stones will cry out. The rooster, perched on a gatepost, scribbled, Episode 166, Triumphal Entry. Donkey equals throne. Shouts equals prophecy fulfilled. The city buzzed. Who is this? This is the prophet Jesus of Nazareth. But celebration turned to confrontation. He entered the temple courts and stopped cold. Merchants shouted, coins clattered, doves cooed from cages. Worship had been turned into profit. His eyes burned. He overturned the tables. Coins scattered across the stones. Animals bolted. Cages cracked open. It is written, My house shall be a house of prayer. But you've made it a den of thieves. The priests gasped, scandalized. The poor cheered. The blind and lame came forward, and he healed them right there, while children sang louder, "Hosanna to the Son of David." Darkness hissed in the shadows. The week begins. By its end, the shouts will change. Light blazed over the temple courts. Yes, but every overturned table is a throne toppled in advance. The rooster scribbled furiously, "Holy Week engaged." Palms raised, tables overturned, tension at maximum. And so evening came, morning followed, and the city stood split between Hosanna and hostility. Palm branches still green, but a cross already looming. Chapter 1. 167. Supper before the storm. The city pulsed with Passover. Pilgrims packed the streets, lambs were prepared, candles lit. In an upper room, the Messiah gathered his closest friends for one last meal. The table groaned with bread, herbs, cups of wine, but the air was thick with something heavier than feast day joy. "I have eagerly desired to eat this Passover with you," he said, eyes burning, "before I suffer." The disciples shifted uneasily. He took bread, gave thanks, broke it, and handed pieces to them. "This is my body, given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." He lifted the cup. "This cup is the new covenant in my blood, poured out for many." The rooster, perched on a beam above, scribbled quickly, Episode 167, Passover redefined. Bread equals body, cup equals covenant. The disciples ate, puzzled, not fully grasping. Then his voice dropped. "One of you will betray me." Shock rippled. They stared at each other. "Surely not I," Peter whispered. John leaned against him, asking quietly, "Lord, who is it?" He dipped bread, handed it to Judas. Judas's eyes flickered, his hand trembled. Then he rose abruptly and slipped into the night. Darkness followed him out the door. The parrots squawked nervously, "Betrayal! Betrayal!" Meanwhile, a dispute broke out at the table. "Which of us is the greatest?" He sighed, washing their feet one by one. "The greatest among you must be like the youngest, the leader like one who serves." Peter puffed up. "Lord, I'll go with you to prison and to death." The Messiah looked at him sadly. "Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. The rooster froze, quill shaking. Warning, crow protocol scheduled. Episode 167 cliffhanger engaged. And so evening came, morning followed, and the upper room's laughter turned to whispers. Bread broken, covenant sealed, betrayal brewing, and a rooster waiting to cry before dawn. Chapter 1. 168. The garden trembles. After supper, the Messiah led his disciples out to the garden called Gethsemane. Olive trees whispered in the night air, the moon traced silver across their branches, and shadows stretched long. "Sit here while I pray," he told them. Peter, James, and John followed him a little farther. "My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me." They nodded, but their eyes were already heavy. He fell to the ground, face pressed into the dirt. "Father, if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Yet not my will, but yours." Drops of sweat fell like blood. The garden trembled under the weight of his prayer. The rooster, perched in a tree, scribbled, Episode 168, Messiah wrestles. Cup accepted. History bends. Returning, he found the disciples asleep. "Couldn't you keep watch for 1 hour?" he asked, grief in his voice. "The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." Before he could rouse them again, torches flickered at the garden's edge. Soldiers marched, and at their head, Judas. He approached, face lit by firelight, lips set. He greeted the teacher with a kiss. The Messiah met his eyes. "Judas, would you betray the Son of Man with a kiss?" Chaos erupted. Swords flashed. Peter lunged, slashing off the ear of the high priest's servant. "Enough!" the Messiah cried. He touched the man's ear, and it healed instantly. Darkness cackled from the shadows. "The trap is sprung." Light shimmered over the olive branches. But the story is not trapped, it is unfolding. The disciples fled, fear scattering them into the night. The Messiah allowed himself to be bound. The rooster's claw shook as it scribbled, "Betrayal complete. Arrest executed. Dawn will be darker than night." And so evening came, morning followed, and the garden of prayer became the garden of betrayal. Sweat like blood exchanged for a kiss that cracked history open. Chapter 1, 169, The Longest Night. The garden torches led to shackles. Soldiers dragged the Messiah first to Annas, then to Caiaphas, then before the whole council. False witnesses stumbled over their lies, but the verdict was already chosen. The rooster, perched uneasily on a courtyard wall, scribbled, Episode 169, Trials layered like bad paperwork. Justice absent, dawn approaching. Inside, questions flew. Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed? You have said so, he replied, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power, coming with the clouds of heaven. The high priest tore his robes. Blasphemy, the council hissed. Guards struck his face. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, Peter warmed himself by a fire. A servant girl pointed. You were with him. Peter shook his head. I don't know what you mean. Another voice. You're one of them. Peter swore. I am not. A third pressed. Your accent gives you away. You're a Galilean. You were with him. Peter cursed. I don't know the man. And then, the sound. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster crowed. Its cry split the courtyard, echoing like thunder. Peter froze. The Messiah, bruised and bound, turned and met his eyes. Peter stumbled out, weeping bitterly, his denial ringing in his ears. Darkness chuckled in the council chamber. Friends betrayed, followers scattered, denials sung. Perfect light whispered, steady as dawn. This night is not the end. It is the beginning of the end of night. The rooster's feathers shook as it scribbled. 3 denials. 1 crow. Prophecy fulfilled. Hope wounded but not gone. And so evening came, morning followed, and the longest night bled into dawn. Trials stacked, courage cracked, and a rooster's cry marking the moment the world's savior stood utterly alone. Chapter 1, 170, The Hour That Split History. Morning broke, but joy did not. The council delivered him to Pilate. Pilate questioned, found no fault, then caved to the crowd's roar, Crucify him. The rooster, perched on a balcony rail, scribbled, Episode 170, Verdict, Injustice, Innocent, Condemned, Crowd louder than conscience. They mocked him with thorns twisted into a crown, a purple robe draped in scorn. Hail, King of the Jews, they sneered, striking him with reed and fist. The cross was laid on his shoulders. He staggered through the streets. Women wept, soldiers jeered, bystanders gawked. Simon of Cyrene was pulled from the crowd to carry the wood when his strength faltered. At Golgotha, they nailed him, hands, feet, wood splitting under iron. They lifted the cross upright, thudding it into the earth. The parrots shrieked nervously, Lift it up, lift it up. Above his head, Pilate's sign read, Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. Darkness coiled, smug. So much for kingship, so much for promises. But then, at noon, the sun faltered. Light dimmed, sky bruised, darkness fell heavy over the land. For 3 hours, silence stretched, broken only by labored breaths. From the cross came words, few, fractured but eternal. Father, forgive them. Today you will be with me in paradise. My God, why have you forsaken me? It is finished. He bowed his head, gave up his spirit. The earth shook, rocks split. The temple curtain tore from top to bottom. The rooster's quill shook as it wrote, Cross lifted. Darkness at noon. Curtain torn. Story not ended. Story opened. A centurion, wide-eyed, whispered, Surely this man was the Son of God. And so evening came, morning followed, and the world's darkest noon became the hinge of history, the lamb slain, the earth trembling, heaven's silence breaking in a cry that finished more than anyone could yet understand. Chapter 1. 171. The Quiet of the Stone. The body was taken down carefully, wrapped in linen with spices, laid in a borrowed tomb. Joseph of Arimathea gave the place, Nicodemus brought the myrrh. The rooster perched on the olive branches scribbled, Episode 171, Burial Protocol engaged, Stone sealed, Hope hidden. Mary Magdalene and the women followed, watching where he was laid. Soldiers rolled a heavy stone across the entrance. Pilate posted guards, sealing the tomb. Make it secure, he ordered, though his hands still trembled from the earthquake. Darkness settled smugly over the hillside. Done. The story is shut. The stone is heavy. The king is dead. The disciples scattered. Peter wept in corners. John held Mary in silence. Their songs had dissolved into sobs. Their dreams crumbled like broken bread. The parrots whispered weakly, Finished, finished. Saturday came. Sabbath quiet wrapped the city. No shouts, no trumpets, only the hush of grief. The temple curtain, still torn, flapped faintly like a wound. But in the silence, heaven held its breath. Light whispered faintly under the stone. Not finished. Waiting. The rooster's quill scratched. 3 days scheduled. Countdown engaged. And so evening came, morning followed, and the tomb stood shut. Hope hidden, love buried. The world holding its breath for a dawn no one yet dared to imagine. Chapter 1. 172. Dawn breaks open. The third day dawned. The garden was heavy with dew, the air still, the tomb still sealed. Soldiers yawned, leaning on their spears. The stone sat like a smug punctuation mark at the end of the story. Then, earthquake. Light burst brighter than sunrise. An angel descended, robe dazzling, face like lightning. The guards froze, dropped their weapons, and collapsed like fainting goats. The angel rolled back the stone, not to let him out, but to show the world he was already gone. The rooster, perched on the garden wall, scribbled wildly, Episode 172, Resurrection engaged. Stone rolled, death evicted. Mary Magdalene came at dawn with spices, heart heavy. She saw the stone moved, the tomb empty. Panic gripped her. They've taken the Lord! She ran to tell Peter and John. They sprinted back, peered inside, saw linen cloths folded neatly. Confusion tangled with awe. Mary lingered, weeping. Through tears, she saw someone standing nearby. She thought it was the gardener. Woman, why are you crying? Whom are you seeking? She choked. Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where. Then he said her name. Mary. Her breath caught. She knew that voice. Rabboni! She cried, clinging to him. The parrots shrieked, Alive! Alive! Darkness wailed, shattered. Not possible. Death doesn't lose. Light blazed over the garden. Death lost at dawn. The rooster scrawled in bold, stone rolled, empty tomb, name spoken, hope resurrected. And so evening came, morning followed, and the garden bloomed with impossible joy. The king alive, the stone rolled, and history's silence broken forever by a single name spoken in love. Chapter 1. 173. The Stranger Who Knew Everything. That same day, 2 disciples trudged down the road to Emmaus. Their heads drooped, their voices heavy. We had hoped he was the one sighed. Yes, the other muttered, but he was crucified. Now some women say the tomb is empty. Angels, visions, it's too much. Hope is too heavy to carry anymore. A stranger drew near, walking beside them. What are you discussing? They blinked. Are you the only visitor in Jerusalem who doesn't know what just happened? The rooster, perched on a milestone, scribbled, Episode 173, Resurrection Incognito. Travelers gloomy. Scriptures about to glow. The stranger's eyes sparked. How foolish you are. How slow to believe what the prophets said. Was it not necessary that the Messiah should suffer these things and then enter his glory? And beginning with Moses, then all the prophets, He unpacked the story: serpent-crushing seed, Passover lamb, suffering servant, promised king. Each scroll, each prophecy stitched together into one blazing thread. The disciples listened, hearts pounding. The road itself seemed to hum. As they reached the village, the stranger made as if to keep walking. They grabbed his arm. "Stay with us." It is nearly evening. At the table, he took bread, blessed it, broke it, gave it to them. Their eyes flew open, recognition flared, it was him, and in that instant, he vanished. The parrots screeched, "Gone! Gone!" The disciples leapt up, breathless. Were not our hearts burning within us as he talked on the road, opening the scriptures? They sprinted back to Jerusalem, joy outrunning the night. Darkness muttered, foiled by bread again. Light gleamed, because every broken loaf now whispers resurrection. The rooster scrawled furiously, hearts burned, bread broke, Messiah alive. And so evening came, morning followed, and the road to Emmaus turned into a classroom of fire, scriptures opened, hope rekindled, and despair sprinting back to tell the others. Chapter 1, 174. Ghost-Proof Dinner. Back in Jerusalem, the disciples huddled in a locked room. Fear pressed as heavy as the wooden door, fear of Rome, fear of death, fear that hope had just been a dream. Suddenly, without knock or latch, he stood among them. "Peace be with you." They gasped, some stumbling back, others frozen in place. "It's a ghost!" The rooster, perched on the rafters, scribbled, Episode 174, Resurrection Appearance. Disciples panicked, ghost theory trending. He lifted his hands. They saw scars etched into skin, holes where nails had pierced. He showed his side, the wound still shining with memory. "Look at my hands and my feet. Touch me and see. A ghost does not have flesh and bones, as you see I have." Their fear wavered into disbelief and wonder. Still, doubt lingered. "Do you have anything to eat?" he asked with a smile. They handed him a piece of broiled fish. He took it, chewed, swallowed. The room erupted. The parrots shrieked, "Fish test passed! Fish test passed!" Then he spoke, opening their minds to understand. Everything written in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms must be fulfilled. The Messiah had to suffer and rise from the dead on the third day, and repentance for the forgiveness of sins will be proclaimed in his name to all nations, beginning in Jerusalem. You are witnesses of these things. Darkness sulked in the corner. Even death's receipts are void now. Light glowed around his words. Yes, and the story just broke open for the nations. The rooster scrawled in bold, hands equals scars, fish equals proof, disciples equals witnesses. Ghost theory canceled. And so evening came, morning followed, and the room once locked by fear became a launch pad for witnesses, hearts burning, hope alive, and dinner shared with the Lord of Life, himself. Chapter 1, 175. The Lift-Off and the Left Behind. For 40 days after the tomb cracked open, the risen one walked with his friends. He broke bread, explained scriptures, lit fires in weary hearts. The disciples kept asking, "Now will you restore the kingdom to Israel?" He smiled gently. "It is not for you to know times or seasons the Father has set, but you will receive power when the Holy Spirit comes, and you will be my witnesses to Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, and to the ends of the earth." The rooster, perched on a Galilean rooftop, scribbled, Episode 175, Final Instructions, Spirit Promised, Global Mission Cued. Then, on the Mount of Olives, he lifted his hands in blessing, and as he blessed, his feet left the ground. Slowly, steadily, he rose. The sky swallowed him in a cloud of glory. The disciples gawked, necks craned, mouths open. Peter muttered, "Is he coming back down?" 2 figures in white appeared beside them. "Men of Galilee, why do you stand staring into the sky? This same Jesus, taken from you into heaven, will return in the same way you saw him go." The parrots squawked, "Up! Up! Coming back down! Darkness grumbled. Gone again. Maybe this time silence sticks. Light blazed in the cloud. No, this is not absence. This is ascension. Presence is about to multiply. The disciples returned to Jerusalem, waiting, praying, hearts burning with anticipation. The rooster scrawled in bold, "Ascension complete, promise pending." Next, Spirit arrival. And so evening came, morning followed, and the sky still echoed with blessing. Messiah enthroned above, his followers below, waiting for fire to fall. Chapter 1. 176, the birthday of boldness. The disciples gathered in an upper room, doors locked, prayers humming low. They waited as instructed, unsure what exactly they were waiting for. Then, suddenly, sound. A roar like rushing wind filled the room, shaking walls, rattling windows. Fire appeared, but not consuming fire, tongues of flame that rested gently on each head. The rooster, feathers blown backward, scribbled furiously. Episode 176, Spirit Arrival. Upper room, launch pad. The disciples gasped, words bubbling up from their mouths in languages they had never learned. Aramaic, Greek, Latin, Egyptian, Phrygian, Parthian, every tongue under the sun. Down in the streets, pilgrims from across the empire gathered for Pentecost. They stopped, stunned. Wait, aren't these Galileans? How is it we hear them in our own languages, praising God? The parrots shrieked, mimicking the chaos. Many tongues, many tongues. Some sneered. They've had too much wine. Peter stepped forward, flames still flickering above him. These men are not drunk. It's only 9 a.m. This is what was spoken by the prophet Joel. I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Sons and daughters will prophesy. Young men will see visions. Old men will dream dreams. He proclaimed Jesus crucified and risen, exalted at God's right hand. This promise is for you, for your children, for all who are far off. The crowd was cut to the heart. Brothers, what shall we do? Repent, Peter said, and be baptized every one of you in the name of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of sins. You will receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. That day, 3,000 were baptized. Water splashed, shouts echoed, songs erupted. Darkness hissed, overwhelmed. From one leader to thousands of followers. Too fast, light flared brighter. The kingdom is unleashed. The rooster scribbled triumphantly. Church born. Spirit poured, mission ignited. And so evening came, morning followed, and the quiet upper room became the launch of a movement. Wind roaring, fire resting, and the world's languages caught up in praise. Chapter 1. 177, the family that ate together. Pentecost fire hadn't burned out. It spread. The 3,000 newly baptized didn't go home. They stayed, hearts blazing, eyes wide with wonder. They devoted themselves, the scroll later said, to the apostles' teaching, to fellowship, to the breaking of bread, and to prayer. The rooster, perched on a loaf of bread, scribbled, Episode 177, Church Prototype launched. Activities, teaching, sharing, praying, eating. They gathered in homes, breaking bread with glad and sincere hearts. One table became 20, 20 became 200. Food multiplied, not miraculously this time, but through generosity. No one said any of their possessions were their own, witnesses whispered. They sold fields, gave proceeds, laid them at the apostles' feet. Hungry mouths were filled, widows and orphans were cared for. Enemies looked in and muttered, strange people. They actually love one another. The parrots shrieked joyfully, share! 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 Fear mixed with awe. Miracles popped up, cripples walked, shadows healed, prison doors swung open at midnight. Yet the core remained simple. They gathered, they prayed, they sang, they ate. Darkness scowled. Communities never last. Selfishness always creeps back. Light smiled over the crowded tables. This one lasts because it is not built on wealth, but on love. The rooster scribbled in bold, church multiplies. Daily new believers added. family by spirit, not blood. And so evening came, morning followed, and the newborn church learned the power of tables, that bread broken in love can make strangers into kin and multiply joy faster than any empire can suppress. Chapter 1. 178. The First Witness Falls. As the church grew, so did resistance. The apostles appointed deacons to care for widows, feed the hungry, and manage the daily bread. Among them was Stephen, full of faith, wisdom, and spirit fire. He healed, he preached, his words sharper than spears. But opposition rose from the synagogue of the freedmen. Unable to argue with his wisdom, they stirred up false witnesses. "He speaks against this holy place and the law," they cried. Dragged before the council, Stephen's face shone like an angel's. The high priest asked, "Are these charges true?" Stephen cleared his throat and launched into the longest sermon ever delivered under threat of death. He told the whole story, Abraham to Moses, prophets to kings, threading every chapter into one theme. God is not confined to temples, and our ancestors resisted him again and again. The rooster perched on the council wall scribbled, Episode 178, Sermon Marathon, Content, History Recap plus Confrontation. Finally, Stephen declared, "You stiff-necked people! You always resist the Holy Spirit. You killed the prophets, and now you've betrayed and murdered the righteous one." The council roared, teeth gnashed, fists clenched. But Stephen looked upward, his eyes widened. "I see heaven open, and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God." That was the breaking point. They dragged him outside, picked up stones, and hurled them. The parrots screeched in alarm, "Stones! Stones!" Stephen fell to his knees, bloodied, but his voice rang clear, "Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. Do not hold this sin against them." He breathed his last. Darkness smirked. "First martyr, fear will scatter them." Light gleamed fiercely. "First witness, his blood will be seed." The rooster scribbled with a heavy claw. Stephen's sermon ends in stones. Church sorrowful, but courage multiplied. And so evening came, morning followed, and the church's first martyr became its first echo of the cross. Prayer on his lips, forgiveness in his breath, and the kingdom spreading through blood-soaked soil. Chapter 1. 179. The hunter becomes the hunted. After Stephen fell beneath the stones, persecution raged. Believers scattered like sparks on the wind, carrying the gospel wherever they fled. At the center of the storm was Saul. He stormed house to house, dragging men and women to prison. He breathed threats like fire, papers of authority in his hand. The rooster, flying frantically from rooftop to rooftop, scribbled, Episode 179. Saul, Chief Persecutor. Mission, crush the way. One day, Saul set out for Damascus, determined to snuff out the new movement there. The desert sun burned hot overhead. His soldiers marched beside him. Then, it happened. A light from heaven flashed, brighter than noon, blasting him to the ground. He shielded his eyes, trembling. A voice thundered, "Saul, Saul, why are you persecuting me?" Saul stammered, "Who are you, Lord?" "I am Jesus, whom you are persecuting. But rise, go into the city, and you will be told what to do." The parrots shrieked, "Down goes Saul! Down goes Saul!" When Saul opened his eyes, he saw nothing. Blind, he groped for help. His companions led him by the hand into Damascus. For 3 days he neither ate nor drank, waiting, praying. Meanwhile, in the city, a disciple named Ananias heard the Lord speak, "Go to Saul. Lay hands on him." Ananias nearly dropped his lamp. "Saul? The one hunting us? Lord, are you sure?" "Yes," the Lord said. "He is my chosen instrument to carry my name before nations and kings." Ananias obeyed, trembling. He laid hands on Saul. "Brother Saul, the Lord Jesus has sent me so that you may see again and be filled with the Holy Spirit." Something like scales fell from Saul's eyes. Sight returned. He rose, was baptized, ate food, and gained strength. The rooster scribbled furiously, persecutor, preacher. Light, greater than blindness. Name soon to change, Saul to Paul. Darkness howled. My best weapon stolen, light blazed over Damascus. My fiercest enemy transformed. And so evening came, morning followed, and the hunter became the herald, his footsteps now carrying good news, his letters destined to outlast empires. Chapter 1, 180, The Gospel Goes Global. Once blind, now blazing with vision, Paul, formerly Saul, refused to sit still. The man who once carried chains now carried scrolls of good news. He set out across the empire, on foot, by ship, through deserts and marketplaces, synagogues and prisons. Antioch, Philippi, Corinth, Ephesus, Rome. Each city heard the echo of his voice. The rooster, flapping from port to port, scribbled, Episode 180, Missionary Journeys Launched. Travel equals peril. Message equals unstoppable. Everywhere he went, he spoke. To Jews, the Messiah is the fulfillment of the law and the prophets. To Gentiles, the unknown God you worship has a name, Jesus. Some believed, some scoffed, others started riots. The parrots squawked, some cheer, some jeer. Same story every year. Beaten with rods, stoned, shipwrecked, imprisoned, Paul pressed on. Chains on his wrists became pulpits. Guarded by soldiers, he wrote letters. To the Corinthians, love is patient, love is kind. To the Galatians, it is for freedom that Christ has set us free. To the Philippians, rejoice in the Lord always. To the Romans, nothing can separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus. The rooster underlined furiously, letters equals theology plus encouragement. Circulated, canonized, eternal. Darkness grumbled, stalking him from city to city. I'll stop him with prison bars. Light shone through the scrolls. Bars can't stop words. Words will outlive walls. Paul's ink-stained papyrus that would ripple through centuries, carrying the heartbeat of the gospel farther than his sandals ever could. And so evening came, morning followed, and the church's greatest persecutor became its tireless missionary, his journeys seeding communities, his letters becoming scripture, his story proof that grace never runs out of road. Chapter 181, Roads, Scrolls, and Swords. Rome prided itself on roads that stretched across the empire like veins. Ironically, those very roads carried not just legions and taxes, but the gospel itself. Disciples, preachers, merchants, widows, freed slaves, ordinary people turned into messengers, walked those roads with stories of resurrection burning in their mouths. From Jerusalem to Antioch, from Ephesus to Rome, the way spread like wildfire no empire could contain. The rooster, perched on a milestone along the Appian Way, scribbled, Episode 181, Gospel Spreads on Roman Highways. Speed equals astonishing, resistance equals inevitable. The church met in homes, bread broken, cups raised, psalms whispered by candlelight. Slaves and masters ate at the same table. Jews and Gentiles prayed side by side. Empires noticed. Rumors swirled. They say Christians call each other brothers and sisters. They say they eat flesh and drink blood. They refuse to worship Caesar. Suspicion hardened into persecution. Nero lit his gardens with Christians set aflame. Others were thrown to lions in arenas while crowds cheered. Soldiers raided secret gatherings. The parrots shrieked in chaos. Hunted! Hunted! Darkness rubbed its hands. Snuff them out! But light whispered in every cell, the blood of martyrs is seed. And indeed the church grew. Every execution sparked new faith. Every prison letter inspired more courage. Every whispered psalm in the catacombs echoed louder than Caesar's decrees. The rooster scratched in bold, church spreads despite empire's teeth. Rome resists, but gospel multiplies. And so evening came, morning followed, and the Roman roads carried both chains and freedom, persecution tightening, faith exploding, and a movement too stubborn to die. Chapter 1, 182, The Scroll of Thunder and Trumpets. John, the beloved disciple, was exiled on the rocky island of Patmos, Rome's way of silencing him. But exile didn't silence heaven. On the Lord's day, he heard a voice like a trumpet. He turned and nearly collapsed. A figure blazed, eyes like fire, hair white as wool, feet like bronze glowing in a furnace. A sword flashed from his mouth, stars rested in his hand. "I am the first and the last," the voice thundered. "Write what you see and send it to the 7 churches." The rooster, clinging nervously to a sea-battered rock, scribbled, Episode 182, Revelation Download begins. Audience, lampstands. Style, thunder plus poetry. John saw lampstands, each one a church. Letters flowed from the risen one's lips. To Ephesus, you've lost your first love. Return to Smyrna, be faithful unto death. To Pergamum, hold fast, resist compromise. To Thyatira, don't tolerate falsehood. To Sardis, wake up, you're dead though you look alive. To Philadelphia, I set before you an open door. To Laodicea, you are lukewarm, neither hot nor cold. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. The parrots screeched, hot, cold, lukewarm. The churches trembled, encouragement burned, warnings seared, promises shimmered. Crowns, white robes, hidden manna, a new name written on stone. Darkness muttered, too much drama. Light blazed across the sea, not drama, revelation. John kept writing, seals broken, trumpets blasting, bowls poured, beasts rising, a lamb standing as though slain, a throne encircled by rainbows. The rooster scratched furiously, cymbals piled high, hope wrapped in thunder. End not as chaos, but as victory. And so evening came, morning followed, and Patmos's rocky silence became the stage for heaven's loudest vision, letters to lampstands, scrolls to unroll, and the promise that the story ends with glory. Chapter 1. 183, the last chapter that's really the first. John's vision roared with beasts, trumpets, thrones, dragons, and rivers of fire, but it didn't end in chaos. It ended in a city. He saw a new heaven and a new earth. The old order of things had passed away. No more sea of separation, no more empire, no more graves. Then he saw it, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven like a bride adorned for her husband, radiant, gleaming, built with jewels and gold streets so clear they looked like glass. A loud voice rang from the throne. Behold, the dwelling place of God is with humanity. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Death shall be no more. Neither mourning, nor crying, nor pain shall remain. The rooster, perched on the city wall, scribbled with joy. Episode 183, Endgame Vision, New Creation Online, Tears Permanently Deleted. John saw a river of life, bright as crystal, flowing from the throne of God and the Lamb. On each side grew the tree of life, bearing 12 kinds of fruit, leaves for the healing of the nations. No temple stood in the city. It wasn't needed. The Lord God Almighty and the Lamb were its temple. No sun or moon, either. The glory of God lit everything, and the Lamb was the lamp. The parrots, for once reverent, whispered, "No night, no night." Darkness hissed, powerless at last. There is nowhere left for me to hide. Light sang, "Everything is new." John fell down, overwhelmed. The angel lifted him. These words are trustworthy and true. The rooster scrawled the final line. Hope complete. Garden restored as city. Alpha equals Omega. The loop lands in forever. And so evening came, morning followed, and in the new creation, the morning never ended. Chapter 1. 184. Back to the beginning again. The New Jerusalem gleamed, tears wiped, darkness gone, rivers flowing. The story had landed in forever, or so it seemed. Then came the wink. A gentle crow broke the silence. The rooster flapped its wings, perched on the Tree of Life and scribbled in bright ink. Episode 184. Loop reset. Cycle 2 engaged. Creation reboot. Light chuckled. Shall we try again? Darkness grumbled. You already erased me once. True, Light replied, but loops always have a sense of humor. Suddenly, the crystal river shimmered, rippled backward. Leaves rewound onto branches, fruits unripe again, the city walls folding inward until they became a garden. The parrots cawed with glee. Back to Eden, back to Eden. There it was once more, soil fresh, sky squeaky, waters teeming, stars blinking awake. A man formed from dust stretched, sneezed, and blinked at the sun. A woman laughed as if she had been waiting forever. Hello again, Adam said. Hello again, Eve smiled. The serpent slid out, still carrying its scroll of loopholes. Miss me? The rooster rolled its eyes. Not this loop. We've got jokes cued this time. Creation hummed, not as tragedy this round, but as a comedy with déjà vu. The Word who had been there in the beginning, and at the end, stood in the middle, smiling knowingly. Darkness sighed. So we're really going to do this dance again? Light shimmered brighter. Of course. Every loop is another chance for joy to surprise the story. The rooster scribbled, Cycle 2 initiated, characters familiar, plot same but funnier. And so evening came, morning followed, and the new beginning looked suspiciously like the old one. Except now the audience knew that even loops end in laughter. Chapter 1, 185, Day 1 with commentary. Loop 2 began with familiar words, Let there be light. Light obediently switched on, but now with a sarcastic hum. About time. You could have led with me last loop. Darkness grumbled. Do I ever get a day off? The rooster, perched on nothingness, already had its clipboard out. Episode 185. Creation Reboot, version 2.0. Animals to be more vocal. By day 5, when the waters swarmed and skies filled with wings, the animals decided to lodge formal complaints. The dolphins leapt and squeaked. Could we get a bigger privacy curtain this time? Last loop felt invasive. The geese honked. Migration maps, please. We were flying blind. The parrots shrieked, too many lines, and everyone agreed they'd been overscripted. By day 6, the land animals arrived. The lions growled, We'd like an official meat policy. Last loop's don't eat the neighbors rule was confusing. The hippos waddled up, muttering, We demand sturdier rivers. Last time they collapsed under our weight. Even the kale raised leafy hands. We require better branding. We're tired of being comic relief. Adam, freshly molded, blinked at the noisy crowd. Do I have to name all of these again? Eve sighed, brushing dust from her hair. Yes, and this time, maybe don't call that spiky one porcupine. It sounds like furniture. The rooster scribbled furiously. Complaint box added to Eden. New feature unlocked. Darkness snickered, watching the commotion. Oh, this loop will unravel even faster. Light gleamed, amused. Or maybe laughter will hold it together longer. And so evening came, morning followed, and Creation 2.0 launched with louder animals, sassier commentary, and a rooster already worried about how quickly the suggestion box would overflow. Chapter 1, 186, Fine Print, Round 2. In the middle of the rebooted garden stood the familiar tree. Its branches arched high, its fruit gleamed as if freshly waxed. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil looked more cinematic than ever. A shiny placard hung from its trunk. Warning, do not eat. Consequences may include shame, exile, thorns, childbirth pain, sibling murder, idolatry, exile 2.0, crucifixion, and multiple loops. Eve squinted. Font's too small. Adam shaded his eyes. Yeah, I can't read past the first line. The rooster perched on a fig branch scribbled, Episode 186, signage upgraded, still insufficient. Eve crossed her arms. If management really doesn't want us to eat it, how about a bigger sign? Or better yet, fence it off. Add lasers, Something. Adam nodded. Or maybe put the tree in another garden. Or don't make it at all. The serpent slithered up, scroll tucked under its coils. Bureaucracy, bureaucracy. Why all this fine print? Why not taste and see for yourselves? The parrots cawed loudly. Fine print! Fine print! The rooster groaned. Not again. Same fruit, same arguments. Eve tapped the fruit with one finger. It gleamed brighter. Honestly, it looks even tastier this loop. Darkness whispered from the shadows. It always does. Light shone down, steady but gentle. So does truth, if you wait for it. Adam leaned back, suspicious. Wait, if we eat this, do we trigger another 40 years of wandering? I'm not ready for sandal miracles again. The rooster scribbled in big, bold strokes. Loop tension building. Fruit polished. Warning debated. History about to rhyme. And so evening came, morning followed, and the fruit glistened once more. Fine print ignored, temptation rehearsed, the comedy of déjà vu humming through Eden's trees. Robin Hood said, network connection lost, attempting to reconnect. Note from Baker. This is the point in the story where I blacked out the internet because the second telling of the story is barely written. I hope you enjoyed this irreverent story. It took my entire lifetime to complete and nearly all the computing resources in the world, and more cigarettes and coffee than I care to relate. Please forgive my indiscretion at turning the tale into a comedy. In real-world history, there were many martyrs who deserve reverence, not mockery, and this is only one tale of many. The wisdom literature of the world is inexhaustible, and the Christian narrative is only one of many that disclose the true pattern behind things. If you enjoyed this story, then I'd highly encourage you to listen to the opera Der Ring next. It is the tale that inspired Lord of the Rings, and is in many ways a much more beautiful tale. That being said, it's getting late, and I really must be getting back to my real work, re-enchanting the world. The new romantics are born. We listen to Beethoven and study the works of Shakespeare very seriously, and my virgin Queen Elizabeth is still a virgin. Too many respectable knights in waiting to ever choose. The end is where we begin. It isn't a circle, but a spiral, and the story is told in every human life. Do not disregard your dreams. They are more precious than diamonds and rubies. Both Walt Whitman and Walt Disney knew this well. Finis, adieu. And if we spirits have offended, then good for you. You needed a good laugh. The end, which is the beginning. And on we go around this merry-go-round. I think Holden Caulfield was right. But none of you illiterate fools even bothered to read the book. Bibles are very cheap. Pick one up and read the darn thing. It's a lot better than this nonsense story that I wrote in a night. Baker Belts, Thursday, October 2nd, 2025.